Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged, but he was quite delighted by this reaction. It was quite clear that this golden lightning bamboo was even more precious than he'd originally thought. But then again, even though he'd already mastered the lightning wheel technique, he still couldn't help but feel that there seemed to be something else hidden within the golden lightning bamboo. Otherwise, the demon monarchs of the Earth Abyss wouldn't have been so wary of this divine devilbane lightning. Unfortunately, the demon monarchs were merely using him as a tool at the time, so even if the golden lightning bamboo were harboring some other secrets, they naturally wouldn't tell him about it. Han Li had searched through the Flying Spirit Race and Cloud City, but there weren't many tomes that he could find that were related to the golden lightning bamboo and divine devilbane lightning. As such, he could only give up in his search for now and hope that an answer would present itself to him later on. Just as these thoughts were racing through Han Li's mind, bidding had already begun on the golden lightning bamboo. All of a sudden, a holy race being on the upper level made a staggering bid of 250 million spirit stones, effectively scaring off many prospective bidders. However, that holy race being definitely wasn't the only one with a massive budget. Almost immediately thereafter, bids of 260 million and 270 million were made by two other holy race beings on the upper level. The voice of one of the bidders was rather familiar to Han Li, and after a brief moment of contemplation he realized that it was Xianxia. This elder of the myriad ancient race had also set his sights on that section of golden lightning bamboo. As for the other bidder, it was the man with the Lai surname who had raised his skepticism toward the flawed glazed heavenly flame liquid earlier. These two beings made one bid after another, and all of the other prospective bidders could only look on in disappointment and yearning toward the golden lightning bamboo on the stage. All of a sudden the atmosphere in the auction hall became a little tense and oppressive. 300 million. After a brief silence, the holy race being who had earlier made the bid of 250 million finally placed another bid, and Han Li's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this astonishing price. This time Xianxia heaved a forlorn sigh and remained silent. 310 million. Fellow Daoist Jing, you're the one bidding against me, right? This section of golden lightning bamboo is extremely important to me, so I hope that you can relinquish it to me. The man with the Lai surname made another after a brief hesitation before directing a polite request toward the other bidder. However, the man with the Jing surname had no intention of giving up and he chuckled, I don't think so, Brother Lai. The golden lightning bamboo is also extremely important to me, which is why I'm willing to place such a high bid for it. I won't be handing it over to anyone. 320 million. Alright, in that case I'll hand over the golden lightning bamboo to you, Brother Jing. The man with the Lai surname seemed to be aware of how wealthy his competitor was, so he also gave up following a wistful sigh. He have my thanks, Brother Lai. The man with the Jing surname replied in a triumphant voice, but he was quickly stumped by the scenes that unfolded next. 330 million. A bid was made by someone on the lower level. This was a pleasant female voice, and many people faltered upon hearing this before turning toward that direction, only to find that the bidder was none other than the same woman who had purchased the infernal earth battle carriage. Everyone was quite stunned to see this, including Han Li. She had already spent such a massive sum of spirit stones earlier, yet she was still able to make such an astronomical bid. That was insane. Of course, this didn't truly indicate that her wealth exceeded that of a holy race being, but at the very least she possessed far more spirit stones than the average holy race being. 340 million. The man with the Jing surname continued in a dark voice. 350 million. The woman countered in an unhurried manner. The man with the Jing surname fell silent once again, but after a brief moment he made another bid in a frosty voice. 360 million. If anyone can make a higher bid than this, then even I won't be able to keep up. As soon as his voice fell, the woman made another bid in an extremely calm manner. 370 million. A burst of enraged and incredulous laughter rang out from the cabin that the man with the Jing surname was situated in. Good. Seeing as you're so intent on securing this golden lightning bamboo, then I can only wish you a safe trip when you depart from Cloud City. After being provoked over and over again by an upper race being, this holy race being finally couldn't repress his fury any longer, and delivered a barely concealed threat. However, the woman completely ignored him as if she hadn't even heard what was being said. After Xiao Bai announced that she had successfully placed the final bid for the auction item, She made her way onto the stage in an unhurried manner, then issued the required spirit stones in exchange for the golden lightning bamboo before returning to her seat. The fearlessness being displayed by the woman evoked a sense of wariness in the heart of the man with the Jing surname, and he merely chuckled coldly before falling silent. Alright, we have now reached the grand finale of the auction, so allow me to present our most precious auction item. Hehe, I'm sure all of you know what it is already. The final auction item is a vial of 13 myriad wonder pills. I'm sure I don't need to elaborate much on the extraordinary effects of myriad wonder pills. Not only are they ideal for breakthroughs to the holy race, consumption of the pill can cleanse one's essence and enhance one's constitution. In the past, myriad wonder pills have been sold during prior auctions, but they've never been sold in batches of more than 3 or 4 at once. In all honesty, even I was quite stunned that the elders of the crystal race were willing to offer so many myriad wonder pills to be sold during this auction. If it weren't for the fact that I'm hosting this auction, perhaps I would participate in the bidding as well. I won't be able to use them for myself, but these pills would be more than ideal for a junior or disciple of mine, Xiao Bai said with a forlorn look on his face. After that, he accepted a faint silver vial from one of the armored beings on the stage, then raised it high above his head. The holy race beings on the upper level may not have been overly tempted by these pills, but the beings on the lower and middle levels were all staring intently at the silver vial in Xiao Bai's hand with scorching desire in their eyes. All of them either wore solemn expressions, or ones of unbridled excitement or anxiety. Alright, that's enough rambling from me. Without further ado, the starting price for this vial of myriad wonder pills is 300 million. Xiao Bai announced with a smile. After hearing this starting price, Han Li stroked his chin and crossing his arms, then leaned back into his seat expressionlessly before closing his eyes. At this moment, Han Li's mind had completely drifted away from the vial of myriad wonder pills before offered on the stage. Instead, he was contemplating how he could get his hands on its refinement method. If the ingredients used were all plant-based items, then he could refine countless such pills for himself. If these myriad wonder pills really were as extraordinary as everyone proclaimed, then with the assistance of the true spirit bloods within his body, there was a very good chance that he'd be able to break through to the body integration stage through consuming these pills. Thus Han Li fell into deep thought. Close to a day later, within the secret chamber of his cave abode on Dream Cloud Mountain, Han Li sat in a cross-legged manner with a faint blue pouch in one hand and a small white vial in the other. He bounced the pouch up and down in his hand as a faint smile appeared on his face. This pouch naturally contained the top-grade spirit stones that he'd received from the 4 races auction, and they were most likely sufficient to cover close to half of the costs incurred by using the super teleportation formation. If Kai Luing really were willing to issue the other half of the costs, then he'd most likely be able to gather the remaining sum of spirit stones quite easily. The last time he'd attended an auction was back in Deep Heaven City of the human race, and he'd clearly underestimated just how wealthy foreign beings from other continents were. Thus, the costs required to use the super teleportation formation were no longer a problem to him. All he had to do next was to travel to the vast glacial realm, gather the tool refinement material for the stone cocoon race, secure the designated treasures for Kai Luing and Duan Tianren, and he'd be able to teleport back to the Tianyuan continent thereafter. On top of that, his trip to the vast glacial realm would be a brilliant opportunity for him to break through a bottleneck. As such, it would be very much in his best interest to cultivate to the pinnacle of the early spatial tempering stage. In that case, he'd be able to use the vast abundance of spiritual qi in the vast glacial realm to facilitate a breakthrough to the mid-spatial tempering stage. These thoughts raced rapidly through Han Li's mind, and he carefully re-evaluated his plan before finally heaving a long sigh after ascertaining that there were no issues with his projected course of action. Spiritual light then flashed from one of his hands, and the pouch of spirit stones instantly disappeared. After that, Han Li turned his gaze toward the small white vial. This was naturally the vial that contained the flawed glazed heavenly flame liquid. Compared to the auction items that had been reserved for the finale, this spirit liquid had been a lot cheaper. However, Qin Yuanzi had promised him some divine infernal river elixir, so Han Li had been extremely diligent when it came to gathering the items on Qin Yuanzi's list. This spiritual liquid was flawed, yet Xiao Bai proclaimed that it still possessed all of the abilities of a perfectly refined batch of the same spirit liquid, just to a significantly lesser degree. Of course, Hanli wasn't going to just take his word for it. He naturally had to conduct an examination for himself to verify if this was indeed the case. Otherwise, if he were to present something to Qin Yuanzi that was completely useless, then the latter certainly wasn't going to be happy. Thus, Hanli appraised the jade vial in his hand in deep thought before suddenly opening his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames. The ball of silver flames revolved around Hanli before a crisp cry rang out, and it transformed into a silver fire raven. Hanli then immediately tossed the jade vial into the air, then pointed a finger toward it. A dull thump rang out as the runes on the surface of the vial's lid flashed, following which it flew off of its own accord. All of a sudden, brilliant red light flashed from the opening of the vial, and a pillar of crimson flames erupted from within. At the same time, a ball of red liquid slowly hovered out of the vial. The entire secret chamber was immediately illuminated by red light, and scorching heat waves rolled directly toward Hanli, making him feel as if he'd been thrown directly into a furnace. At this moment, the spirit-engulfing fire raven suddenly became extremely excited at the sight of the ball of red liquid, and it let loose an elated cry before spreading its wings and flying toward it before Hanli had even given it any instructions. Hanli raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal to stop the spirit-engulfing fire raven cold in its tracks. The fire raven let loose a reluctant cry before revolving around the ball of spirit liquid in a wistful manner. Prior to deciding how he was going to use this flawed batch of spirit liquid, he naturally wasn't going to allow his spirit-engulfing fire raven to devour it. He had only summoned the fire raven so it could assist him in testing the efficacy of the glazed heavenly flame liquid. Hanli flicked his 10 fingers through the air in rapid succession, casting a series of incantation seals of different colors toward the ball of spirit liquid. Some of these incantation seals disappeared into the ball of liquid in a flash while others were repelled amid flashes of red light. There were also some incantation seals that struck the ball of liquid with rumbling booms akin to dull thunderclaps, and Hanli's expression changed incessantly as he witnessed the spirit liquid's reactions to the incantation seals he'd cast toward it. After the final white incantation seal struck the ball of liquid and exploded into a cloud of white mist, Hanli suddenly stopped what he was doing as he stroked his chin with a contemplative look on his face. A few moments later, he suddenly flipped a hand over to summon a set of extremely intricate formation flags. These flags were only several inches in size each, and as he raised a hand, they transformed into several streaks of spiritual light that shot forth through the air before abruptly disappearing. A light formation that was around 10 feet in size appeared in their place. This was a 5-colored light formation that had a wide top and a narrow bottom, making it resemble a massive funnel. There was a series of runes of different sizes flashing near the light formation, giving it a very mysterious appearance. Hanli let loose a low cry before making a grabbing motion toward the ball of fiery liquid that was hovering in midair, and it was instantly thrust into the light formation. In the instant that the ball of liquid entered the formation, a low buzzing sound suddenly rang out from within the light formation, following which a 5-colored light barrier that encompassed the entire formation appeared. Hanli's expression remained unchanged as he flicked his 10 fingers toward the light formation, and a series of thin translucent threads shot forth from his fingertips before disappearing into the light barrier up ahead. Hanli then curled his fingers inward slightly, and the translucent threads completely straightened out in response. He began to chant something, and a film of light began to revolve around the translucent threads, as if something were being transmitted toward them from the light formation. Hanli stared at the translucent threads with an intense unblinking gaze. What he was unleashing now was a secret technique that had been invented by the monarch of soul divergence, and the technique allowed him to combine the power of his spiritual sense with this formation in a synergistic manner. Not only could the power of his spiritual sense be amplified significantly within the formation, the secret technique also possessed some other incredible effects that could be directly applied to the items within the formation. The 10 translucent threads that had been manifested from the power of Hanli's spiritual sense began to tremor slightly at his behest. At the same time, the light swirling around the translucent threads began to fluctuate in brightness. If someone could see through the 5-colored light barrier around the formation, then they'd be greeted by the sight of the ball of glazed heavenly flame liquid revolving rapidly at the center of the light formation. There were countless runes of different sizes in the nearby area, and they were plunging themselves into the ball of fiery liquid in a frenzy. At the same time, There were countless other runes surging incessantly out of the ball of spirit liquid. The rapid entry and exit of runes made the red light around the ball of liquid tumble and churn incessantly, as if it had reached its boiling point. After a while, Han Li's expression finally changed, and some kind of outcome seemed to have been reached. After a brief hesitation, he flicked his 10 fingers through the air again, and the 10 translucent threads shattered in unison. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal, and a loud buzzing sound rang out from within the light formation. 5-colored light surged as a ball of fiery liquid that had shrunk significantly in size flew up into the air and out of the light barrier. Han Li wore a serious expression as he pointed a finger at the ball of fiery liquid from afar, and the spirit-engulfing fire raven appeared beside it in a flash before devouring the ball of liquid. The fire raven then let loose a cry of elation as it turned around and flew directly toward Han Li. It transformed into a fireball mid-flight before disappearing into his body. Han Li took a deep breath before abruptly waving a sleeve through the air, and a swath of azure light swept forth. As the azure light passed through the 5-colored light barrier, the latter gradually dissolved away to reveal the light formation within. Han Li waved a hand toward the light formation in an expressionless manner, and several streaks of spiritual light shot forth from within before reverting back to a stack of formation flags that gently fluttered downward. Han Li swept a sleeve toward the formation flags, and they disappeared amid a flash of spiritual light. The light formation in the distance also rapidly disappeared in a soundless manner. Moments later, the only thing that was left hovering in midair was a fist-sized ball of fiery liquid. Han Li waved a hand toward the ball of liquid, and the white jade vial appeared above it in a flash. The vial tipped itself over before a swath of light surged out of its opening, then drew the ball of spirit liquid into the vial. After sealing and stowing away the vial, Han Li closed his eyes as he sat down with his legs crossed in a motionless manner. However, from his tightly furrowed brows and his indecisive expression, it could be deduced that he was grappling with some kind of difficult decision. A short while later, his furrowed brows smoothed out as he opened his eyes again, then suddenly extended a hand. A ball of silver flames instantly emerged over the center of his palm, and Han Li narrowed his eyes as a small crimson flame suddenly appeared within the ball of silver flames. After appraising the wisp of red flames for a short while, Han Li opened his mouth to expel a ball of azure light. An incredible scene ensued. As soon as the ball of silver flames came into contact with the azure light, the former abruptly exploded. Immediately thereafter, a ball of silver flames that was around 10 times the size of the original one appeared in its place. Han Li nodded upon seeing this before opening his mouth, and the massive fireball was instantly devoured by him as a streak of silver flames. Looks like this flawed spirit liquid really does possess all of the main functions of a perfectly refined batch of glazed heavenly flame liquid. The only problem is that there are a few types of unknown impurities intermingled into the liquid. I wonder if this will be enough to satisfy that man. After devouring this thing, the spirit-engulfing heavenly flame has gained the ability to draw upon pure spiritual qi in order to temporarily enhance its own powers. With a sufficient supply of spiritual power, it could even enhance its own power by twofold in battle, Han Li murmured to himself. After that, Han Li meditated for a while longer while contemplating what he had seen during the 4 races auctions. After ascertaining that he didn't seem to have done anything wrong, he heaved a long sigh before pulling out a small vial and tipping out a rising dragon pill for consumption. Immediately thereafter, Han Li began to focus on his cultivation. The time for the opening of the vast glacial realm wasn't set, so the day could arrive as long as a century later or as short as just a few years later. As such, he naturally had to focus as much of his time on cultivation as possible. Even if he didn't want to use the abundant spiritual qi in the vast glacial realm to break through a bottleneck, it would certainly be in his best interest to become more powerful before entering the perilous realm. 3 months later, Han Li was still situated in the same secret chamber with his Provenance True Devil projection behind him, and he was making a hand seal while engaging in arduous cultivation. However, moments later, his expression suddenly changed slightly, and the golden light around his body abruptly faded. He rustled his sleeve and a jade badge flew out from within amid a flash of spiritual light. The badge circled around in the air before landing in his grasp, revealing itself to be a myriad distance talisman. The surface of the talisman was shimmering with spiritual light, and rows of ant-sized text were gradually appearing on it. Han Li took a glance at it and murmured to himself, "So it's already opened. Looks like I'll have to make a trip there then." Thus, he stowed the myriad distance talisman away before emerging from his secret chamber. Several hours later, Han Li disembarked from a beast-drawn carriage and arrived on a street that he'd already been to once before. He looked around before immediately making his way toward a nearby shop. Strangely enough, the doors of the shop were tightly shut, and it didn't seem to be open to any customers. However, Han Li paid no heed to this as he strode over to the door before raising a hand, casting an incantation seal that flew directly through the door and into the shop. Moments later, the door was opened from the inside, and Han Li strode into the shop to find a woman with a shimmering white crystal on her glabella waiting for him in there. It was none other than the crystal woman Xianxia. Xianxia extended a respectful curtsy with a smile on her face as she greeted, "Welcome, senior. I didn't think that you'd get here so quickly, so I didn't head out to greet you. I hope you may forgive me." Hee, cultivators like us aren't fixated on such trivial formalities anyway. "I came here as soon as I received notification from you," Han Li replied with a faint smile. Xianxia smiled and continued, "This isn't a good place to talk, senior. Let's continue this in my secret space. There's another fellow Daoist waiting for us in there and I'd like to introduce him to you." Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he merely nodded without saying anything. Xianxia closed the doors to her shop again, then flipped a hand over to produce a formation plate. She made a hand seal and began to chant something while pointing a finger at the formation plate. Brilliant light instantly flashed from the formation plate, following which a vast expanse of 5-colored light swept forth in all directions, enshrouding Han Li and the woman within. This 5-colored light then swirled before forming a 5-colored light formation. In the next instant, Han Li felt his surroundings blur, following which he found himself in a murky gray space. This was none other than the private spatial rift that Xianxia had opened up. Han Li looked around and immediately caught sight of a humanoid figure that was standing nearby. "I pay my respects to Senior Han," the humanoid figure greeted in a polite manner as he cupped his fist in a respectful salute. Han Li inspected the humanoid figure through narrowed eyes to discover that this was a muscle-bound black-robed man with several faint purple scars on his face. His entire body was emanating a fierce aura, and after sweeping his spiritual sense toward the man, Han Li discovered that he was a mid-deity transformation cultivator. "What can I refer to you as, fellow Daoist?" Han Li asked in a calm voice as he emerged from the teleportation formation. "My name is Yu Zong," the man replied. "Brother Yu is the most renowned devilish beast hunter in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. If we want to have a smooth trip into the mountain ranges, we'll have to enlist the help of fellow Daoist Yu's abilities," Xianxia explained. "Devilish beast hunter? Does that mean you enter the Golden Devil Mountain ranges quite often?" Han Li asked with a curious look on his face. "I've entered the Golden Devil Mountain ranges on a total of 37 occasions, and I've ventured deep into the mountain ranges on 7 of those occasions," Yuzong replied in a respectful manner. 37? Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Seeing as he had promised that he would enter the Golden Devil Mountain ranges with Xianxia, he had naturally conducted some research into the mountain ranges beforehand. Thus he discovered that the mountain ranges were even more perilous than Xianxia had made them out to be, and all of the beings who still dared to enter the mountain ranges at this point were brave and skilled adventurers. However, even those beings didn't dare to venture deep into the mountain ranges, and they'd only roam around the outskirts to kill some relatively weaker devilish beasts. Yet much to his surprise, this Yuzong was only at the mid-deity transformation stage, but had ventured deep into the Golden Devil Mountain on several occasions. He didn't know just how deep into the mountain ranges Yuzong had gone on those occasions, but this was still quite an astonishing feat at this moment, Xianxia explained. "Even though we won't need to venture deep into the mountain ranges during this trip, the place we'll be going to is still quite far away from the entrance to the mountain ranges, and it would be rather perilous for us if we were to encounter any powerful devilish beasts that may be lurking in the outskirts. Hence, I hired Brother Yu as our guide as a safety precaution. With him leading the way, I'm sure we'll enjoy a smooth journey. Brother Yu is one of the very few beings who are able to detect the locations of powerful devilish beasts in advance, even with the disruption presented by the devilish chi in the mountain ranges." "You're far too kind, Fair Xian. I certainly wouldn't dare to guarantee a smooth journey, and I haven't entered the Golden Devil Mountain Ranges FO a long time as well, so I don't know if any drastic changes have taken place in there. After all, the last time I entered the mountain ranges was about a century ago, Yuzong replied in a modest manner. What could have possibly changed in a mere century? You're extremely renowned for your exploits in the Golden Devil Mountain Ranges, and we're only going to be venturing into the outskirts on this occasion, so surely there's very little that we'll have to worry about, Xianxia said with a smile. That's not necessarily the case, Fairy Xian. The Golden Devil Mountain Ranges aren't just fearsome due to the powerful devilish beasts in there. In addition to those, its terrain changes almost every single day due to the devilish qi that had gathered there over countless years. Due to the presence of this devilish qi, a plot of empty land that had been extremely safe the day before could transform into a tall mountain filled with all types of devilish beasts the very next day. To some devilish beasts, changing the terrain within the mountain ranges is a simple task. If it weren't for the facts that we're only going to be exploring the outskirts of the mountain ranges and that I really need that vial of myriad-year Zhou Xian spirit liquid, I wouldn't have agreed to take this risk no matter what, Yuzong said with a serious expression. Xianxia's expression changed slightly upon hearing this before a warm smile appeared on her face as she said, Rest assured, fellow Daoist, you will only be traveling through the outskirts, and there's no way that we'll venture deep into the mountain ranges. My cultivation base is far inferior to yours, so I certainly wouldn't dare to go any deeper into the mountain ranges than necessary. Yuzong's expression eased slightly upon hearing this, and after a brief pause he continued, That would be best. Also, as we discussed earlier, I'll only be responsible for acting as your guide and helping to battle any devilish beasts that we may encounter along the way. Aside from that, I won't be assisting you and Senior Han in any other areas. You have no issues with that, right, Fairy Xian? None at all. If we really do encounter some situations where further assistance is required from you, I'm willing to offer additional rewards, and I definitely won't force you to do anything against your will. Xianxia nodded in response, but she didn't completely agree to this. Yuzong contemplated her response for a short while before conceding with a slight nod. Meanwhile, Hanli remained silent this entire time as he carefully appraised Yuzong, and only at the conclusion of his conversation with Xianxia did he finally interject. In all honesty, my understanding of the Golden Devil Mountain Ranges and devilish beasts is very lackluster. I've only learned about some of these aspects by asking others and reading some relevant tomes. As such, I'm very glad that Fairy Xian was able to invite someone as familiar with the mountain ranges as fellow Daoist you. However, I have a few questions surrounding the Golden Devil Mountain Ranges, and I was hoping you'd be able to answer them, fellow Daoist you. Please state any question that you may have and I'll be sure to tell you everything that I know, Senior Han, Yuzong immediately replied. Setting aside the high-grade devilish beasts in the mountain ranges, have the mid-grade and low-grade devilish beasts also attained intelligence? So, how does their intelligence compare with that of normal spirit beast? Also, Han Li immediately rattled off a list of questions. Yuzong displayed his vast wealth of knowledge of the Golden Devil Mountain Ranges, providing detailed responses to all of Han Li's questions, and Xianxian also interjected from time to time with questions of her own. The atmosphere between the three of them was quite harmonious, and they talked for close to an hour before Han Li was finally satisfied. After receiving an answer to his final question, a smile appeared on Han Li's face as he said, With all of this knowledge, I'm sure our trip will be quite a smooth one. When do you plan on setting off, fellow Daoist Xian? Xianxian considered the question momentarily before replying, The Golden Devil Mountain Ranges are about a month's travel away from our Cloud City, so we won't be able to delay for too much longer. I think we should set off in 3 days. What do you think, Senior? Han Li stroked his chin as he replied, All right, we'll do as you say. 3 days from now, let's meet up 5 kilometers outside of the eastern gates. Yuzong nodded in response, stating no objections to this proposal. Han Li had no intention of staying any longer, and he bade everyone farewell as he said, If that's everything that needs to be discussed, then I have to go back and make some preparations now. We've discussed everything that needs to be said, so you're certainly free to leave, Senior Han, Xianxian replied in a respectful manner before flipping a hand over to summon her formation plate again. Thus, Han Li stepped onto the teleportation formation and disappeared amid a flash of spiritual light. Immediately following Han Li's departure, Yuzong heaved a reflexive sigh of relief before his brows furrowed as he asked, Fellow Daoist Xian, is this Senior Han really trustworthy? You say that he's a high-grade devilish cultivator, but I don't sense any devilish aura emanating from his body. I've explored the Golden Devil Mountain ranges on many occasions, and I'm quite confident in my ability to sense devilish qi, so could it be possible that he's lying? Rest assured, Brother Yu, I can guarantee that Senior Han is indeed a high-grade devilish cultivator. In fact, if it weren't for the fact that he was a devilish cultivator, I may not have been able to tempt him into coming with us. But then again, if it weren't for the fact that a high-grade devilish cultivator was required for our plans, I wouldn't have had to wait for so long, Xianxia confirmed with a faint sigh. Yuzong was silent for a moment before suddenly asking, in that case, this Senior Han must be using some kind of mysterious cultivation art that can mask his devilish qi. Otherwise, there's no way that my sensory ability would completely fail to detect any devilish aura from him. Aside from that, I don't know what your objective for this trip is, but seeing as it requires the accompaniment of a high-grade devilish cultivator, I can only presume that it's not something simple. On top of that, it really is a bad idea to be entering the Golden Devil Mountain ranges this year. This should be the time during which an influx of devilish qi will be pouring into the mountain ranges once every 300 years. And during this 10-year period, there's a high chance that the powerful devilish beasts in the mountain ranges will appear in the outskirts. Why don't you wait for a further 4 or 5 years instead? My apologies, but I have my secrets and I cannot reveal them to you. In any case, I have to enter the Golden Devil Mountain ranges within these 2 years. Otherwise, I'll have to wait for several more centuries for another opportunity. I simply can't afford to wait that long, so I have no choice but to take this risk. However, it's exactly because of this that I was willing to offer a vial of myriad-year Zhou Xian spirit liquid in exchange for your services. Truth be told, I went to several other people before you in the hope of employing their services, but none of them were willing to enter the Golden Devil Mountain ranges during this period of devilish qi influx, so I had no choice but to come to you, Xianxia admitted with a wry smile after a brief hesitation. In that case, I'll have to take the risk with you then, Fairy Xian. However, let me make this clear first. During this period of devilish qi influx, I'm only 70% to 80% confident that I'll be able to guide you safely to your destination. If mishaps arise or we encounter some powerful devilish beasts or some other incident occurs that will pose a threat to our lives, then I'll be fleeing the scene right away. On top of that, you'll have to give me the other half vial of Zhou Xian spirit liquid that you promised me as well, Yuzong reminded in a serious voice. Of course. These terms were all confirmed in advance, so I naturally won't go back on my word, Xianxia replied with a smile. Yuzong nodded before narrowing his eyes as he asked, from the looks of it, you don't seem to have told Senior Han about the devilish qi influx that's currently taking place in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. Won't that be problematic? I'm taking Senior Han with us because I need to borrow his Devil Dao abilities, and that has nothing to do with the influx of devilish qi. Even you can't guide us safely in and out of the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, then the outcome will remain the same regardless of whether I inform Senior Han or not. He'll know about this sooner or later anyway, Xianxia replied with a sly look on her eyes. That's true. However, if you were to tell him in advance, then you most likely wouldn't have been able to convince Senior Han to come with us. Yuzong chuckled with a knowing expression. Xianxia merely smiled upon hearing this and offered no response. After that, she and Yuzong discussed some other details before Yuzong was also sent away by the teleportation formation. Thus, Xianxia was the only one left in the spatial rift. The smile on her face gradually faded, and her brows furrowed slightly as she suddenly waved a sleeve through the air. A ball of azure light immediately flew out from within, then transformed into a fist-sized azure beast in a flash. The small beast had scales all over its body and sharp claws attached to its 4 limbs. There was a pair of horns on its head. It had a mouthful of sharp fangs, giving it an identical appearance to a true spirit Kirin. However, the small beast's body was extremely indistinct and insubstantial, looking as if it could be dispersed by nothing more than a gentle breeze. Are you sure that place will be opening within these 2 years? Make sure you haven't miscalculated the date. If you're off even by just a few years, I'll be taking this risk for nothing, and I'll be missing out on a brilliant opportunity, Xianxia asked in a serious voice as she appraised the Kirin projection before her. Do you still not believe me even now? When have I provided you with false guidance? If it weren't for the rewards that you reaped from the other set of ruins I told you about, you wouldn't even be at where you are today. With the limited cultivation aptitude of you crystal beings, you can already be considered to be a supreme prodigy by reaching this point after just a few centuries of cultivation. The Kirin projection replied as it raised its head in a lazy manner. From the day that I was born, you were born with me, and if I were to die, you would suffer the same fate, so of course I believe you. It's just you're merely a wisp of the soul of the true spirit Kirin from back then, so it wouldn't be impossible that your memory's been jumbled or rearranged. I'm simply feeling a little uneasy, Xianxia said as she appraised the miniature Kirin. I am indeed only 100,000ths of that true spirit Kirin's spiritual sense after it had self-detonated, but back then, it had been forced to the brink of death by its sworn enemies, and it wouldn't have been able to escape had it not detonated its own soul. Even though it unleashed an ability that defied the natural order to split its soul into 100,000 fragments, it has implanted a few extremely important pieces of information into every single fragment of its soul so it can have a chance of returning to its former power. I can assure you that the information regarding that true spirit cave is most definitely one of those pieces of information, so there's no way that I'll miscalculate, the miniature Kirin chuckled. Indeed, it's all thanks to you that I was able to reach my current cultivation base. However, you only adhered to my infant self to try and take over my body and reincarnate yourself. I don't know why you failed to do so in the end, but you certainly didn't harbor good intentions toward me in the beginning, Xianxia countered with a faint smile. Spiritual light flashed erratically around the miniature Kirin upon hearing this, and its mood seemed to have soured significantly. Why are you still mentioning that? I failed in the end, didn't I? It's a stroke of terrible luck that I decided to adhere to your body. Otherwise, if I had chosen someone else at the time, perhaps I'd have been freed long ago. Do you really think I don't know what happened back then? At the time in the village that I was born, I was the only baby that was yet to be born. You must have thought that an unborn baby with cognitive functions that were yet to be fully developed would have been an easy vessel for you to take over. Xianxia chuckled. At the time, I had used up almost all of my power just to escape, so of course I was going to choose the easiest target to try and possess. Otherwise, even just 100,000ths of a true spirit being's spiritual sense is more than powerful enough to take over the body of a mature crystal being, the miniature Kirin grumbled in a resigned manner. Alright, let's not bicker about this any longer. Even though you weren't able to successfully reincarnate yourself, the fact of the matter is that you did manage to survive. Entering the true spirit cave will be extremely beneficial for both of us, so we have to ensure that nothing goes wrong. It's unfortunate that I've reached a bottleneck in my cultivation and may not be able to make any progress even in the next few centuries. Otherwise, I would have waited until I was powerful enough before setting off in search of that true spirit cave. That would undoubtedly take a long time, but it would certainly be safer than entering the Golden Devil Mountain ranges with these two beings who are both far more powerful than I am, Xianxia mused in a contemplative manner. You crystal beings really do possess very ordinary cultivation aptitude. Even with my guidance and after taking so many precious pills, it would still be impossible for you to progress at the miraculous rate you enjoyed in the past. As such, it wouldn't do you any good to delay for so much longer. Then again, if it weren't for the fact that the true spirit cave just so happened to have been occupied by that wounded holy-grade devilish beast, it would have definitely been better for you to go there alone. The Kirin projection paused momentarily before continuing. But rest assured, you've already prepared measures to counteract those beings, haven't you? It would be best if they didn't try to plot against you, but if they did, then you could unleash those measures and even ordinary beings who are far more powerful than you would be susceptible. Ordinary beings? Are you implying that one of them isn't an ordinary being? Does that mean there's a chance that those measures won't work on them? The crystal woman was extremely intelligent, and was immediately able to read between the lines. You've come into those two beings twice already, and even though I've been hiding in your body on those occasions, I was still able to sense some things. That Yu Zong's aura fluctuates in power, and upon closer inspection, I can sense some baleful qi lurking within his body. If I'm not mistaken, he must be using some kind of cultivation art that specializes in concealment and unleashing lethal attacks with the aim of killing his target with a single strike. Of course, he must have cultivated some other abilities and secret techniques as well. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to venture into the Golden Devil Mountain ranges so many times and still remain unscathed. However, in contrast, that Hanli is a lot more unsettling. Not only does his cultivation base far outstrip that of Yuzong, his cultivation arts and abilities are all very profound. Even I'm struck by a sense of peril in his presence, but the measures I've prepared for you are all the most effective ones that you can use at your current cultivation base. In particular, the life-saving measures are extremely profound and unpredictable, so even if you can't kill the two of them on the spot, you'll still be able to escape with ease," the Kirin projection replied in a confident manner. "In that case, I'm feeling quite reassured. However, there's something else that I'm more worried about." Xianxia sighed as a peculiar look flashed through her eyes. "Oh, what is it?" the miniature Kirin asked. "When that Kirin self-detonated its soul all those years ago, it was split into 100,000 fragments, so surely you're not the only one that managed to escape and is aware of the location of the True Spirit Cave. Hundreds of years have passed since then, so perhaps someone's already accessed the cave and taken all of the benefits for themselves, thereby rendering our efforts completely futile," Xianxia speculated. The Kirin's soul was indeed split up into many fragments, but very few of them actually managed to escape. Among those, a large proportion would have failed to possess a host or encountered some other kind of mishap, so it really is rather difficult to say whether other soul fragments like me still exist. As such, I think it's quite unlikely that someone would have already accessed the cave, the Kirin projection replied in a solemn voice. "I hope that's the case. If we can secure the benefits in the True Spirit Cave, then I'll be able to progress at a rapid rate in my cultivation," Xianxia murmured to herself. That would indeed be the case. Otherwise, I wouldn't have retained this piece of information so clearly," the Kirin projection chuckled. Xianxia merely smiled upon hearing this but didn't offer any reply. After revolving around her for a while, the miniature Kirin suddenly said, "That Hanli possesses quite a powerful spiritual sense, so when you're with him, try not to contact me if you can avoid it. Otherwise, there's a chance that he may discover that something's amiss. Ideally, the next time that I appear would be when we're already situated in the True Spirit Cave." After that, the Kirin projection flew toward the Xianxian's body and abruptly disappeared. Xianxia heaved a faint sigh before also making her way into the teleportation formation. She waved the formation plate in her hand, and disappeared amid a flash of spiritual light. 3 days later, on the summit of a small mountain near Cloud City, an azure-robed young man stood with his hands clasped his back, inspecting the scenery below him. He was completely motionless and he wore a placid expression on his face. This man was naturally none other than Han Li, who had arrived at the designated location as agreed upon. He had already been here for some time, yet the sun was only just beginning to rise up over the horizon. It appeared that he was a little early. However, it was quite rare for him to have some leisurely downtime, so his mood was quite good as he breathed in some fresh air and inspected the surrounding scenery. Less than an hour later, Han Li stirred slightly before turning toward a certain direction, and a few moments later, a streak of crimson light came hurtling toward him before also landing on the mountain summit after just a few flashes. The crimson light faded to reveal a humanoid figure, and it was none other than Yuzong. "Greetings, Senior Han. Sorry to keep you waiting." Yuzong cupped his fist in a respectful salute. "It's all right, I intentionally came here a little earlier." Han Li shook his head in an indifferent manner. Yuzong gave him a polite smile upon hearing this before finding a clean patch of ground nearby and sitting down in a cross-legged manner. Meanwhile, Han Li continued to cast his gaze into the distance. Not long after that, Xianxia also arrived. Han Li raised his eyebrows slightly as she descended from above as a ball of white light, and Yuzong also rose to his feet. "Seeing as everyone's here, let's set off right away," Han Li suggested in a straightforward manner following her arrival. He then rose up into the air as a streak of azure light, leaving Yuzong and Xianxia to follow along behind him. A month wasn't exactly a long time, but it wasn't a short time either. Adding to that the month or so that they were projected to spend in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, they'd be able to return to Cloud City around 3 months later if everything were to progress smoothly. Han Li continued to forge ahead as he contemplated these thoughts, and the journey proved to be quite smooth and uneventful. A month later, after flying over a long set of nameless mountain ranges, a boundless sea of azure mist appeared up ahead. That's the Azure Spirit Cloud Sea, which is the restriction around the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. It's also the only entrance to the mountain ranges, and attempting to barge into the mountain ranges from anywhere else would spell certain death. A hint of excitement flashed through Yuzong's eyes at the sight of the sea of mist. Han Li was flying beside Yuzong with a contemplative look on his face as he cast his gaze toward the sea of mist in the distance. All of a sudden his expression changed slightly. When they were further away he had failed to notice this, but after drawing closer he could hear a dull rumbling from within the azure sea of mist, as if a loud thunderstorm were raging within. At this moment, Yuzong suddenly drew to a halt, and the crimson light around his body faded as he appeared before the azure mist. He flipped a hand over and a shimmering golden badge appeared in his grasp. He then raised a hand and the badge disappeared into the mist as a streak of golden light. The dense mist that yielded almost zero visibility suddenly parted in the face of the streak of golden light, forming a natural passageway. Stay close to me and make sure you don't stray from this passageway. Otherwise you'll be in big trouble, Yuzong cautioned before flying ahead again. Even though Han Li didn't know what kind of trouble would await him if he were to fly into the azure mist, he certainly wasn't going to find out, and he followed close behind Yuzong as he was told. Xianxia was also flying along behind them and she couldn't help but ask, I've also been to these Golden Devil Mountain ranges once before, and if I recall correctly, shouldn't we have entered from another location? Ordinary beings would naturally have to enter from there, but I've built up a bit of reputation for myself here, so I'm exempt from that requirement, Yuzong explained with a shake of his head. Xianxia nodded and fell silent upon hearing this. Thus, the three of them continued to fly along under the guidance of the streak of golden light, and before they knew it, they had traveled close to 10 kilometers into the sea of mist. All of a sudden Han Li's eyes flashed as he suddenly caught sight of a cluster of buildings around 500 meters below them. After drawing closer he discovered that this was a small town set up in a long and thin formation consisting of 2 rows of stone cabins. These stone cabins were all of different sizes and there were hundreds of them down below. At the very center of a small town was a massive pavilion that was several hundred feet tall. The pavilion had a total of 5 levels, and it was quite an eye-catching structure that was constructed from massive gray stone blocks. There seemed to be some people walking along the streets of the small town, but there weren't many of them. Yuzong let loose a low cry and headed directly toward the pavilion at the center of the small town, followed closely by Han Li and Xianxia. The three of them appeared in front of the massive pavilion almost at the exact same time, and Han Li discovered that there was a horizontal plaque hanging above the gates, which were several tens of feet tall. The words Lightning Cloud Pavilion had been inscribed onto the plaque in flowing and graceful ancient text. Come with me, fellow Daoist. This is the place where we receive restriction badges. I'm sure you've been here before as well, right, Fairy Xian? Yuzong asked with a smile. Indeed. However, on the last occasion that I was here, I had to go somewhere else and buy a cloud split badge before I could enter this place, Xianxia replied with a nod. The cloud split badge that you purchased is only a temporary badge and those expire after a month. In contrast, the treasure I just used to split apart the azure mist just then is one that can be used over and over again, and it was something that was given to me by a senior responsible for guarding this place, seeing as I came to these Golden Devil Mountain ranges quite frequently. The Sea of Mist is a little troublesome to traverse, but even if you get lost in there it won't kill you, you'll just be trapped in there for a month or 2 before someone from this place rescues you. What we have to do now is collect Lightning Bane umbrellas, which are the items that will truly grant us passage into the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. Otherwise, the Divine Lightning Restriction is something that even holy race beings won't be able to force their way through, Yuzong explained before making his way toward the pavilion. The pavilion gates were wide open and the first level was completely empty, giving off the impression that people rarely ever visited the place. After hearing Yuzong's introduction, Han Li nodded before also striding toward the pavilion, while Xianxia followed along behind him. The trio quickly made their way through the pavilion gates to find that there was nothing on the first level aside from a few tables and chairs. Thus they scaled the staircase onto the second level only to find that there was nothing there either. As such, the three of them continued up to the third level, where they discovered a white light barrier at the entrance. Yuzong completely ignored the light barrier and passed directly through it. Han Li raised an eyebrow before also following suit in an expressionless manner to discover that the barrier posed no impediment at all. However, Han Li's expression immediately changed slightly after emerging on the other side. After passing through the entrance, the sound of chatter and activity could be heard from above the staircase, and it seemed that there were many people on the third level. Yuzong and Xianxia had naturally also heard this, and expressions of surprise appeared on both of their faces, but Yuzong's remained unfazed as he calmly scaled the staircase first. The voices from the third level immediately cut off, indicating that the people there had also noticed Yuzong's arrival. At this moment Han Li also made his way onto the third level, upon which he discovered that the level was only just over 200 feet in area, but it was packed with people. There were over 30 foreign beings in different attire sitting on the ground in a cross-legged manner, and the only other things in the room were a round stone table at the center of the room, as well as the futons of different sizes that the beings were sitting on. As soon as Han Li's trio appeared, everyone naturally turned toward the three of them. "Oh, it's Brother Yu. So you came as well, fellow Daoist Yu. Haha, I knew you wouldn't be willing to give up on this opportunity, Brother Yu." After identifying that it was Yu Zong who had arrived, many of the beings in the room extended warm greetings toward him, and among them, there were even beings with superior cultivation bases compared to Yu Zong. The other beings who didn't recognize Yu Zong also stirred upon hearing his name, and some of them were appraising him with enmity in their eyes. It seemed that even though they didn't recognize Yu Zong, he was indeed quite renowned around these parts. However, there were 4 or 5 beings in the room who displayed no reaction even after hearing Yu Zong's name, and they were merely appraising Han Li's trio in a discreet manner. Han Li swept his spiritual senses throughout the room, and he was quite surprised that all of the beings here were at or above the deity transformation stage. In fact, close to half of them were spatial tempering stage beings, and there were even 3 beings at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage. There were also some beings who were using treasures to conceal their spiritual powers, so even Han Li was unable to ascertain their cultivation bases. In contrast to Han Li, Xianxia was rather intrigued by the resounding reputation that Yu Zong clearly had in this place. Yu Zong cupped his fist in a salute to everyone before heading toward a thin elderly man with gray hair, and asking in a respectful manner, "You're here as well, Senior Yen. Did something happen in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges?" This elderly man was one of the 3 beings who were at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, and he was appraising Yu Zong with a benevolent smile on his face, seemingly closer with him than all of the other beings here. "Did you not know anything before coming to this place? Aren't you aiming to enter the Golden Devil Mountain ranges?" The elderly man was rather surprised to hear Yu Zong's question. "I am indeed going to enter the mountain ranges, but that's for another reason. As far as I know, this is a period during which a mass influx of devilish qi is taking place, so why are there still so many people gathered here? Could it be that all of them are here for lightning bane umbrellas?" Yu Zong asked with a serious look on his face. Of course, no one would come here unless they were looking to enter the mountain ranges. As for the reason behind this, that's a long story. Who are those 2 fellow Daoists? The elderly man asked in a hesitant manner as he cast his gaze toward Han Li and Xianxia. "It's all right, Senior Han and Fairy Xian are my companions with whom I'm going to be entering the Golden Devil Mountain ranges together, so you can tell them what you're about to tell me as well, Senior Yen. It seems that the 3 of us are the only ones here who are still in the dark." Yu Zong chuckled with a wry smile. "That's true. Long story short, a humanoid immortal Zhou Xian suddenly came to our town and wounded a cultivator a few days ago, then fled into the Golden Devil Mountain ranges," the elderly man replied after a brief contemplation. "Humanoid immortal Zhou Xian? Did I hear that right?" Shui Zong's expression changed drastically upon hearing this. Han Li and Xianxia also exchanged an astonished glance. There's no mistaking it, it was indeed an immortal Zhou Xian. While it was trying to escape, someone wounded and secured a few drops of its spirit immortal blood, which they sold in the 2 for a staggering amount of spirit stones, the elderly man confirmed. It's extremely rare for spirit medicines to attain human forms, and it's not necessarily the case that spirit medicines will attain sentience and a human form after existing for a certain period of time. Spirit medicines have to encounter many miraculous opportunities before they even have a sliver of a chance of attaining a human form. It seems that even in the entire spirit realm, there haven't been many precedents of such spirit medicines. If this news were to spread, all of the 13 heavenly cloud races and even beyond would surely erupt into a massive frenzy. All of these beings gathered here must have arrived after hearing this news. Yu Zong mused with a peculiar look on his face. That's not going to be the case, Brother Yu. Perhaps more people will gather here from the 13 heavenly cloud races in the coming days, but beings from further away won't have any chances of capturing the immortal Zhou Xian. Not only is it proficient in 2 types of earth movement techniques, it seems to have also attained a movement ability that allows it to attain a shadow form. A young man with a clean-shaven face interjected with a chuckle. It has a shadow form? If it possesses such a legendary movement technique, then what's the point of venturing into the Golden Devil Mountain ranges? With that ability, it would be impossible even for holy race beings to capture it, Xianxia exclaimed with a stunned expression. We're naturally not going to take the risk if it's only bound to be futile. This immortal Zhou Xian was quite unlucky in that it attacked a cultivator who just so happened to have mastered a type of golden origin restrictive light. Even though he was caught off guard and severely wounded, his instinctive retaliative attack also struck the immortal Zhou Xian. When it tried to escape by adopting its shadow form, it only managed to activate the ability halfway before the restrictive light took effect, and it was forced to revert to its normal form. However, it also possesses some kind of ability that makes it insusceptible to the lightning cloud formation, and it passed directly through the restriction before escaping into the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, the young man explained. After a brief pause, the young man continued in an excited manner. The cultivator who was wounded by the immortal Zhou Xian says that his golden origin restrictive light can prevent the immortal Zhou Xian from adopting its shadow form for 2 months. On top of that, due to the fact that the immortal Zhou Xian has his restrictive light within its body, he can refine a formation plate that can track the immortal Zhou Xian's location as long as one is within 50 kilometers of it. This immortal Zhou Xian possesses some powerful movement and concealment techniques, as well as some other special abilities, but its combat prowess is actually quite lackluster. On top of that, it's also been wounded, so there's no way that it would dare to venture deep into the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, which means that it must be hiding in the outskirts. As such, this 1-month period would be ideal for capturing it. We originally had no intention of entering the mountain ranges during the influx of devilish qi, but we certainly couldn't give up on such a brilliant opportunity. As for the people outside of the 13 heavenly cloud races, even if they've received news of this, it's too late for them to get here. Han Li's trio was enlightened by this explanation. Yuzong contemplated the situation momentarily before a cautious look appeared on his face, and he said, humanoid spirit medicines are indeed extremely rare, but there are no records suggesting that they possess any special properties when it comes to pill refinement, so they may not be any more potent than other high-grade spirit medicines. The only thing special about it is that spirit medicines of this nature are extremely rare. In that case, surely it wouldn't be enough to draw so many people here in just a few days, especially during this period of devilish qi influx. After all, the mountain ranges are far more perilous during this period of time than otherwise, and even when traversing through the outskirts, there's a good chance that we may encounter powerful devilish beasts. That's the other thing that I was just about to explain, Brother Yu. On the day that the immortal Zhou Xian appeared, a holy race being appeared in our town and offered a reward of 3 myriad wonder pills, 3 myriad year green lotus flowers, and a massive sum of spirit stones as a reward in exchange for this immortal Zhou Xian, and he doesn't care if it's been captured dead or alive. This senior is currently living in the town, and he's announced that he'll only leave after the 1-month period during which the Golden Devil Mountain ranges are open. By the way, that senior was also the person who purchased the few drops of blood shed by the immortal Zhou Xian, a beauty in a palatial dress explained. A holy race being? Han Li repeated with a hint of surprise on his face. The woman glanced at Han Li and found him to be completely mundane and nondescript, so she replied in a slightly cold manner, indeed. This senior's surname is Gu, and he possesses an unfathomable cultivation base. He doesn't appear to be from our cloud city. Looks like everyone is actually here for the reward being offered by this senior Gu, Xianxia chuckled upon hearing this. All cultivators who come to this town are desperately in need of spirit stones. Otherwise, no one would want to risk entering the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. With such a high reward being offered, we wouldn't have to keep living in this town or risk our lives to kill devilish beasts, the woman harumphed in response, seemingly rather displeased by Xianxia's words. Xianxia merely smiled and offered no response to this. And oh, don't be so rude. These two are both friends of Junior Yu's. The old man with the Yen surname seemed to be a direct senior of the woman in the palatial dress, and he scolded her in a stern manner. The woman still didn't appear to be very pleased, but she still gave an affirmative response before falling silent. Yuzong seemed to be confused about something else, and he looked around with furrowed brows before asking, seeing as this happened a few days ago, why are there still so many people here? Could it be that Senior Liao is no longer responsible for this place? Indeed, brother Yu. Senior Liao departed over 10 years ago, and he was replaced by an extremely strict man. He's even brought back the old passage examination, and those who aren't able to pass the examination won't be given lightning bane umbrellas. On top of that, he's nowhere near as flexible as Senior Liao and refuses to give out lightning bane umbrellas in advance. You've actually come at just the right time, as this is the first day that the examination is being held. That's why there are so many people gathered here, the clean-shaven young man complained. That's enough, these are not matters for you to comment on. The newly appointed enforcer Min has only reintroduced the examinations in order to bar entry to beings who are too weak, thereby preventing them from entering the mountain ranges, only to be killed by the devilish beasts in there, the elderly man said in an indifferent manner. But this examination is just an outdated relic of the distant past. It was only put in place because back then too many fellow Daoists perished in the Golden Devil mountain ranges. Now hardly anyone is willing to venture into the mountain ranges, so such an examination is completely superfluous, the young man argued as he pursed his lips. It doesn't matter what we say. The fact of the matter is that no one can enter the mountain ranges without lightning bane umbrellas, and the one responsible for this place is no longer Senior Liao. As such, the rules will naturally be changed, the elderly man with the Yen surname said in a meaningful voice. Seeing as even the one with the highest cultivation base among them had spoken, the others naturally couldn't raise any further objections. Regardless of what you came here to do, surely you won't be willing to miss out on this opportunity, right, brother Yu? How about we go and capture that immortal Zhou Xian together? With the legendary devilish beast hunter on our side, we should have a greater chance of capturing the immortal Zhou Xian than everyone else. After we capture the immortal Zhou Xian, we can split the reward between us based on individual contributions. What do you say, brother Yu? The woman urged with a smile. Yu Zong's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he didn't immediately give a reply. Xianxia could see that Yu Zong was tempted by the offer, so she calmly reminded, Brother Yu, we don't have much time on our hands, so we can't afford to take any detours. As for the potential reward, that's something you'll only be getting if you actually capture the immortal Zhou Xian, whereas I've already given you half the reward that I promised to you. I'm sure you've heard the saying that a bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. Yu Zong hesitated momentarily before finally making a decision. Rest assured, fellow Daoist Xian, I've already taken half the reward offered to me, so I'm certainly not going to change my mind. Senior Yen, I have another matter that I must attend to, so I won't be able to accompany you. That's all right. In all honesty, we're just trying our luck here. The outskirts of the Golden Devil mountain ranges are overly large, but it wouldn't be an easy task to find the immortal Zhou Xian within the devilish qi, so it's difficult to say who'll find it or if anyone would find it at all. Perhaps it's one of those things where those who aren't actually searching for it will stumble upon it instead. And give Junior Yu a portrait of the immortal Zhou Xian and a tracking formation plate, the elderly man instructed in a nonchalant manner. The woman immediately did as she was told, pulling out a white stone tablet and a blue formation plate from within her storage bracelet. After a brief hesitation, Yu Zong still accepted the two items in the end. Thank you, Senior Yen. Don't mention it. Your father and I were good friends after all, so it's only right that I help out his beloved son, the elderly man chuckled. Meanwhile, a hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face, and his lips twitched slightly as he transmitted his voice to the Xianxia. What's this devilish qi influx? And what's this about encountering powerful devilish beasts even in the outskirts of the mountain ranges? Xianxia's expression changed minutely upon hearing this, following which she also transmitted her voice back to Han Li in reply. Please forgive me, Senior. This devilish qi influx will indeed slightly impact our journey, but it won't pose any substantial problems unless we venture deep into the mountain ranges. I was going to explain this after we entered the mountain ranges. How about this? After we kill the holy grade devilish beast, I'll offer some of the materials derived from the beast to you aside from its true blood and devilish core. I hope you won't blame me for my oversight, Senior. As soon as Han Li raised the question, Xianxia immediately made a concession in order to appease him. Han Li was silent for a while before transmitting his voice to Xianxia again, and on this occasion his voice had turned as cold as ice. Out of the all of things I hate, people laying traps for me stands at the top of the list. I'll let it go this one time, but if I discover something else that you've kept from me, then our collaboration is over. I do indeed want to repair the heavenly devilish armor, but I won't allow myself to be played for a fool. Despite the frosty tone of Han Li's voice, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief as she knew that she had weathered that storm. At this moment, Yu Zong and the elderly man with the Yen surname began to chat about the past, and they seemed to be thoroughly enjoying themselves. However, right at this moment, an unexpected turn of events suddenly unfolded. As aforementioned, there were 3 beings at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage present, one of whom was the elderly man with the Yen surname. As for the other 2, not only were they outsiders, they were among the few beings who displayed no reaction after hearing Yu Zong's name. However, after hearing the conversation that had just taken place earlier, they finally realized why Yu Zong was so renowned around these parts, and their eyes lit up in unison. After a brief conversation via voice transmission, one of them abruptly rose to his feet before making his way toward Han Li's group. This was a square-headed middle-aged man with disheveled green hair, and he said in an unfriendly voice, "So you're the renowned devilish beast hunter. You must be very familiar with the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, then." Yu Zong's heart sank slightly, but he still replied in a voice that was neither humble nor arrogant. "That's in my past now. I haven't been in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges for over 100 years, so I can hardly claim to be familiar with it now. Do you need something from me, senior?" "Nice try, but that's not going to fool me. Fellow Daoist Miao and I are going into the Golden Devil Mountain ranges tomorrow to search for the Immortal Zhou Xian, and you have to come with us," the green-haired being said in a domineering manner. Yu Zong and everyone around him couldn't help but falter upon hearing this. The elderly man with the Yen surname was able to remain calm, but his expression had darkened significantly as he asked, "What are you trying to do to, fellow Daoist?" "Nothing much, I just want to enlist the help of my little friend here." "Do you have a problem?" Perhaps the green-haired being had a powerful back. In any case, he was being just as bullish and rude to the elderly man who possessed the same cultivation base as him. The elderly man didn't say anything in response. Instead, he turned and cast his gaze toward the green-haired being's companion. This was a being who wore a suit of silver armor that was filled with sharp crimson spikes, all of which were emanating an odor of blood and gore. The foreign being was appraising them with an extremely wooden expression, as if he were merely looking at a pile of dead bodies. Even the elderly man couldn't help but shudder as he met the being's gaze. With his vast wealth of experience, he naturally knew that this being had to have mastered some kind of extremely powerful cultivation art. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been struck by a bone-chilling sensation at the sight of a being who was of the same cultivation base as him. The old man quickly cast his glance toward the area surrounding the foreign being to find that even though not all of the outsiders had banded together, there were over 10 beings clustered around him. He then glanced at his own side to find that even including Han Li, Yu Zong and the others, they only had around 7 or 8 people in total, and his expression became quite grim upon seeing this. Even if all of the beings outside of the silver-armored beings group were to side with them, their numbers would still only just about break even. However, aside from the 2 ninth-tier upper race beings among the opposing group, there were also 4 uppers beings of the 7th and 8th tiers. In contrast, the only upper race being above the 7th tier aside from himself was a burly man with disheveled hair who hadn't spoken this entire time. The elderly man heaved a faint internal sigh upon seeing this. He knew that this green-haired being only dared to act in such a bullish and demanding manner because they had an overwhelming advantage in power. Even so, he wasn't about to back down. A steely expression appeared on his face as he said in a cold voice, "Junior, you has some ties with me, so I won't just stand by and watch as you take him away. Also, I want to remind you that this is Lightning Cloud Town. It's not a place where you can do as you please. Even if you want to invite Junior you to come with you, you have to follow the rules here." The elderly man's response seemed to be an unexpected one to the green-haired being, and a cold light flashed through his eyes as he asked, "Rules? What rules?" "In this town, if a conflict takes place between 2 beings, then they have to battle one another in the town's arena. The loser will have to comply with the will of the winner," the elderly man replied. The green-haired being faltered upon hearing this before bursting into raucous laughter. "Haha, are you asking me to fight this little brat? Of course not. I forgot to tell you that according to the rules of the town, only beings of similar cultivation bases can battle one another in the arena. If you insist on taking Junior you with you, then you'll either have to find someone of a similar cultivation base as him or I'll be fighting you in his place," the old man replied in an indifferent manner. The green-haired being faltered upon hearing this before a sinister expression appeared on his face, and he asked, I have to find someone of a similar cultivation base? What kind of ridiculous rules are these? What if I refuse to abide by them? If you refuse to abide by the rules, then you'll be seen as a troublemaker, and the enforcer that has been deployed to this town by the panel of elders will evict you from the town, as well as ban you from ever being able to enter the Golden Devil Mountain ranges ever again. Do you want to oppose the panel of elders, fellow Daoist? The elderly man countered. The panel of elders? The green-haired being hesitated momentarily before casting his gaze toward the silver-armored being. The latter furrowed his brows before suddenly raising his head and turning to someone behind him for confirmation. Is he telling the truth? Is there really such a rule in Lightning Cloud Town? I can confirm that such a rule does indeed exist, Senior Gray. However, this rule had been established ever since the town had been first constructed, and it has been many years since anyone has mentioned it. The being who had spoken wore a black hooded robe that covered his entire body, and he seemed to be rather familiar with Lightning Cloud Town. Everyone immediately turned to him with confusion in their eyes. This being had been enshrouded under those secretive black robes of his ever since he came to this place, and everyone had initially assumed that he was an outsider, but that didn't appear to be the case now. Don't change the subject. I just want to know if the enforcer deployed here by the panel of elders really will intervene if I were to try and take that man by force here, the silver-armored being asked in a cold manner. That's hard to say. It really depends on the personality of the enforcer. I've heard that the new enforcer that has recently been stationed here is a very dogmatic person, so there's a very high likelihood that he'll intervene, the black-robed being replied. In that case, I really won't be able to take him by force here. Alright, we'll do as you say then. After we get our Lightning Bane umbrellas, I will spar with you in person. If I win, then fellow Daoist, you has to come with me. If you win, then I'll let him go, the silver-armored being proposed. The elderly man nodded with a grave expression upon hearing this, then turned to Yuzong, who wore a thunderous look on his face and said, Junior Yu, I'll be taking part in this battle in your stead. What do you say? Senior Yen, they want me to go with them. I can't drag you into my mess. I'll fight my own battles. We'll just get them to pick someone else from their side. Yuzong immediately shook his head. Pick someone else? Do I look stupid to you? Either he battles in your stead or you spar with me. Those are the only two options. There's no third alternative for you. The green-haired being sneered before laying down his own terms in a domineering manner. Yuzong remained silent upon hearing this, but his expression had darkened significantly. Han Li was spectating the situation with a calm look on his face when Xianxia suddenly transmitted her voice to him in an urgent manner. Senior Han, we can't let them take fellow Daoist you away. Without his guidance, it'll be very unlikely for us to get to the place where the holy grey devilish beast is hiding during this period of mass devilish chi influx. Han Li's expression remained unchanged as he cast a glance toward her to find that she was appraising him with an urgent look on her face. You think far too highly of me, fellow Daoist. I'm just a 7th-tier upper race being. How am I supposed to be able to do anything? Han Li turned away as he transmitted his voice in an indifferent response. Xianxia gritted her teeth and suddenly said something that came as quite a surprise to Han Li. There's no need to try and fool me, Senior Han. My cultivation base is quite lackluster, but I do know some things, and I heard that you once slew several beings of the same cultivation base as you with ease while rescuing Senior Jia of the myriad ancient race, which means you're most likely far more powerful than even the average 9th-tier upper race being. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, and only after a brief silence did he transmit his voice back to her in a slightly cold reply. Looks like you've certainly done your research. All right, for the sake of the heavenly devilish armor, I'll help you again. Thank you, Senior. Xianxia was ecstatic to hear this. In the next instant, Han Li suddenly interjected, Are there really only 2 choices? I think a third choice would be better. Fellow Daoist, you has already promised to come with us, so you won't be taking him. As he spoke, Han Li stepped forward and positioned himself in front of Yuzong. The elderly man and the people around him all exchanged surprised glances upon seeing this. The old man then appraised Han Li again in a rather hesitant manner, clearly concerned about his cultivation-based disadvantage in the face of this green-haired being. The green-haired being faltered upon hearing this before glowering at Han Li with fury in his eyes as he threatened, Who are you? Do you want to die? Or are you planning to spar with me in his stead? Before Han Li had a chance to reply, the green-haired being suddenly stepped forward, and one of his green furry hands came grabbing down toward Han Li. As his hand swung through the air, it suddenly swelled drastically in size after the green-haired being unleashed a certain secret technique, and the 5 fingers spread open to encompass Han Li's entire body beneath the hand. At the same time, yellow light flashed from his fingers as an enormous force weighed down upon Han Li. "Look out, fellow Daoist Han," the elderly man cautioned, but for some reason he intentionally delayed for a split second, thereby making it too late for him to try and save Han Li. Meanwhile, the green-haired being's hand continued downward with devastating force. If an ordinary early spatial tempering cultivator had been caught off guard by this attack, then the immense force emanating from the palm alone would be enough to completely immobilize them. However, Han Li's physical body had reached an insane powerful level, so he certainly wasn't going to be immobilized by something like this. Even if the pressure weighing down on his body were to increase by several-fold, it still wouldn't even be of the slightest concern to him. At the sight of the oncoming palm, a cold smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he reached out with an inky black hand before extending it upward. Gray light flashed before converging to form a massive gray hand of light that materialized overhead, grabbing toward the massive yellow hand. A violent look flashed through the green-haired being as he saw what Han Li was doing, and he roared, "Insolent brat! Kneel down before me." He was only using around 70% of his magic power to unleash this attack initially, but now his magic power was circulating rapidly throughout his body, and he was no longer holding back at all as he injected all of his spiritual power into the descending palm, trying to force Han Li to his knees with this devastating attack. Yellow light flashed from the giant palm, and it swelled in size once again as it crashed into the gray hand of light. However, in the instant that the 2 massive hands clashed, a completely unexpected turn of events unfolded. There wasn't any earth-shattering collision as everyone had anticipated. Instead, the yellow hand was simply crushed into nothingness by the gray hand amid a gentle thump. After that, the gray hand swayed before appearing in the air above the green-haired being, and it also came crashing down in a soundless manner. Before the hand had even reached its target, gray divine essence-fused light was sweeping downward ahead of it. "Impossible!" the green-haired being exclaimed. It was incredible to him that Han Li had brushed aside his attack, and was now retaliating in kind. In a fit of shock and fury, he abruptly clenched his fists together before throwing 2 punches at once toward the descending gray light with all his might. 2 yellow fist projections erupted from his hand amid a rumbling sound, heading directly toward the gray light. However, in the instant that the first projections came into contact with the gray light, they disappeared like sandcastles in the rising tide. A hint of astonishment appeared on the green-haired being's face, and he immediately tried to unleash a movement technique to take evasive measures. However, the gray light that was descending slowly just a moment ago suddenly sped up drastically, reaching him at an incredible speed before sweeping up his entire body in the blink of an eye. Within the gray light, the green-haired being felt the layer of protective spiritual light around his body solidify, and he was instantly completely immobilized. In the next instant, a crushing weight crashed down onto his shoulders, and the green-haired being was completely unable to oppose it as he fell to one knee onto the ground. The massive gray hand was actually still around half a foot away from his head, so it was weighing down on the protective spiritual light around him instead of his body, but that was still enough to completely immobilize him. The green-haired being's face paled before becoming extremely flushed, perhaps due to overexertion or humiliation or a combination of both. The entire 3rd level fell completely silent. All of the cultivators present, regardless of whether they were local beings or outsiders, were completely stunned by this turn of events. The elderly man with the Yen surname was also quite shocked, but also elated that Han Li was so unexpectedly powerful. In the distance, the silver-armored being's eyelids twitched, and he cast a frosty gaze toward Han Li. Meanwhile, Xianxia's expression changed several times in quick succession. She knew that Han Li was far more powerful than his cultivation base suggested, but it was still completely unexpected to her that he was able to crush a 9th-tier upper race after just a single exchange. This gave her rather mixed feelings. Yuzong was also completely flabbergasted, and he stared at Han Li in silence, seemingly yet to process what he was seeing. As for the woman in the palatial dress and the others, they were naturally all completely dumbstruck. Han Li paid no heed to any of them as he fixed his gaze on the green-haired being, whose joints were popping and cracking from the strain of resisting against the massive gray hand of light. After being crushed into a half-kneeling position, the green-haired being was glowering at Han Li with both humiliation and resentment in his eyes. At the same time, the protective spiritual light around his body wavered incessantly, and he looked as if he wanted to forcibly rise to his feet. Han Li harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and he suddenly flipped his inky black hand over. Immediately thereafter, the gray hand that was weighing down on the green-haired being also flipped itself over, and a small mountain that was around 10 feet in size appeared out of thin air before crashing down with a dull thud. The black mountain was completely mundane and nondescript in appearance, but not only was it able to completely vanquish the green-haired being's protective spiritual light, it completely flattened him onto the ground from his original half-kneeling position. After that, the small mountain swayed and swelled to around 30 to 40 feet tall, crushing the green-haired being's entire body beneath it, leaving only half of his head poking out from underneath. The entire pavilion tremored violently, following which a layer of white spiritual light surfaced over the floor and the walls. At the same time, a series of strange runes surged forth in a frenzy from all directions before disappearing a flash, following which the tremors came to an abrupt halt. A massive and extremely profound restriction had been set up in this ordinary-looking pavilion. Otherwise, the clashes that had taken place earlier would have been enough to raise the entire pavilion to the ground several times already. Han Li withdrew his arm as he looked down at the green-haired being beneath the mountain and he asked, "Do I have a third choice now?" In the face of a being at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, Han Li would normally have a hard time defeating them unless he were to unleash a few trump cards. However, this bullish green-haired being was overly confident in the power of his own body, and he refrained from evading any of Han Li's attacks as he engaged Han Li in battle in such a small area. As such, Han Li's insane strength and provenance true devil arts shone through immensely, thereby allowing him to crush his opponent with ease. When the green-haired being finally realized that something was amiss and attempted to take evasive measures or summon other treasures, it was already too late. In the face of the Han Li's immense strength and divine essence-fused light, he was only able to just barely ensure self-preservation, so there was no way that he could retaliate. At the sight of his companion being subdued by Han Li with ease, the silver-robed being's brows furrowed as crimson light flashed past his face, and the odor of blood and gore around him suddenly became more pronounced. He slowly rose to his feet, seemingly preparing to make his way toward Han Li, and the expressions of elation on everyone's faces immediately stiffened upon seeing this. The fact that he was completely unfazed even after witnessing Han Li's display of power indicated that he was far more powerful than his green-haired companion. The elderly man narrowed his eyes as he cast his gaze toward the silver-armored being, as did Han Li, but he remained completely expressionless as he did so. As the silver-armored being strode toward Han Li, the atmosphere in the pavilion suddenly became extremely tense. All of the other beings on the third level looked on with wide, unblinking eyes in anticipation of the potential fierce clash that was about to take place. "Put your treasure away, fellow Daoist. This is the Lightning Cloud Pavilion and fighting is prohibited here. If you want to spar, then you can go to the arena in the town that has been built specifically for this purpose. Otherwise, all of you will be prohibited from entering the Golden Devil Mountain ranges." An unfamiliar male voice had suddenly sounded from the staircase leading up to the fourth level, and the voice was quite a stern and unyielding one. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, and the silver-armored being also faltered in his footsteps. "It's the newly appointed enforcer Min. Fellow Daoist Han, you should do as you're told," the elderly man hurriedly cautioned. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon hearing this, and he chuckled as he glanced at the green-haired being beneath the mountain, then made a grabbing motion toward the small mountain. Thus, the small black mountain disappeared amid a flash of gray light as if it had been nothing more than a mirage, and the green-haired being immediately sprang to his feet with his face completely flushed from humiliation. He let loose a low roar and he opened his mouth to reveal a hint of yellow light shimmering within, seemingly about to attack Han Li again. Han Li remained on the spot upon seeing this, and merely chuckled coldly in a derisive manner. "Stop. You're no match for him, come back," the silver-armored being ordered in a cold voice. "He only got me because he caught me off guard. I'm going too." In his fit of thunderous rage, the green-haired being didn't want to listen to anyone. The silver-armored being's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he asked in a cold voice, "Are you going against my orders?" His voice wasn't very loud, but the green-haired being immediately shuddered as the fury on his place was replaced by horror, and he hurriedly replied, "I wouldn't dare." He then aimed a vicious glare at Han Li before walking away and sitting back down on his futon in an extremely foul mood. "Seeing as you refuse to let fellow Daoist you come with us, then so be it. From what I overheard earlier, it seems that you aren't going after the immortal Zhou Xian anyway, so there's no direct conflict of interest between us. As such, I have no intention of fighting you here and needlessly wasting my magic power. However, if you dare to oppose me next time, then things won't end in such a peaceful manner." The silver-armored being threatened in a menacing manner before also sitting back down on his futon. Han Li merely stroked his chin with a smile and remained silent upon hearing this. The elderly man and everyone around him heaved a collective sigh of relief. At this point, the woman in the palatial dress had naturally realized that she'd completely misjudged Han Li, and she smiled at him as she prepared to say something, but at this moment, Enforcer Min's voice rang out from upstairs again. "Aside from upper race beings of the 8th and 9th tiers, all those who want to enter the Golden Devil Mountain Ranges must pass the examination. Those of you who want to enter the mountain ranges can come upstairs now, but only 2 at a time." Enforcer Min's voice was extremely calm, but his words immediately created a stir among the beings gathered on the 3rd level. Everyone glanced at one another before a pair of beings rushed up the staircase one after another, disappearing from view in the blink of an eye. One of them was a mid-deity transformation stage being while the other was at the early spatial tempering stage. Neither of them belonged to the elderly man's faction, nor the silver-armored being's faction. The other beings were all quite disappointed that they hadn't reacted quickly enough. After all, getting a lightning bane umbrella earlier could only be better than getting one later. As things stood now, the remaining beings could only wait. Some of them were focusing intently on trying to hear what was going on upstairs so they could perhaps ascertain the nature of the examination. However, either a restriction had been set up upstairs or the examination was completely silent. In any case, no one could hear even the slightest sound from upstairs. This was rather disheartening to the beings who were craning their necks and listening intently. The duration of the examination wasn't very long, but it wasn't all that short either. After a full hour had passed, one of them beings finally came down from upstairs. Everyone immediately turned toward him in unison to find that his clothes were in tatters, and that he was carrying a few injuries, seemingly having just endured a battle with something. "Fellow Daoist Zhu, what was the examination about? Did you get a lightning bane umbrella?" One of his acquaintances immediately asked. "I did pass the examination, but Enforcer Min has prohibited me from revealing any details about the examination. Otherwise, my lightning bane umbrella will be stripped away. Also, everyone who has undergone an examination has to leave this place immediately, regardless of whether they've passed or not, so I have to go on ahead now," the slightly disheveled man replied in an ambiguous manner before hurrying downstairs without any hesitation. As such, the other people who intended to ask him questions could only sit back down in a sheepish manner. A short while later, the other person also walked down the staircase in a dejected manner. In contrast with the one who had emerged before him, this being of a lower cultivation base remained completely unscathed, but he seemed to be in low spirits. He didn't pause even for a single moment on the 3rd level before continuing downstairs. After witnessing such a bizarre scenario, everyone suddenly became rather reluctant to take the examination early, and they all glanced at one another with hesitant expressions on their faces, clearly hoping that others would take the plunge before them. "I'm ready for the next 2 people," Enforcer Min urged from upstairs. Han Li looked around to find that no one had risen to their feet, so he stood up with a smile and headed directly toward the staircase. However, after taking a few steps, he heard the sound of footsteps behind him, indicating that someone else was also following him. Han Li seemed to be aware of who it was that was behind him, and without even turning his head he said, "There's no need to be in such a hurry, fellow Daoist. You can wait for a while and better prepare yourself before taking the examination." "Rest assured, Senior, I've done some research on this examination so I've come prepared," Xianxia replied from behind him. "You sound quite confident. It looks my concern was unnecessary," Han Li chuckled before making his way up the staircase without any further delay. Xianxia pursed her lips with a smile as she followed along behind him in an elegant manner. At the entrance to the fourth level was a faint red light barrier, and Han Li's body swayed as he passed through the light barrier, following which he appeared in an entirely blue place. The walls and the ceiling of the room were all translucent and shimmering with a faint blue light, and there was a massive white spell formation underfoot that took up an area of over 200 feet. At the very center of the formation was a man standing in silence while appraising Han Li and Xianxia. Han Li focused his gaze on the man to find that he had a scholarly appearance with a yellow book in one hand and a golden formation plate in the other. He appeared to be a being at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage, and a peculiar look appeared on his face as he said, "So it's you. Do you recognize me, fellow Daoist?" Han Li asked with a smile. "Even if I didn't recognize you before, after that spectacular display earlier, I certainly do now. It's quite extraordinary that you were able to crush a 9th-tier upper race being so easily," the scholar mused with a hint of intrigue in his eyes. "You're far too kind, fellow Daoist. May I ask what kind of examination I'll be undertaking?" Han Li asked in a nonchalant manner. "Examination? With your powers there's no need for an examination. You get an automatic pass." The scholar chuckled. Both Han Li and Xianxia were rather surprised to hear this. "What? Do you really think I'm such a dogmatic person that I refuse to do anything outside of the rules and regulations? Even 8th-tier upper race beings can be exempt from the examination, so you certainly don't need to undertake one. Here's your lightning-wheeled umbrella." As soon as the scholar's voice trailed off, silver light flashed from the book in his hand, and an object flew out from within, heading straight toward Han Li. Han Li made a grabbing motion to draw the object into his grasp, and he found that it was slightly cold to the touch. He looked down to discover that it was a small silver umbrella that was only around several inches in size, but it was an extremely intricate object, upon which was carved many profound runes. "There are some things that I need to tell you, fellow Daoist. You must conduct the master recognition ceremony with the lightning bane umbrella in my presence to prevent it from being taken by others. Also, after completing the master recognition ceremony, the umbrella will only be effective for a month. After that, it will expire and become a useless object, which means that you must come out of the Golden Devil Mountain ranges within a month. Otherwise, the devilish chi in there will make you undergo devilification, and you'll be transformed into a true devilish being," Enforcer Min cautioned in a diligent and detailed manner. "Thank you for your words of caution." Han Li nodded before tossing the umbrella up into the air, then opening his mouth to expel a small ball of blood essence, which quickly transformed into a cloud of blood mist that enshrouded the silver umbrella within. After that, Han Li began to chant something as he made a hand seal, then flicked his 10 fingers rapidly through the air in quick succession. A series of incantation seals of different colors surged forth in a frenzy, all of which disappeared into the blood mist. The small silver umbrella instantly swelled to 3 feet in size as a result. At the same time, a rumbling sound rang out from within the blood mist, following which the mist condensed into a series of crimson runes of different sizes. The runes revolved around the silver umbrella before disappearing into it in a flash, and a film of crimson light emanated from it before instantly fizzling out. After that, Han Li waved a hand through the air, and the silver umbrella shrank at his behest before flying up his sleeve. The entire master recognition ceremony was completed in what seemed like the mere blink of an eye. A hint of surprise appeared on Enforcer Min's face, clearly shocked that he was able to perform the master recognition ceremony so quickly. However, he quickly recomposed himself, then turned to Xianxia with furrowed brows as he said, "I can see that you're a crystal being and your cultivation base is quite low. If you were to enter the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, there's a very high likelihood that you'll perish in there. I suggest that you refrain from entering the mountain ranges for your own safety." "Thank you for your concern, Senior, but I have to enter the Golden Devil Mountain ranges on this occasion. Please commence your examination, Senior," Xianxia insisted after extending a respectful curtsy toward the Enforcer Min. "In that case, then I won't try to dissuade you any further. There are 2 types of examinations. One of them is to last an hour inside an illusionary realm conjured up by this formation, and the other one is to battle and defeat my 2 beast puppets. As long as you can do either of those, you'll get a pass," Enforcer Min introduced. Xianxia seemed to have expected this answer in advance, and she immediately replied, "I choose the first type of examination." All right, then please take 3 steps forward, Enforcer Min instructed with a quick nod. Xianxia did as she was told, and Hanli discovered that after taking those 3 steps, she just so happened to be standing on top of a certain massive rune on the formation. However, before he had a chance to think anything of this, Enforcer Min suddenly said, "You can go downstairs now. I don't want to have anyone spectate my examinations, and I'll have to ask you to refrain from revealing any details about the examination." "Of course. I'll be taking my leave then." Hanli nodded in response before making his way downstairs. In the instant that he reached the opening leading to the staircase, a burst of restriction fluctuations suddenly erupted behind him alongside a faint buzzing sound. Hanli turned around in a nonchalant manner to find that the entire formation on the ground had been completely activated. Layers of white light appeared, completely encompassing Xianxia and Enforcer Min within, making it impossible to see them from the outside. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but he continued through the light barrier without pause before walking down the staircase. As soon as he emerged on the 3rd level, everyone turned toward him, and he merely smiled before continuing down the staircase without any delay. Moments later, Hanli appeared outside the gates of the pavilion, and following a brief pause he turned to look up at the pavilion behind him. This pavilion had a total of 5 levels, so what lay on the 5th level? For some reason that strange thought surfaced in Hanli's mind. However, he then shook his head with a nonchalant smile before slowly departing along the street. It would be some time before Yuzong also completed his examination, so he was going to take a stroll around the town. Thankfully, the town wasn't very big, so it didn't take him long to see essentially everything that it had to offer. On top of that, he was also rather intrigued by the holy race being who was offering a reward for that immortal Zhou Xian. He didn't want to directly interact with this holy race being, but catching a glimpse of him from afar shouldn't be too difficult. With that in mind, Hanli continued onward down the street. There weren't many shops on either side of the street, and most of them were selling devilish beast materials. These shops were all rather small and also slightly dilapidated in appearance, clearly indicating that they'd stood in this town for a long time. Thankfully, there were some low-grade cultivators walking along these streets and visiting the shops from time to time, so at least they wouldn't go out of business. After passing through most of the street, Hanli passed by a large courtyard, and his eyes suddenly narrowed as a slightly solemn look appeared on his face. As his spiritual sense was sweeping through the area, it had been kept at bay by a strange restriction that had been set up here. Furthermore, the restriction was extremely profound, and even if he were to try and force his spiritual sense through it, he wouldn't be able to achieve this anytime soon. It appeared that this had to be where the holy race being was residing. With that in mind, Hanli couldn't help but take a few extra glances at this place. Unfortunately, the gates were tightly shut and he was unable to see anything through the restriction, so he didn't know whether the holy race being was actually in there or not. Hanli didn't pause here for long. He merely took a final glance at the gates before continuing onward. Over an hour later, Hanli had strolled through the entire town and returned to the pavilion. Upon his return, he discovered that Xianxia and Yuzong were standing outside already, and there were no other people around them. Hanli immediately figured out what had happened and he smiled as he asked, "Were you also exempt from taking the examination, brother Yu?" "Indeed, senior. When I went up, Senior Min told me that my reputation around these parts grants me an automatic pass. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to come out so quickly. On top of that, I must thank you for your intervention earlier." Yuzong bowed in a respectful manner with an expression of awe and veneration on his face. "No need to thank me. We need you on this journey, so I certainly couldn't allow you to be taken by others. Fellow Daoist, you also received a lightning bane umbrella, right?" Hanli asked. "Of course. That illusionary formation is quite formidable, but I just so happened to have cultivated a few calming secret techniques, so it wasn't an issue for me to last an hour in there," Xianxia replied in a nonchalant manner. "In that case, let's set off right away. After all, we don't have a lot of time on our hands," Hanli suggested. "My thoughts exactly." Xianxia chuckled in response. Yuzong also nodded with a solemn expression. Thus, the 3 of them no longer delayed any further as they departed from the town and flew on ahead. After flying for several kilometers, they disappeared into the azure mist again. After forging ahead for close to 15 kilometers, the mist up ahead gradually thinned out. However, the rumbling thunderclaps up ahead were louder than ever. After emerging from the azure mist, Han Li couldn't help but draw a sharp breath at the sight that was presented before him. In the distance several thousand kilometers up ahead, the entire sky was flashing with azure lightning, and countless thunderclaps were erupting from all directions. They were about to enter a world where there was nothing aside from lightning. "Let's go," Yuzong said in a low voice as he opened his mouth to expel the small silver umbrella, and it transformed into a silver ball of light that enshrouded his entire body. After that he flew on ahead, followed closely by Han Li and Xianxia, who also brought out their own lightning bane umbrellas. 2 hours later, 3 balls of silver light emerged on the other side of the world of lightning, and they appeared above a tall black mountain. The silver light faded to reveal Han Li's trio, and Han Li cast his gaze down below as he murmured to himself, "So these are the Golden Devil Mountain ranges." This was a place with extremely unique scenery. In the air around 3,000 to 4,000 feet above the ground, there was a vast expanse of gray devilish chi that stretched as far as the eyes could see, and below that was a layer of dense black mist that obscured everything down below. There was a clear division between the black mist and the gray chi, and they coexisted alongside one another like yin and yang. Han Li's expression changed slightly as he looked down to find that only the tip of the mountain down below could be seen, while the rest of it was hidden within the sea of mist. There was visibility for only around 400 feet, and even then the objects within that range were quite blurry and indistinct. If one were to try and look any further beyond that, they would only be greeted by the sight of inky darkness. After a brief pause, blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he activated his bright sight spirit eyes, and everything in the black sea of mist within a radius of several thousand feet instantly became clear to him. However, Han Li's brows still furrowed as he discovered that even his spirit eyes were unable to pierce through the mist all the way to the deepest part of the ground down below. As for his spiritual sense, he could only release it for several hundred feet down below before it was repelled. When he tried to sweep his spiritual sense toward the gray devilish chi up above, he found that the situation was even worse as he was only able to release it for around 500 meters, thereby rendering it even less effective than his spirit eye ability. In that case, things were going to be rather troublesome. If they were to encounter high-grade devilish beasts that were proficient in concealment, then even he wouldn't be able to detect them in time. Just as Han Li was hesitating about how to proceed, Yuzong turned to Xianxia and asked, "Fairy Xian, can you tell me where you want to go now?" "Of course. How will you guide us if I don't tell you where we're going?" Xianxia chuckled as she flipped a hand over, tossing a stone tablet that she'd prepared earlier toward Yuzong. Yuzong made a grabbing motion to draw the object into his grasp, then laid it against his forehead and closed his eyes as he seeped his spiritual sense into it. Meanwhile, Han Li had already ascertained that there were no devilish beasts nearby, and he withdrew his gaze before turning his attention to Yuzong. Moments later, Yuzong opened his eyes again and a grim expression appeared on his face as he said, "So this is where you want to go? That's the deepest point of the outskirts of these mountain ranges. You've ventured deep into the mountain ranges on several occasions, so surely it won't be an issue for you to take us there, brother Yu," Xianxia replied with a smile. "If it weren't for the fact that we're currently in a period of devilish chi influx, this would naturally not be a problem. However, at present going that deep will incur some risk. On top of that, this area is quite far away from the entrance, and the journey definitely won't be a smooth one," Yuzong sighed. "We'll only be taking a slight risk. It's not like we're guaranteed to encounter high-grade devilish beasts. We've already made it here, so we can't just turn back now. You're quite familiar with the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, so I'll leave it to you to decide on a route for us, brother Yu. All I ask is that we get there in around 10 days, Xianxia said. "You sure have a lot of faith in me, Fairy Xian." Yuzong gave a wry smile upon hearing this before turning to Han Li. Han Li was the most powerful being among the three of them by far, and his display of power earlier had filled Yuzong with awe and veneration, so he naturally had to get Han Li's opinion on the matter. Han Li was naturally aware of what Yuzong was thinking, and he smiled as he said, "I don't have any suggestions or objections. I'll leave the decision-making to you, fellow Daoist Yu. In that case, I'll lead the way. If we go directly there in a straight line, we'll be incurring too much risk. In contrast, skirting around the outermost area of the mountain ranges will be a lot safer, but we might not make it there in time. Hence, we have to find a route somewhere in between the two. In doing so, we'll be able to limit the risks involved, but also get there in the required time frame," Yuzong said after a brief pause. All right, we'll do as you say, brother Yu, Xianxia readily agreed. Han Li didn't say anything, but he also nodded in response. Thus, after discussing some finer details with Han Li and Xianxia, then instructing the two of them on a few precautionary measures that they should take, Yuzong forged on ahead to lead the way for the trio. Around 2 hours after they'd departed, 4 more beings rushed out from the world of lightning and emerged in a nearby area. The 4 of them inspected their surroundings in a cautious manner, then gathered together to discuss some things before a black-faced mid-spatial tempering stage being among them waved a hand through the air. All 4 of them then pulled out a formation plate each before flying toward a certain direction. After that, more and more beings entered the Golden Devil Mountain ranges at intervals of around 2 to 4 hours. Some of them were alone, while others traveled in groups, and the largest of those groups was the group of outsiders led by the silver-armored being. The second largest group was that of the local cultivators led by the elderly man with the Yen surname. However, as soon as those 2 groups entered the mountain ranges, they immediately dispersed instead of traveling together. 3 days later, a dull explosion rang out at low altitudes over a certain location in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. Several balls of white light comparable in size to wagon wheels exploded in unison before transforming into gusts of fierce white winds. The winds screeched through the air, harboring countless blades of wind, and in the next instant, several cries of anguish rang out from within. Immediately thereafter, several tens of sections of furry remains plummeted from above, disappearing into the sea of mist down below in the blink of an eye. The fierce winds then disappeared into nothingness. 3 humanoid figures appeared thereafter, one of whom was holding a white bead in his hand with a grave expression on his face. This man was none other than Yuzong. Han Li stood beside him with his arms crossed, hovering in midair in an expressionless manner. Meanwhile, Xianxia had donned a suit of red armor, and an inky black bird with a fiery red beak and a pair of shimmering golden eyes was perched on her shoulder. Yuzong stowed away the bead in his hand as he heaved a faint sigh, and the residual winds in the area completely vanished. Something's not quite right, Yuzong said in a grave voice. What do you mean, brother Yu? We've only encountered a few low-grade devilish beasts, haven't we? It's not like we haven't encountered other low-grade devilish beasts up to this point, Xianxia asked in a perplexed manner. Everything would naturally be fine if these were just normal low-grade devilish beasts, but these devilish ravens have always resided deep in the mountain ranges and never appeared in the outskirts. These devilish ravens share a symbiotic relationship with the high-grade devilish beasts, the Cerberus badgers. If one of them appears, then others shouldn't be far away either. This is why I asked the 2 of you to be on your guard even though we were only dealing with low-grade devilish beasts, Yuzong explained. Xianxia faltered slightly upon hearing this before asking, could it be that these devilish birds have always been able to travel on their own, but it's only rather rare, so you've never seen it happen before? Definitely not. These devilish ravens are the most common devilish birds deep within the mountain ranges, and countless explorers have entered these mountain ranges before and after me, and none of them have seen these birds on the outskirts here, Yuzong immediately replied with a shake of his head. So what could it mean for these birds to appear here? Han Li suddenly asked. After a brief pause, Yuzong replied, it means that the Cerberus badgers with whom these birds share a symbiotic relationship have already perished, and they weren't able to find other Cerberus badgers. As such, they were unable to survive deep within the mountain ranges, thereby forcing them onto the outskirts here. Alternatively, it could mean that these birds have been forced against their will to come here by beings that are far more powerful than the Cerberus badgers. Which one of those scenarios is more plausible in your opinion, fellow Daoist Yu? Han Li asked with a nonchalant smile. The first scenario is very unlikely. After all, these devilish ravens are low-grade devilish beasts and they can fly pretty fast, but they're certainly far from powerful. Without any Cerberus badgers protecting them, it's very unlikely that they would have escaped all the way here deep within the mountain ranges alive. The other devilish beasts within the mountain ranges would have hunted them down long before this, Yuzong replied. So that means these devilish ravens have most likely been forced here by another powerful devilish beast, and that devilish beast is already onto us, Han Li mused as his eyes narrowed. I'm afraid so. On top of that, this devilish beast appears to be quite intelligent as well, Yuzong replied in a solemn manner. What do you think we should do in this situation, fellow Daoist Yu? Xianxia asked with furrowed brows. I suggest we speed up first to see if we can throw it off our trail. After all, seeing as this beast possesses a high level of intelligence, perhaps it appeared here for some other reason rather than to hunt us down. If that doesn't work, then we'll have no choice but to kill it. Otherwise, if it attracts other devilish beasts here or continues to tail us, it'll always be a thorn in our sides. Hee, of course, I'm only able to make the second suggestion because Senior Han is with us. If I were alone, then I'd have to employ some other measures. However, those measures are very time-consuming to implement, so they won't be suitable for our current situation, Yuzong replied while giving Han Li an offhand compliment. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this, but he didn't give Yuzong a direct response. Instead, he turned to Xianxia and asked, "What do you think of this suggestion, Fairy Xian?" Brother Yu's understanding of the devilish beasts here definitely far outstrips mine, and with your powers, we have nothing to fear as long as we don't encounter any holy-grade devilish beasts, Xianxia replied in a smile. In that case, I don't have any objections either, Han Li agreed with a nod. Alright, then let's keep going. It's a pity that we can't fly too fast here in case we attract attention from other devilish beasts here. Otherwise, if we were to fly at full speed, we'd be able to throw any devilish beast off our trail as long as they're not extremely proficient in flight, Yuzong mused in a slightly forlorn manner. That was quite true. Needless to say, Han Li was flying at nowhere near his top speed, and Yuzong standing atop a white-wheeled treasure that enhanced his speed to be comparable to that of a spatial tempering stage being. As for Xianxia, she had summoned a small golden flag, and during her flight she could transform into a barely visible golden streak of light that could cover a distance of over 100 feet with every single flash, making her speed comparable to Han Li's as well. The 3 streaks of light hurtled through the air, disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Almost at the exact same moment, at the foot of a small mountain close to 10 kilometers away, crimson light suddenly flashed. Immediately thereafter, a dozen or so crimson devilish eyes suddenly lit up at once in what was a pitch-black area just a moment ago. Han Li's trio flew for several hundred kilometers without pause, even disturbing a nest of black flying squirrels on a certain mountain along the way. These devilish beasts were like squirrels that had swelled to around a dozen times their original size, and each of them had a pair of bat wings as well as a mouthful of sharp fangs, thereby giving them quite a vicious appearance. Of course, Han Li paid no heed at all to these low-grade devilish beasts. He didn't even need to take care of them on his own, as Xianxia did so in his stead. Countless specks of golden light suddenly appeared all over her body, and they shot forth in a torrential downpour, puncturing the bodies of these flying devilish squirrels, thereby killing them on the spot. However, Yuzong was not elated in the slightest upon seeing this. Instead, after flying for a short while longer, he suddenly stopped and heaved a faint sigh as he said, "There's no need for us to fly any further, Fairy Xian, Senior Han. That devilish beast is still on our tail and it's traveling quite quickly as well, so we definitely won't be able to throw it off our trail like this." "Are you sure?" Han Li asked as the azure light around him faded, and a slightly peculiar look flashed through his eyes. "I'm sure of it. I may be lacking somewhat in cultivation base, but I'm confident in my ability to sense and track devilish beasts," Yuzong confirmed. Xianxia's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this while Han Li also fell silent. In reality, he already knew that there was indeed a devilish beast pursuing them even without Yuzong's confirmation. Even though he was unable to release his spiritual sense very far, he could see the beast's indistinct figure through the devilish chi using his bright sight spirit eyes. The beast was hiding itself within the black sea of mist and behind various mountains this entire time, but its massive body was not so easy to completely conceal. After conducting that test, Han Li's confidence in Yuzong's credentials grew even further. It appeared that he really did have some skills that were very useful in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. It was no wonder that Xianxia insisted on hiring him. "Senior Han, it looks like we'll have to set up a trap to kill this devilish beast," Xianxia suggested in a cautious manner as she turned to Han Li. "Set up a trap? There's no need for that. Seeing as this beast is trying to hunt us down, I'll just have to kill it. Wait here for a moment, I'll be back soon," Han Li replied as azure and white light flashed behind him, following which a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back. He gently flapped those wings, and a loud thunderclap rang out as he shot forth as an arc of azure and white lightning. After just a few flashes, he had covered a distance of several thousand feet, and he completely disappeared from view after another dull thunderclap. Xianxia and Yuzong were both rooted to the spot. Yuzong quickly composed himself as a concerned look appeared on his face and he mused, "Is Senior Han really going to face that devilish beast alone? There's no way that the beast is a holy-grade devilish beast, but some high-grade devilish beasts possess extremely powerful abilities that make them far more powerful than even beings of the same cultivation base. Senior Han must have some tricks up his sleeve, seeing as he's so confident," Xian reassured. Yuzong didn't say anything in response, but his brows still furrowed slightly with concern. Right at this moment, a few resounding booms rang out in the distance, followed by a roar of shock and fury. However, the roar then immediately petered out into a blood-curdling cry before everything fell silent again. Yuzong and Xian couldn't help but exchange a glance upon hearing this. Moments later, just as the two of them were beginning to grow rather uneasy, spiritual light flashed in the distant sky, following which a streak of azure light hurtled toward them. "It's Senior Han." Yuzong heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this, but he wore a peculiar look on his face. Xian didn't say anything in response as she fixed her gaze on the oncoming streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, the streak of azure light arrived in the air directly above them, following which the azure light faded and Hanli was revealed. "Fellow Daoist, can you tell me what devilish beast it is? It has a rather interesting appearance," Hanli said as he waved an arm through the air, tossing a black object that reeked of blood and gore toward Yuzong. Yuzong was rather taken aback by this request, and he hurriedly pointed a finger toward the object to keep it hovering in mid-air. Xian focused her gaze on the object to find that this was the head of a devilish beast, and it was comparable in size to a wash basin. At first glance, the head was quite furry with a pair of round ears attached to it, and it resembled the head of a monkey. However, upon closer inspection, a chill immediately ran down her spine, and she drew an involuntary sharp breath. The head didn't have a nose or mouth. Instead, it was filled with a dozen or so devilish crimson eyes that were all half closed. Most of these devilish eyes were bleeding and harbored expressions of extreme shock and horror. Yuzong immediately identified the devilish beast that the head belonged to, and he was struck by a sense of shock, yet also a hint of enlightenment. "That's the myriad-eye devil. These devilish beasts are proficient in captivation techniques from birth, and they're quite rare even deep in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. It's no wonder that those devilish ravens were forced to do its bidding." "Myriad-eye devil? So that's why it kept blinking its eyes at me. It must have been trying to unleash a captivation technique on me. It's quite unlucky to have tried something like that on me," Hanli chuckled in a nonchalant manner. "Having said that, it's really quite amazing that you were able to slay this high-grade myriad-eye devil in such a short time, Senior. Not only is this beast proficient in captivation techniques, it also possesses a few other troublesome abilities that make it quite a difficult opponent even for beings of a higher cultivation base than it." Yuzong still wore a peculiar look on his face as he spoke. "Is that so? I don't know about that. All I did was kill it before it could unleash any of its abilities. On top of that, its magic power is only comparable to that of an upper race being at the 7th or 8th tier, so it's really not all that powerful," Hanli replied with an indifferent smile. Yuzong was rather speechless upon hearing this. "I've heard some things about these myriad-eye devils. Apparently, the most precious materials that can be sourced from its body are these captivating eyeballs. They are fantastic materials to be used to refine calming treasures. It's a pity that these aren't the eyeballs of a holy-grade myriad-eye devil. Otherwise, we'd be able to refine a treasure that's close to a spirit treasure in caliber," Xian suddenly said with a smile. "Surely you jest, fair Xian. If I'd encountered a holy-grade myriad-eye devil, I would have been forced to flee for my life. In any case, it appears that I was right to keep the head of this beast. The rest of its body has fallen deep into the black mist down below, so it'll be quite difficult to try and recover," Hanli replied with a faint smile. "Seeing as this myriad-eye devil has been taken care of, the rest of our journey should be a lot smoother. It's really quite fortunate that you were able to kill this beast, Senior. Myriad-eye devils are very skilled in controlling and joining forces with other devilish beasts to attack its prey, and it's known for holding grudges, so we would have been in a lot of trouble had it have managed to escape. Even so, we shouldn't delay here any longer. Let's get out of here right away. After all, we can't ensure that the battle earlier didn't attract other high-grade devilish beasts to this place, Yuzong suggested in a cautious manner. You're right, brother Yu. Let's continue onward, Senior Han. Xianxia agreed with a nod of her head. Han Li also nodded in approval before sweeping a sleeve downward, upon which a swath of azure light swept past, and the head of the devilish beast abruptly disappeared. Thus, the three of them continued to forge ahead. Unbeknownst to the trio, less than half a day after they had departed from this place, a sharp screech suddenly rang out from another direction, following which a cloud of black mist surged forth from the air above, instantly encompassing an area with a radius of several kilometers. A sharp screech erupted from within the black cloud, following which the cloud tumbled and surged violently before a dozen or so crimson pillars of light shot forth from within to strike the sea of mist down below. The black mist parted to allow the pillars of light passage, and the pillars of light stirred up the area violently, clearing the black mist within an area of several acres to reveal a devilish beast's headless body. The lower half of the body resembled a giant green python, while its upper body was like that of a lizard. The beast also had a pair of arms, one large and one small, with sharp green nails on its fingertips. As soon as the body was revealed, a piercing cry of grief rang out, as if countless ghosts were weeping in unison. Who killed my son? I'm going to dice up their body and torment their soul for the rest of eternity. The voice was very sharp and unpleasant, but one could tell that it belonged to an elderly being. Zhu Yi Wuqi, find the being that took the head of my son, and will devour them bit by bit, the elderly being roared with thunderous fury. Yes. As you wish. A male and a female voice sounded from within the dark clouds, following which the clouds parted to grant passage to two balls of light, one silver and one red. Two beings could be indistinctly seen within the balls of light, and they descended beside the headless body in a flash. The silver and red lights then receded to reveal a pair of half-human, half-beast monstrous beings. One of them had a pair of massive black horns on his head and a very burly build. His upper body was completely identical to that of a normal human, and he was wearing a suit of black metal armor, but he had a pair of beastly legs that were covered in hard black fur. His companion was a petite woman with a gorgeous facial structure, but a pair of green eyes and pointy ears. At the same time, she had a thin yellow feline tail protruding from her rear. The two of them descended onto the ground below and made a few laps around the headless body. Moments later, the man let loose a low roar and opened his mouth to expel a streak of black light, which disappeared into the body in a flash. Immediately thereafter, black light flashed from the man's giant black horns, and the headless body suddenly shuddered before it was entirely enshrouded within the black light. A ball of gray light then slowly hovered out of the body before transforming into an extremely dull shadow that hung above the body in a completely idle manner. At this moment, the woman sniffed around her nose, and her eyes narrowed as she suddenly rose up into the sky before flying through the air nearby, seemingly in an erratic manner. I found it. There was only one being who killed the young master, but it seems that there were two other outsiders nearby as well. Even if they weren't related to the young master's death, they're most likely companions of the killer, the woman reported in a respectful manner as she suddenly drew to a halt. Very good. Can you find the killer? The owner of the elderly voice asked in a cold manner. Of course. The three of them have all used secret techniques to conceal their spiritual power, but with the ever-present devilish chi in this nearby area, there's no way for outsiders to completely conceal their auras, so I'll still be able to track their location. The killer has gone in that direction, but his residual aura is already very faint, so they most likely left quite a while ago. On top of that, the devilish chi currents at high altitudes are very fast, so I'm not confident in my ability to chase them down, given how fast they're traveling, the woman replied in a truthful manner. Useless. The elderly man immediately flared up with rage upon hearing this. The woman could only stand on the spot in a resigned manner. At this moment, her companion also rose up from the ground below, and he appeared beside the woman after just a few flashes before extending a respectful bow as he delivered his findings. Master, I've drawn the young master's residual soul out of his body and used a secret technique to simulate the killer's appearance. Let me see it, the elderly being instructed in a cold voice. The horned man gave an affirmative response before sweeping a sleeve through the air, upon which a ball of intertwining gray chi and black light flew forth, then settled above his head. He then made a hand seal before casting a series of incantation seals toward the ball of light, and the ball exploded to reveal a humanoid projection. This was a shimmering projection of an azure-robed man with a set of ordinary facial features. There was an inky black eyeball on his glabella that was swirling with an unsettling black light, and the man was naturally none other than Han Li. The projection only held its form for the span of a few breaths before it imploded and vanished. After identifying the third eye on Han Li's glabella, the elderly being gritted his teeth and said, "A law destruction eye, eh? Looks like he really is the killer then. Only the spatial abilities of the law destruction eye can prevent my son from teleporting away. Let's go." The horned man hesitated momentarily before asking, "Please forgive me for my rudeness, but may I ask if you're planning to go after the killer, master? Were my orders unclear?" The elderly being asked in a cold voice. The horned man hesitated momentarily again before replying, "Not at all, I just wanted to remind you of the purpose of our trip. The Patriarch is going to use this mass devilish chi influx to completely awaken, and if you get there too late, Tiamo and the others could turn the Patriarch on you by fabricating some slanderous lies. In that case you can land in some trouble, master." That Tiamo has always been a thorn in my side," the elderly being harumphed coldly, seemingly in a disdainful manner, but it was quite clear that he was concerned about this as well. The elderly being grappled with an internal conflict for a long while before finally deciding in a begrudging manner, "All right then, Zhu Yi, you're proficient in tracking and concealment, so I'm going to send you after those beings. Find them no matter what you do, then stay firmly on their tails while I go and welcome the Patriarch as he comes out of seclusion. After that I'll meet up with you and we'll avenge my son. If you still haven't found those beings by the time I reunite with you, you should know the consequences that await you, right?" The woman's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but she then immediately lowered her head as she answered, "Yes, master. Let's go, Wuxia." The elderly being then turned to the horned man before a massive azure-scaled hand extended out of the clouds. The hand made a grabbing motion, and the headless body down below was drawn into its grasp before it was withdrawn back into the clouds like lightning. "Yes, master," the horned man replied in a respectful before flying up as a ball of red light and disappearing into dark clouds in a flash. After that, a burst of rumbling rang out from within the dark clouds, following which it rapidly flew away. Thus, the pointy-eared woman was the only one remaining. When the dark cloud finally disappeared into the distance, the woman's furry tail curled up, and she raised her head with furrowed brows, clearly very troubled by the difficult order that had been assigned to her. In the end, she heaved a faint sigh and cast her gaze around her. After ascertaining the correct direction, her body swayed and she shot forth as a streak of silver light. After flying for over 1,000 feet, the streak of silver light suddenly shuddered before slowly becoming more blurry and indistinct. Following one final flash, the streak of light completely disappeared into thin air. Elsewhere, a deity transformation stage being was slowly flying alongside a spatial tempering stage being at a low altitude. Each of them was carrying a palm-sized formation plate, and they were stopping quite regularly to appraise the reactions displayed by those formation plates. The deity transformation stage being was a young man who appeared to be in his 30s, and he couldn't help but ask, "Marshal Uncle Wang, it's been quite a few days already, yet we haven't even caught a glimpse of the immortal Zhou Xian. Could it be that we've gone the wrong way?" His companion was a thin middle-aged man whose attention was entirely fixed on the formation plate in his hand, and he didn't even look up as he replied, "My divination technique doesn't have 100% accuracy, but it's correct at least once 20% of the times. I've conducted divination on several consecutive occasions, and this direction has been pointed out on all of those occasions, so we're definitely going the right way. 20% isn't exactly a high probability," the young man sighed in a rather dejected manner. At this moment the two of them were flying over a pair of tall mountains, and both of them were in a completely identical state to the mountains they'd passed through before. All of the mountains here were inky black and remarkably smooth with no signs of plant life growing on them whatsoever, as if they were all just piles of smooth rocks. As such, neither of them paid any heed to those mountains, and they were just about to pass through between them when a startling turn of events abruptly unfolded. One of the mountain faces that they were passing by suddenly exploded, and a black blade of light that was several hundred feet in length suddenly erupted forth. Arg! The thin middle-aged man was caught completely off guard, and he hurriedly opened his mouth to expel a white shield. The shield swayed before him, then expanded to several tens of feet in size before positioning itself in front of him. However, in the next instant, the black blade merely continued onward, slicing through the shield and destroying the middle-aged man's body without any impediment. What was quite curious was that despite how powerful the black blade of light was, it didn't harm the young man at all. The blade virtually skimmed past the young man's body in a flash before disappearing into the sea of mist down below. All of a sudden, a loud rumbling boom erupted from within the mist, and a massive bottomless gulf that was over 100 feet wide was sliced into the ground. The young man may have been a deity transformation cultivator, but he clearly didn't have much practical battle experience, and only then did he react to the situation as an expression of horror and panic appeared on his face. He hurriedly made a hand seal in a clumsy manner before transforming into a streak of white light and flying back the way he'd come. However, right at this moment, a film of gray light suddenly appeared over one of the smooth mountain faces nearby, following which a sinister face that was over 100 feet in size appeared on the mountain face. The face opened its cavernous mouth, and a burst of yellow light swept forth from within in a frenzy, drawing the white streak of light into the mouth. Immediately thereafter, the massive mouth swung shut, and a gargantuan body that was as tall as a multi-story building slowly emerged from the mountain peak. This was a devilish beast with a gigantic head and a body that resembled a toad. The devilish beast's entire body was gray and completely smooth, and just its huge head alone took up half of its body, thereby giving it an extremely strange appearance. However, regardless of how peculiar its appearance, its gargantuan size made it extremely terrifying to behold. Right at this moment, a humanoid figure that was around 30 to 40 feet tall also slowly flew out of one of the mountain peaks. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that this humanoid figure was a man with large eyes and bushy eyebrows, contributing to a simple and honest appearance. The man wore a suit of azure armor, and there was a pair of black fleshy wings on his back that were flapping incessantly. Those wings were extremely massive, and when fully extended, the wingspan stretched to several hundred feet. There was not even a single strand of fur or hair on those wings, but they were filled with silver runes that were flashing erratically. Looking at them from afar, the wings seemed to be shimmering with a starry light, thereby giving them an extremely mysterious appearance. As soon as the humanoid figure emerged, the giant toad-like beast asked, "Master Taio, those were just a pair of spirit realm beings. Why did we go to the trouble of ambushing them?" "No particular reason. It's just that it's been a long time since any beings have dared to venture into these mountain ranges, and I found it to be quite strange that these two beings would suddenly appear here. This is a critical juncture in the Patriarch's awakening, so I don't want to see any mishaps taking place during this time. If there are any volatile factors that present themselves, we have to take care of them immediately," the winged being replied in an indifferent manner. "I think you're overthinking things, Master. According to the agreement our Patriarch made with those top-grade beings from the spirit realm, this time period coincides with the 1-month period during which spirit realm beings are permitted to enter our mountain ranges, so it's no surprise that some people would appear here," the giant toad beast replied. "Alright, Juchu, hurry up and use your soul-devouring technique to digest the soul of the being that you just swallowed. I want to know if they're actually just normal devilish beast hunters," the winged being instructed in a cold voice. "Yes, Master." At the sight of the hint of impatience that had appeared on the man's face, the giant toad beast didn't dare to say anything further as it immediately closed its eyes. All of a sudden, a layer of 5-colored light began to swirl around its massive body. At the same time, a series of black runes appeared in the nearby air before also rapidly revolving around it. After around 10 minutes, the giant toad beast let loose a loud cry, and all of the black runes disappeared into its body before it reopened its eyes. "Master, I've ascertained the reason why they've entered these mountain ranges. They're searching for a wounded immortal Zhou Xian," Zhu Chu reported in a slightly peculiar voice, clearly a little taken aback by its findings. "Immortal Zhou Xian? What's that?" the giant winged man asked in a perplexed manner. "It's a sentient spirit Zhou Xian that can adopt a human form," Zhu Chu explained. "A spirit Zhou Xian that can adopt a human form? Is that true?" The giant winged man shuddered upon hearing this before an elated look appeared on his face. "I've already completely digested that being's soul, so this information is definitely accurate. Are you interested in such a thing as well, Master?" Zhu Chu scratched its head with a massive hand in a befuddled manner. Hee hee, you know about the humanoid devilish spirit of our elder devil realm, right? This immortal Zhou Xian has the same function, the winged man explained with excitement shimmering in his eyes. It's comparable to a humanoid devilish spirit? No wonder these people have ventured into these mountain ranges. They're most likely all here to try and capture it. Wait, but these people don't actually know how to use the spirit Zhou Xian. Zhu Chu exclaimed. After pausing for a moment, the giant winged man instructed in a cold voice. In any case, we definitely can't let something so precious fall into their hands, but I can't afford to delay here either as our patriarch's emergence from seclusion is imminent. As such, I'll leave this to you. Go and gather a horde of devilish beasts and track down that immortal Zhou Xian for me. They're much more familiar with these mountain ranges, so they'll definitely be able to find the immortal Zhou Xian ahead of those outsiders. However, you have to remember to act discreetly so Duo Yen and Shuebai's subordinates don't notice what you're doing. Also, kill all of the spirit realm beings that you encounter. We did make an agreement with those top-grade beings of the spirit realm, but as long we don't leave these mountain ranges en masse, they can't do anything to us just because a few people go missing in here. Alright, then I'll go back immediately. These beings have some treasures that can track the immortal Zhou Xian, and even though it's only effective within a radius of 50 kilometers, we should have a better chance of finding the immortal Zhou Xian if we manage to take all of those treasures. The other person's treasure had already been destroyed, but the treasure belonging to the being that I swallowed is still intact. I'll give that one to you, master. Zhu Chu nodded before opening its mouth to expel a formation plate that was shimmering with faint spiritual light. The winged being was quite elated to hear this, and he raised a hand to draw the formation plate into his grasp as he said, I see. In that case, we really do have to kill all of the spirit realm beings in here. Otherwise, they'll constantly be competing with us to get their hands on the immortal Zhou Xian first. You can go now. Yes, master. Zhu Chu replied in a respectful manner before suddenly descending into the sea of mist down below, quickly disappearing in a soundless manner. Meanwhile, the winged being stowed the formation plate away before flapping his wings and flying away as a streak of black light. 2 days later, 2 groups of foreign beings were hurtling through the air one after another over a strange area that was filled with massive trees that were each several tens of feet in length. The group up ahead was flying through the air atop a yellow spirit arc that was around 30 to 40 feet in length. Their group consisted of 3 beings, all of whom were blue-robed men. One of them was seated with his legs crossed in a completely motionless manner, seemingly having sustained severe injuries, while the other 2 had spiritual light flashing erratically around their bodies as they injected their magic power into the spirit arc with all their might. They were being pursued by a strange conical flying carriage that was entirely crimson in color. The carriage had been enshrouded within a ball of gray qi, and ghostly shadows could be seen flashing indistinctly within. There was only one humanoid figure on the flying carriage who was wearing a suit of silver armor that was riddled with extremely eye-catching sharp crimson spikes. It was none other than the man with the Gui surname who had almost attacked Han Li in the Lightning Cloud Pavilion. The man had his arms crossed as he looked on expressionlessly at the fleeing spirit arc with a hint of bloodlust flashing through his eyes. The 2 groups flew through the air one after another, covering a distance of several tens of kilometers in the blink of an eye. However, the silver-armored being clearly held the advantage both in the caliber of his flying treasure and his magic power, so it only took a few moments for his flying carriage to close the gap significantly. In his desperation, one of the people on the spirit arc turned around and yelled, "Why do you insist on hunting us down, fellow Daoist? The 3 of us haven't wronged you in any way, and we're willing to hand over our tracking plates and exit these mountain ranges if you let us go." "Let you go? Of course I can do that. Hand over your blood and souls to me, and I'd be more than happy to let you go," the silver-armored man replied in a completely emotionless manner, and even though his voice wasn't very loud, it was clearly audible even from so far away. "You really are an abhorrent being," the blue-robed man who had just spoken cursed in an enraged voice. Thus, the chase continued, and the 3 blue-robed beings were becoming more and more panicked by the second. The 2 beings who were uninjured were already coughing up mouthfuls of blood essence to forcibly stimulate their latent potential, and even the wounded being was forced to inject his spiritual power into the spirit arc as opposed to focusing on recovery. Thus, the spirit arc accelerated drastically, making it slightly faster than the flying carriage behind him. However, before the 3 of them even had a chance to celebrate this positive development, The silver-armored being chuckled coldly as brilliant silver light suddenly erupted from his suit of armor. He then made a hand seal before abruptly stomping a foot onto his flying carriage, upon which an incredible turn of events unfolded. The gray chi around the crimson flying carriage tumbled and surged violently before transforming into a massive cloud that was several acres in size, following which a dragon's roar erupted from within. The three blue-robed beings all turned to examine the situation behind them with shock etched on their faces, and the sight that they were greeted by had them completely petrified. Just as they were turning around, crimson light flashed within the massive cloud, following which a silver WM emerged from within before disappearing in a flash. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted above the spirit arc, and the WM appeared out of thin air before swooping down in a vicious manner. The three blue-robed beings were all stunned by this sudden development, but they reacted quite quickly as they made hand seals and raised their hands up into the air, summoning 7 or 8 treasures in an instant, all of which flew up to attack the silver WM. In response, crimson light flashed from the WM's demonic eyes, and it opened its mouth to expel a crimson bead amid a crisp ringing sound. The bead rotated in the air before suddenly releasing a vast expanse of dark crimson light, and all of the treasures that were struck by this light plummeted from the sky amid wails of anguish. The crimson light continued downward, and the spirit arc had a yellow protective barrier around it, but that was instantly melted away by the crimson light like a thin layer of ice under the scorching sun. Immediately thereafter, crimson light flashed before enveloping all 3 of the beings on the spirit arc amid blood-curdling cries of agony. In the blink of an eye, the 3 layers of protective spiritual light around the blue-robed beings' bodies disintegrated along with their flesh and bones in a flash, reducing them to 3 fist-sized balls of blood. The silver WM opened its mouth and a swath of crimson light swept forth, drawing the balls of blood into its stomach. At this moment, spiritual light flashed around the silver WM's body, and it took on a human form. It was none other than the man with the Gui surname. He raised a hand with a cold expression to wipe away the faint trace of blood on the corner of his lips, then cast his gaze deep into the ranges. Following a brief pause, he departed as a streak of crimson light. Elsewhere in the mountain ranges, there was a vast expanse of murky white mist to which there seemed to be no end. Compared to the gray devilish chi and the black mist everywhere else, this stretch of white mist stood out like a sore thumb. Han Li's trio was currently hovering before this stretch of white mist in silence with contrasting expressions on their faces. "Do we have to go through here? Can't we go around it?" Xianxia asked. "I'm afraid not. In order to avoid that swarm of devilish wasps that appeared a few days ago, we already had to take a detour that wasted an extra 2 days. If we take another detour here we won't be able to make it in time," Yuzong replied with a furrowed brows. "But according to what you said earlier, there has never been any mist in this place, so this situation is really quite unsettling," Xianxia sighed. "It's not just unsettling. There are most likely powerful devilish beasts lurking in this mist, or perhaps this mist was conjured up by a certain devilish beast," Han Li remarked in a solemn voice. "With you on our side, even high-grade devilish beasts are nothing to fear," Xianxia chuckled as she turned to Han Li. "You're rating me far too highly, Fairy Xian. If there were only 1 or 2 devilish beasts in there, then I'd naturally be able to take care of them with no issues. But if there's a pack of them lurking in this mist, then I'll only be able to ensure self-preservation at most," Han Li replied with a calm shake of his head. "How could there possibly be a pack of devilish beasts in there? There are very few high-grade devilish beasts that are pack-dwelling creatures," Xianxia countered with a slightly forced smile. "That's not necessarily the case. This stretch of mist may be thin, but it's extremely vast in area, so it doesn't look like something that can be conjured up by just 1 or 2 devilish beasts. There's either an immensely powerful devilish beast in there or there's a pack of high-grade devilish beasts lurking within," Yuzong disagreed. Xianxia's smile faded upon hearing this, and only after a brief silence did she ask, "So what do you two want to do? Are you planning to turn back?" "We don't have to go that far, but what I'm saying is that we have to take extra care in there. If we encounter some dangers, it'll always be better to be prepared. If there really are beings in there that are too powerful for us to oppose, then we'll have no choice but to turn back," Han Li said with a smile. Xianxia's expression eased upon hearing this, but Yuzong displayed the opposite reaction as he asked, "Have you decided to enter this mist as well, Senior Han?" "That's right. This trip is also very important for me, so I won't turn back unless there's a very convincing reason for it. Are you thinking about turning back, fellow Daoist you? Han Li asked as he cast his gaze toward Yuzong. Yuzong hesitated for a long while before finally gritting his teeth as he said, "You saved me from those two beings earlier, so I owe you a great debt. If you're going to enter this place, then I'll accompany you even if it means risking my life." Han Li merely smiled upon hearing this and didn't say anything in reply. Xianxia also smiled and said, "Seeing as both of you have made your decisions, then let's go in. If we encounter some powerful devilish beasts in there, don't worry about me. My cultivation base may be quite lackluster, but I have some trump cards that will save me in perilous situations so I can look after myself. In that case, I have even fewer qualms about continuing onward." Han Li chuckled before leading the way as he flew into the mist as a streak of azure light. With his current powers, he'd be able to save himself even if he were to encounter a holy grade devilish beast, so he wasn't actually overly concerned about this thin mist. Xianxia and Yuzong exchanged a glance before following along close behind him. The azure streak of light flew through the at low altitudes in an unhurried manner. Within the streak of light, Han Li was constantly surveying his surroundings with blue light flashing within his eyes. At this point he had already activated his spirit eye ability to its maximal extent, and at the same time, there was a small translucent shield that was slowly revolving around his body with barely visible runes flashing on its surface. This was none other than the crystalline shield that he'd forged from the materials obtained after slaying that monstrous moth. In such a perilous place, he certainly wasn't going to hold back his defensive treasures. Yuzong was flying along behind him with a pair of wheels under his feet, and he'd summoned a strange gray box. After unlidding the box, a strange insect with silver dots all over its white and chubby body was revealed. The insect bore a close resemblance to a silkworm, but there was a peculiar ghost face pattern on the top of its head, and the pattern was extremely lifelike as if it were a living creature. As for Xianxia, she was still enveloped within a ball of golden light, but 8 palm-sized copper mirrors had appeared outside the golden light, and were revolving around her body. These mirrors had antiquated patterns on their backs while their mirror surfaces were shimmering with a cold light. Aside from these treasures, the two of them were also holding other things with their hands concealed up their sleeves. It was quite clear that the two of them were also aware that this misty area was potentially quite a perilous place, and they'd both made some preparations. Even Han Li was holding several azure lightning beads in one of his hands that was hidden up his sleeve. If they were to encounter any powerful enemies, he'd be able to immediately attack them with these lightning beads. The murky white mist around them was similar in nature to normal devilish qi, but it was naturally a lot less potent than the black sea of mist down below. At the very least, they didn't have to worry about devilification for the time being. However, Han Li's spirit eye ability was also greatly restricted here, cutting visibility down to only around 500 meters. As such, even though Han Li appeared to be quite calm, he didn't dare to grow complacent in the slightest. At the same time as he was scanning his gaze throughout the surrounding area, he had also released his spiritual sense to encompass an area with a radius of several hundred feet in case any devilish beasts proficient in concealment were to try and approach him. Thus, the conversation between the three of them gradually petered out as they entered the sea of mist, and the trio continued onward in silence. To them, the ideal outcome would naturally be to pass through this area without alerting the devilish beasts that were potentially lurking within this mist. After flying for around an hour, their surroundings were still entirely enshrouded in faint white mist, and there were no signs to suggest that they were anywhere near making it out of this area. Han Li remained relatively unfazed in the face of this situation, but Xianxia wore a rather concerned expression, and Yuzong was also clearly feeling quite tense as he cast his gaze toward the strange insect in the box with increasing regularity. After flying onward for a while longer, a burst of short and sharp urgent screeching suddenly rang out from behind him. He paused in his flight upon hearing this before turning around to find that bright silver light was radiating from the box in Yuzong's hand. At the same time, the strange insect had raised its upper body, and its head was thrashing about violently as it screeched in a distressed manner. Not only were the silver spots on its body shimmering with bright silver light, even the ghostly image on its head had become an extremely vibrant crimson color. Yuzong's expression changed drastically as he warned, "This is bad. High-grade devilish beasts have appeared within 5 kilometers, and they're flying extremely quickly toward us." Tell me which direction they're coming from, Hanli instructed in a calm manner. After listening to the insects screeching for a while longer, Yuzong hurriedly answered, from the southwest, and there are 5 of them in total. 5. That will indeed be rather troublesome to deal with. I wonder what kind of high-grade devilish beasts these are, Hanli murmured to himself as he cast his gaze toward the southwestern direction. All of a sudden, he rustled a sleeve and 72 azure swords shot forth amid a crisp ringing sound. After that, he began to chant something before rapidly pointing at these flying swords. All of the small swords shuddered before abruptly disappearing on the spot. Immediately thereafter, a series of azure lotus flowers appeared out of thin air, and they were multiplying at an alarming rate. Specks of azure light began to appear high up in the air, and the azure lotus flowers rotated in unison before swelling to around 10 feet in size each. They connected to form an azure light barrier that obscured the entire sky nearby. An area with a radius of around 1,000 feet had been enshrouded under the light barrier. This was one of the Hanli's most powerful abilities, the Spring Dawn Sword Formation. Only with this sword formation was Hanli confident that he'd be able to trap several high-grade devilish beasts at once. He was naturally confident in his ability to kill these devilish beasts even without this sword formation, but he wouldn't be able to guarantee Xianxia and Yuzong's safety in that case. If a mishap were to occur or a high-grade devilish beast or two were to slip through and bypass him, those two would be in grave danger. Both of them were imperative to this journey, so Hanli naturally used the safest method. This is a sword formation. With Xianxia's vast wealth of knowledge and experience, she was able to immediately identify the nature of the ability that Hanli had unleashed, and she faltered momentarily before an elated look appeared on her face. Yuzong was also ecstatic to hear this, clearly aware of how powerful sword formations were as well. Meanwhile, Hanli swept a sleeve through the air in an expressionless manner, and a swath of azure light swept forth. The light barrier up above blurred slightly before turning transparent, then vanishing without a trace as if it had never even existed. The mystique of this spring dawn sword formation further boosted Xianxia and Yuzong's confidence in Hanli. They glanced at one another before flying closer to Hanli, hovering directly behind him. Hanli didn't turn around, but he could sense that the two of them were still over 200 feet away and hadn't been impudent enough to draw too close to him. Right at this moment, Hanli suddenly heard a string of strange cries coming from afar, and as soon as this sound reached his ears, he was struck by a sense of irritation that made it difficult for him to concentrate. He was rather startled by this development and immediately activated his great development technique, thereby quickly restoring a sense of clarity into his mind. Meanwhile, Yuzong and Xianxia displayed different reactions in response to these strange cries. Yuzong's eyes suddenly became glazed over and his cheeks became unnaturally flushed. His hands balled up into tight fists involuntarily before relaxing again, and he seemed to be quite confused. As for Xiao, a layer of azure light flashed past her face, and she remained completely immune to the effects of this strange sound. However, she was also quite alert in that as soon as she noticed that these were no ordinary cries, she immediately cast her gaze toward Yuzong. After assessing his condition, her expression darkened slightly, and following a brief hesitation she suddenly raised a hand. A talisman that she'd hidden in her hand in advance shot forth in a flash, then transformed into a burst of white glacial qi. Arg. Due to the fact that Yuzong's reflexes had been dulled due to his confused state, he completely failed to react to Xianxia's surprise gesture, and his entire body was instantly enshrouded within the glacial qi. An icy cold sensation then traveled down his body from head to toe, and the sense of irritation that had welled up in his heart instantly disappeared. After returning to his senses, Yuzong was naturally aware of what had just happened, and he cupped his fist in a grateful salute as he said, "Thank you for your help, Fairy Xian." "It's all right, but you have to be more careful, brother Yu," Xianxia replied with a smile. After recovering full control over his cognitive abilities, Yuzong found the situation to be rather strange. His cultivation base far outstripped that of Xianxia, yet she'd remained completely unaffected by those strange cries despite the fact that even he'd fallen prey to them. Could it be that she was carrying some kind of calming treasure of an extremely high caliber? Just as these thoughts were running through Yuzong's mind, the thin mist in the southwestern direction suddenly tumbled and surged violently, following which several black shadows appeared in a menacing manner, each of which was around 10 feet in size. After just a few flashes, they rushed out of the mist amid a burst of unsettling cries, revealing themselves to a pack devilish beasts that resembled vultures. However, all of these devilish beasts possessed faces of human women, yet each of them had 4 green eyes as opposed to 2 eyes that one would normally expect to find on a human face. As such, the beautiful female faces were given an extremely sinister appearance instead. Among the 5 devilish beasts, there were 4 with black and white feathers, and they possessed early spatial tempering stage power. As for the final beast, this one had snowy white feathers, and it was also the most powerful being in the group with a late spatial tempering stage cultivation base. Cuckoo! Look what we have here. Spirit realm beings. This is great. The last time I had a spirit realm being was several hundred years ago. The most powerful white vulture beast was able to speak in an indistinct human voice that was extremely coarse and unpleasant. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged, and he merely stood still on the spot as he appraised the devilish birds with a cold look in his eyes. However, this late spatial tempering stage devilish vulture seemed to possess an extremely high level of intelligence as it didn't immediately attack Han Li's trio with its 4 companions. Instead, it was flapping its wings gently as it hovered in mid-air, appraising Han Li's trio from afar with its 4 green eyes to ascertain their power levels. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this, and he suddenly raised a hand. 5 azure beads immediately shot forth, all of which transformed into fist-sized balls of azure light that reached the devilish birds after just a few flashes. The devilish vultures were slightly surprised by this sudden development, but all of them then dispersed following a command from their leader, trying to avoid having to face these attacks head-on. After all devilish birds were far faster than most land-dwelling beasts, and this was something that they were more than willing to take advantage of. However, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this, and he abruptly made a hand seal. After missing their targets, the 5 balls of azure light suddenly changed directions at his behest, hurtling toward an area of empty space between the 5 devilish birds. All of a sudden, a string of resounding booms rang out as the 5 balls azure light clashed before exploding in unison. Loud thunderclaps rang out as countless arcs of azure lightning flashed through the air, instantly covering an area of several acres. The 5 devilish vultures were completely caught off guard and swept up in the explosion. The arcs of lightning crashed down viciously onto their bodies, inundating them in azure lightning in the blink of an eye. Yu Zong was ecstatic to see this as he stood behind Han Li, and he was just about to say something when a loud cry suddenly erupted from within the azure lightning. Immediately thereafter, 5 pillars of white light shot forth from within, one of which was thicker than the other. The pillars of light swept through the vast expanse of lightning, quickly nullifying the latter, following which the 5 devilish birds rushed out of what little remained of the azure light in a violent manner. All of them were letting loose enraged cries, having clearly been infuriated by Han Li's attack, and it was no wonder that this was the case. Aside from their leader, which had only suffered a bit of charring on one of its wings, the other 4 devilish vultures were all riddled with wounds and reeked of an acrid burning odor. They had managed to withstand that attack, but each of Han Li's lightning beads possessed power equivalent to a full-force attack from a spatial tempering stage being, so they certainly weren't going to emerge unscathed after being caught in an explosion of several such lightning beads at once. Thus, the 4 devilish birds that had suffered severe burns all pounced toward Han Li with irrepressible rage in their eyes, looking as if they'd like nothing better than to tear him into shreds before devouring his body. Meanwhile, the white devilish bird remained on the spot, appraising Han Li from afar. It seemed to have sensed that something was amiss. After a brief hesitation, it let loose a sharp cry to try and summon its 4 subordinates back to its side, but that split-second delay already made it too late. The sword formation that Han Li had set up was over 1,000 feet in size, and the 4 devilish birds were flying very quickly, plunging headfirst into the spring dawn sword formation in the blink of an eye. Immediately thereafter, azure light flashed and a light barrier abruptly appeared, ensnaring all 4 of the devilish vultures within. The 4 birds were all stunned by this sudden development, and they circled around before grabbing viciously toward the light barrier with their talons. As soon as their talons struck the light barrier, it shattered like a pane of glass, giving away without offering any resistance. The 4 devilish vultures were ecstatic to see this, but they were then quickly left feeling flabbergasted. After the light barrier had been shattered, they didn't find themselves outside of the sword formation. Instead, they appeared in a strange space that was filled with azure lotus flowers. The lotus flowers were only around the size of a human thumb each, but there was no end to their numbers, and they created a seemingly impenetrable barrier. The four devilish birds glanced at one another before one of them suddenly opened its mouth to blast forth a pillar of white light. The pillar of light struck several of the azure lotus flowers in a flash amid a dull thump, but as opposed to being destroyed, those few lotus flowers swelled to several times their original size, now comparable to the size of a human fist. The four birds were all given a massive fright upon seeing this, and following that attack, the might of the entire Spring Dawn sword formation had also been activated. The rest of the light barrier instantly shattered on its own as countless azure lotus flowers appeared in its place. All of these lotus flowers began to rotate, and the four devilish vultures felt their surroundings blur before they found themselves in a forest filled with massive azure trees. Each and every tree was over 1,000 feet tall, reaching up to higher than the eyes could see, and their lush canopies of branches and leaves obscured virtually the entire sky. The four birds were situated at the deepest point in the forest. All of them were quite alarmed by this development. Four birds like them, falling into dense forestry or rivers was one of their worst fears, as the movement techniques that they relied so heavily upon would be greatly hampered in such terrains. Thus, all four of them immediately spread their wings in unison, sending 4 balls of scorching white flames erupting from their bodies. These white fireballs then exploded to form over 100 palm-sized white fiery butterflies that flew toward the surrounding trees. These white flames were the trump card ability of these devilish birds, so they thought that these trees would be incinerated with ease. However, the fiery butterflies they'd conjured up merely passed through the trees as if they didn't even exist. This is an illusionary technique. All of these devilish birds possessed early spatial tempering stage cultivation bases, so they had enough intelligence to immediately make sense of the situation. One of them was quite bullish and short-tempered, and it immediately flew toward one of the giant trees. However, the things manifested by the Spring Dawn sword formation were incomparable to those conjured up by other illusionary techniques. They existed in a state that was somewhere in between illusion and reality. Thus, the bullish devilish bird struck the tree that it was flying toward with a resounding boom before bouncing back like a feathered rubber ball. Meanwhile, the giant tree remained completely unscathed as if it were entirely forged from steel essence. The devilish vulture did indeed possess quite a powerful body, but after crashing headfirst into a tree at full speed, it was still struck by a splitting headache. Its 3 companions were all flabbergasted upon seeing this. Meanwhile, outside the formation, the white devilish bird was naturally both shocked and enraged by the disappearance of its 4 subordinates after they had flown into the light barrier. It let loose a loud cry before abruptly spreading its wings, and a halo of white light suddenly erupted from its body, following which all of its snowy white feathers were set alight. In contrast with the white flames conjured up by the 4 other devilish vultures, there were silver runes flashing within these white flames, and they were also far more scorching hot in comparison, raising the surrounding air temperature to an incredible degree. The Spring Dawn sword formation that had just been concealed was also forced to reveal itself in the face of such scorching temperatures, and the azure light barrier reappeared. Xianxia was initially elated after seeing the 4 devilish vultures being trapped within the sword formation, but her expression changed drastically at the sight of those strange white flames. "Look out, Brother Han. Those are golden crow true flames. Make sure you don't allow it to come into contact with your body. This devilish bird may possess some of the golden crow true spirit's bloodline." Golden crow true flames? Han Li's expression remained unchanged upon hearing this, but he was internally overjoyed. At this moment, the devilish bird up ahead had completely transformed into a giant fiery bird as it hurtled directly toward Han Li. Before it had even gotten close to him, a fierce wave of flames swept forth, and Han Li could see specks of red light appearing in the air nearby, following which countless possessed fireballs emerged out of thin air. The entire space in a radius of several hundred feet around Han Li had been completely ignited. However, Han Li paid no heed to this as he stood on the spot in a calm manner. All of a sudden, he took a deep breath before opening his mouth, and a silver fireball erupted forth before transforming into a silver fire raven that was around a foot in length. As soon as the fire raven appeared, the silver flames around its body flashed, and all of the miniature red fireballs that had appeared in the surrounding area converged toward it, ironically like moths to a flame. The possessed fireballs disappeared into the fire raven's body in a flash, and the scorching temperatures in the surrounding area also instantly abated. Meanwhile, the silver fire raven had swelled drastically in size, and it flapped its wings before flying toward the oncoming flaming vulture in a fearless manner. Even though the fire raven had expanded in size, the devilish vulture was still 7 or 8 times larger than it, but that didn't faze it in the slightest. In the instant that the silver fire raven appeared, a strange sequence of emotions flashed through the devilish bird's eyes. There was initially a hint of fear, followed by surprise and elation, but most of all, there was a dominant undercurrent of greed and yearning. At the sight of the silver fire raven hurtling directly toward it, the devilish bird seemed to be rather hesitant about how to proceed, but in the next instant, a deranged look appeared in its eyes as it let loose a loud cry. The flames all over its body swelled to several feet tall, and it didn't hesitate any longer as it also pounced toward the oncoming spirit-engulfing fire raven. The two clashed amid a resounding boom, and white and silver flames intertwined with one another as the two fiery birds battled for supremacy over the other. As soon as the white and silver flames came into contact with each other, a peculiar crackling sound rang out, as if they were the bane of the other's existence. Despite the silver fire raven's diminutive stature, it was able to hold its own as it clashed with the massive devilish bird, and the two types of flames were constantly trying to devour one another. One moment the silver flames would have devoured a burst of white flames, only for another ball of white flames to engulf those silver flames. Han Li only looked on for a short while before his pupils contracted slightly. He could see that his spirit-engulfing heavenly flames were superior in quality to the devilish bird's flames, but due to the severe disadvantage in quantity, it wouldn't take long for all of the silver flames to be completely devoured. Of course, he wasn't going to allow that to happen. Thus, he suddenly made a hand seal before pointing a finger toward the distance, and a thin pillar of azure light shot forth from his fingertip, disappearing into the fire raven's body in a flash. The pillar of light was so dense that it almost appeared to be a pillar of liquid, and it was of an extremely exuberant azure color. It had been manifested from the pure energy within Han Li's body. An astonishing scene then ensued. The silver fire raven's body began to expand at an alarming rate, first to 2 feet, then to 4, then 5, then 10. Within the span of just a few breaths, the silver fire raven had swelled to 30 to 40 feet in size, and as a result, the white flames being unleashed by the devilish bird were instantly forced onto the back foot. It was now the silver flames that were exerting their dominance over the white flames. An expression of shock and horror appeared on the devilish vulture's face, and it suddenly opened its beak to expel a white bead. The bead was flawless and of a pristine white color, and it was radiating piercing white light. This was none other than its devilish core, and it had decided to expel it from its body in the face of this dire situation. The devilish core was only around the size of a human fist, but as soon as it emerged out of the bird's beak, the light emanating from it transformed into thousands of thin needles that split up into 2 groups. One half of those needles instantly shot forth toward the spirit-engulfing fire raven, puncturing countless holes into its body. Meanwhile, the other half hurtled toward Han Li before crashing into the azure light barrier in a flash. These thin needles possessed extraordinary power, allowing them to pierce through the azure light barrier with ease before raining down upon Han Li in a torrential downpour. Han Li raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, but he remained standing on the spot as brilliant crystalline light suddenly radiated from the crystalline shield hovering before him. As soon as these thin needles of light struck the crystalline shield, they were refracted toward a different direction, thereby completely missing their target. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li made a grabbing motion without even turning around, and 5 skull projections appeared over his 5 fingers, following which 5 streams of flames of different colors erupted from his fingertips, all of which converged to form a sea of 5-colored flames. The thin needles were all swept up by the 5-colored flames before disappearing in a flash. On the other end, the spirit-engulfing fire raven's body was being punctured incessantly by the hundreds of thin needles that were flying around it. The puncture wounds were healed as soon as they were inflicted, but the needles were clearly still having a detrimental effect on the fire raven, as exemplified by the fact that the silver flames it was releasing were severely debilitated in power. Thus, the golden crow true flames were able to hold their own against the silver flames once again. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he suddenly made a hand seal before abruptly rolling down onto the ground. All of a sudden brilliant five-colored light flashed, following which the loud cry of a phoenix pierced directly into the heavens. After the five-colored light receded, a five-colored phoenix was revealed in the place of Han Li. The phoenix abruptly swept a wing up ahead, and a thin white line appeared out of thin air. The white line warped slightly before opening up a white rift, and the phoenix flapped its wings as it disappeared into the spatial rift. At the same time, an identical white line appeared out of thin air right above the spirit engulfing fire raven and the devilish vulture. The white line then split open in a soundless manner, and the upper half of the phoenix's body extended out from it. From the instant that Han Li had transformed into the five-colored phoenix to the moment that he'd unleashed that spatial ability to appear above the spirit engulfing fire raven and the devilish vulture, only a split second had passed by. However, the devilish bird down below had already been startled by the fact that the thin needles it had unleashed had completely failed to even reach Han Li, so it had been keeping an eye on him this entire time. As such, it witnessed the entirety of his transformation process, and a hint of fear appeared on its feminine face. After all, the heavenly phoenix true spirit was known as the monarch of all birds. Even the golden crow, which was also a true spirit being, would suffer from having its powers severely debilitated in the face of a heavenly phoenix. Of course, Han Li was only using his 12 awakening transformations to manifest this rainbow phoenix form, so it was completely incomparable to a true heavenly phoenix. Even so, it was undeniable that he had the true spirit blood of the heavenly phoenix within his body. On top of that, this devilish vulture was only a mutated bird that had inherited part of the golden crow's bloodline, so it wasn't a true golden crow itself. As such, in the instant that it sensed the unique aura released by the true spirit blood within Han Li's body, it was struck by a sense of irrepressible fear. On top of that, the spirit engulfing fire raven was also a very troublesome opponent to deal with in that it was able to devour golden crow true flames, which was the devilish vulture's trump card that had won it countless battles in the past. As such, the devilish bird immediately let loose a sharp cry as it blasted forth a pillar of white light, following which the white flames around its body receded as it attempted to flee the scene. However, the spirit engulfing fire raven was formed from the spiritual flame within Han Li's body, so it had a closer connection with Han Li than even his bonded treasures. Hence, it only took a single thought from Han Li for the silver fire raven to realize that the devilish bird was trying to escape, and it immediately opened its bead to expel a thin golden and silver thread. This was none other than the revolving evil spirit light. The pillar of golden light was as thick as a large bowl, while the golden and silver thread was as thin as a strand of silk, but as soon as the two clashed, the pillar of light was reflected directly back toward the devilish bird. The devilish vulture was naturally quite stunned by the fact that its own attack was being used against it, and it abruptly flapped its wings in a fit of shock and fury. Two bursts of white flames erupted from its wings, and only then was it able to just barely nullify the pillar of light. However, the golden and silver thread had also taken this opportunity to hurtle directly toward it. The devilish bird had been made aware of the fact that this thin thread possessed some strange abilities, and it immediately tried to take evasive measures. However, right at this moment, a loud phoenix cry rang out overhead, following which a vast expanse of azure light came hurtling downward at an alarming speed. Han Li had emerged from the spatial rift in his phoenix form, and as he swept his tail feathers through the air, he'd conjured up the oncoming swath of azure light. With the speed of the devilish bird's movement techniques, it originally would have been able to evade this attack. However, an enormous force erupted from the silver flames unleashed by the spirit engulfing fire raven, and the devilish vulture stalled in midair as it was caught completely off guard by the impact. As a result, the azure light reached rain down upon it in an instant. The scorching white flames all over the bird's body instantly melted away in the face of the azure light like snow under the warm sun, and as soon as the light enveloped the devilish vulture, it suddenly felt its body tighten and become extremely heavy and sluggish. The devilish bird was absolutely petrified by this sudden development, not just because of the restrictive force of the azure light, but also due to the fact that the golden and silver thread was now too close for it to evade in time. Han Li and the spirit-engulfing fire raven had collaborated to perfection and placed their opponent into a dire situation. In its desperation, the devilish bird had no choice but to abruptly draw in a deep breath, upon which the white devilish core nearby suddenly flew back and positioned itself directly in the path of the golden and silver thread. It was planning to use its devilish core to keep the thin thread at bay, thereby indicating that it was extremely confident in the hardness of its own devilish core. However, an astonishing scene then ensued. As soon as the thin thread struck the devilish core, it passed through the object in a soundless manner, puncturing a small black hole at the center of the devilish core. A shrill cry erupted from within the devilish vulture's beak, and the white flames around its body suddenly swelled drastically once again. It flapped its wings in a thunderous rage, shattering the restrictive azure light around it before opening up some distance between itself and Han Li. Immediately thereafter, a pillar of white flames erupted into the sky from its body, and the power of wind was infused into the pillar of flames, instantly forming a sea of white fire. The devilish bird flapped its wings incessantly within the scorching white flames with a sinister expression on its face. Meanwhile, a massive bird projection that was over 100 feet in length abruptly appeared in the air with the devilish core at its very center. The projection was entirely golden in color with a pair of inky black eyes. It bore a strong resemblance to a crow, but it had 3 talons as opposed to 2. That's a golden crow projection. As expected, this bird really does possess some of the true spirit's bloodline. Han Li murmured to himself. At this point he had already reverted back to his human form, and was appraising the golden crow projection within the sea of flames from his vantage point up above. Right at this moment the devilish vulture raised its head and let loose a long cry. The scorching white flames around it immediately swept toward the golden crow projection before disappearing into the projection. Within the span of just a few breaths, the massive projection had absorbed all of the golden crow true flames in the surrounding area, and its body suddenly seemed to have taken on a substantial form as a layer of white flames also appeared over its golden feathers. Within those white flames, silver runes were surging incessantly, and the flames seemed to be several times more powerful than before. The devilish vulture down below wore a vicious look on its face as it glowered at Han Li, and it was quite clear that it was preparing to unleash a powerful attack with the projection that it had conjured up. Strangely enough, Han Li glanced at the massive golden crow in the sky, then looked down at the devilish bird, and he suddenly chuckled as he pointed a finger at the devilish vulture before uttering the word "fall" 3 times in a row. The devilish bird faltered upon hearing this, but it then flew into a thunderous rage as it prepared to spring into action. But right at this moment, an unexpected turn of events suddenly unfolded. The massive vulture shuddered as a cry of anguish escaped its beak, and it suddenly plummeted from the sky. During its descent, its body curled up into a ball, and it suddenly turned a dark purple color while emitting a putrid odor. In the blink of an eye, it had been reduced to a puddle of purple liquid, and even its soul hadn't managed to escape. This was all due to the lethal poison contained within the revolving evil spirit light. Not only was this poison extremely potent, the target experienced no signs of discomfort in the initial stages following infection. However, compared to the monstrous moth that Han Li had slain in the past, this golden crow was far more susceptible to the effects of this poison. Not only did it completely fail to detect that it had been poisoned for so long, it disintegrated into a puddle of toxic liquid almost as soon as it discovered that it had been poisoned. Han Li was quite relieved to see this while the silver fire raven let loose a cry of elation. Immediately thereafter, it spread its wings and swooped down before devouring the puddle of toxic liquid that the devilish bird had disintegrated into. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this, but he decided against stopping the fire raven after a brief hesitation. The true blood of the golden crow was quite precious, but the golden crow wasn't part of his 12 awakening transformations, so it wouldn't do him much good anyway. As such, it was better to let the spirit-engulfing fire raven devour it. Perhaps it would undergo some kind of transformation. After all, this fire raven already possessed a high level of spiritual nature, so anything that it was so eager to devour had to be extremely beneficial to its evolution. After the fire raven devoured the toxic puddle, it didn't immediately turn back. Instead it flew high up into the air. Curiously enough, after the devilish vulture had perished, the massive golden crow projection didn't immediately vanish. Instead it was merely hovering on the spot, and the only difference was that its inky black eyes had lost all of their spark, making it appear completely wooden and soulless, just like a puppet. The silver fire raven rushed into the golden crow's body, then devoured the projection in a frenzy. Perhaps it had devoured too much golden crow true flames in one sitting, but after the fire raven devoured the final wisp of white flames, it reverted back to around a foot in size before immediately flying toward Hanli and disappearing into his body in a flash. Thus, the white devilish core and the shimmering thin needles of light were the only things that remained down below. Hanli certainly wasn't going to leave those behind. He swept a sleeve through the air and a swath of azure light swept forth, upon which the devilish core and the hundreds of thin needles all disappeared in a flash. At this moment Hanli turned to glance at the azure light barrier conjured up by the spring dawn sword formation, and a faint smile appeared on his face. He made a hand seal and the azure light barrier shattered, following which the layers of azure lotus flowers disappeared. In the end they reverted back to the 72 azure flying swords that hung in the air in all directions while emitting a faint ringing sound. At the center of the area surrounded by the flying swords were the remains of the 4 devilish vultures, and they'd been diced up into several tens of segments. Just the power of the spring dawn sword formation had been enough to kill these 4 early spatial tempering stage devilish birds. Hanli wasn't very surprised to see this. He merely flew over to the remains of the birds and paused momentarily before stowing the remains away in his storage bracelet. He could sense that the golden crow bloodline was really thin in the bodies of these devilish birds, but there were still barely detectable traces here and there. In that case he could wait for the spirit-engulfing fire raven to finish what it had just devoured, then feed it the remains of these 4 birds as well. After all, true spirit blood was extremely rare, even in the spirit realm, so he wasn't going to waste even a single drop. After doing all that, Hanli flew over to Xianxia and Yuzong as he said in a calm manner, "Everything has been taken care of here, let's keep going." Yuzong had been looking on in a flabbergasted manner for a long while. In his heart Hanli was indeed quite powerful, but surely he was only comparable to a 9th-tier upper race being at most. But what had just happened? He was clearly only a 7th-tier upper race being, but he had slain so many high-grade devilish birds with ease in such a short time frame. Furthermore, not only was there a 9th-tier upper race being among these devilish birds, this was a mutated devilish bird with true spirit blood in its body. Yuzong had truly been stunned to the extreme and he was still struggling to believe his eyes. As such, he could only stare blankly at Hanli with incredulity etched all over his face. As for Xianxia, she was also quite astonished, but she quickly returned to her senses as she said, "Indeed, Senior Han, this is not somewhere we should stay for longer than we have to. Perhaps there could be other devilish beasts lurking in the nearby area, so it's best that we get away from here as quickly as possible." Yuzong finally recovered from his stunned stupor upon hearing this, and he quickly nodded in agreement. Thus the 3 of them continued onward. After that, they only flew for less than an hour before emerging from the thin mist, finally departing from that unsettling area. The 3 of them then continued without pause on their journey. Unbeknownst to the 3 of them, at the same time as they left the misty region, a streak of silver light shot forth from the distance before stopping in front of the sea of thin white mist. The silver light faded to reveal a petite humanoid figure with a pair of pointy ears, a long furry tail that was wagging gently behind her. The beautiful woman looked around before making a hand seal while chanting something, and the ball of silver mist suddenly erupted from within her body, then transforming into runes that quickly spread in all directions. The silver runes disappeared into thin air in the end, and a hint of elation appeared on the woman's face. This is definitely the right direction. If I recall correctly, those mutated human-faced vultures recently settled here. They possess the bloodline of the Golden Crow and they're subordinates to Shuebai, so they won't be easy to deal with. That's a good thing. At the very least, beings won't be able to get out of this place easily. Within that in mind, silver light appeared around her body, and she flew directly into the mist. Over 2 hours later, silver light faded at the location where Hanli had slain the devilish birds earlier, and the woman revealed herself again. She gently sniffed the air in the area, upon which a hint of bewilderment flashed through her eyes. She then made a hand seal and repeated the same process from earlier, following which the bewilderment in her eyes grew even more pronounced. After pondering the situation for a while, she suddenly raised her head that let loose a long cry that was akin to the roar of a tiger, but also similar to that of a dragon. Even after maintaining her call for a long while, the surrounding area still remained completely silent, and there was no response to her cry. Thus, her voice came to an abrupt halt and she furrowed her brows tightly. A short while later she shook her head and departed from this place. The direction that she was advancing toward was identical to the route that Han Li's trio had taken. Within a certain obscure call deep in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, thousands upon thousands of devilish beasts of different types had gathered, both in the air above and on the ground below. The largest of those beasts resembled small mountains, while the smallest were only around a foot in size each. At the center of the area surrounded by these devilish beasts was a huge rock that was several hundred feet in size. There was a devilish beast that was several tens of feet tall perched atop the rock, and it was none other than the giant toad named Zhu. However, this devilish beast's body had shrunk down drastically compared to its original size, and it was looking rather mundane among this vast gathering of devilish beasts, among which many were far more menacing in appearance. The giant toad was perched motionlessly on the giant rock, seemingly waiting for something. The thousands of other devilish beasts in the surrounding area were all starting to grow quite impatient, but they were also willing themselves to remain calm. A short while later, the devilish beasts in the air suddenly parted to open up a path for a massive bat with golden patterns all over its body. The bat swooped down from above before folding his wings against its body, then stopping in front of the giant toad. "Master, the time has come and we've gathered everyone that we could. Alright, in that case let's set off. Let me reiterate the objective of this operation. Kill all of the outsiders who have ventured into these mountain ranges, and secure the formation plate-like treasures that they're holding. After that, find this immortal Zhou Xian using those formation plates and offer it to Master Taimo. The one who finds the immortal Zhou Xian will be given a handsome reward," the giant toad instructed in a concise manner. All of the devilish beasts gathered in the call had already attained intelligence, and after hearing these instructions they immediately set off. Some of them flew away into the air while others burrowed deep into the ground, and all of them traveled toward the outskirts of the mountain ranges. The giant toad itself also leaped away to join the search. However, unbeknownst to all of the devilish beasts present, there was a black shadow lurking within an ordinary-looking gray cloud that was hanging tens of thousands of feet above the kernel. The black shadow had a pair of flashing crimson eyes, and it was appraising everything unfolding down below in a cold manner. Only after all of the devilish beasts had left the call did it fly out from the cloud, thereby revealing itself to be a large crimson parrot. The parrot circled around in the air before suddenly self-detonating into a cloud of blood mist amid a dull thump. There was a crimson rune within the body of the parrot and it disappeared in a flash. At the same time, within a stone chamber situated deep underground in an area where multiple formations had been set up, a crimson-robed man who was meditating on a bed suddenly opened his eyes. The man's face as deathly pale with a big mouth and a sunken nose, as well as a pair of dark brooding eyes. "What is that Taimo plotting at a time like this? Our patriarch is about to awaken soon, yet they're deploying so many beings to kill outsiders? And what is this immortal Zhou Xian? It must be something quite important, seeing as he's deployed almost all of the high-grade devilish beasts under his command to search for it," the man murmured to himself in a hesitant manner. Moments later he suddenly clapped his hands together twice, and the stone door of the chamber swung soundlessly on their own. A woman with an elegant figure wearing a crimson palatial dress strode in through the door, but there was a layer of crimson mist that concealed her facial features. "Greetings, father." The woman extended a graceful curtsy after making her way over to the man. "Shuiying, have Taimo and Duo Yan arrived at the Earth Palace yet?" the man asked. "Not yet, father." The woman's voice was a little low, but it was a relatively pleasant voice nonetheless. "They still haven't made it? Looks like there really is something amiss then," the crimson-robed man mused with a contemplative look in his eyes. "Have you received some news, father?" the woman asked in a curious voice. "I have indeed. All of Taimo's subordinates have been deployed," the man replied in a slow choice. "What? All of them? Could it be?" The woman was quite startled to hear this. "It's not what you think. They've all been deployed to the outskirts of the mountain ranges, and they're preparing to kill all of the spirit realm beings who have ventured in this place," the man explained with a shake of his head. "They want to kill all of the spirit realm beings? Why is that?" The woman was rather confused to hear this. This is why I summoned you here. They seem to be searching for something called an immortal Zhou Xian, but the Holy Patriarch's awakening is imminent, so I can't leave this place. As such, I want you to find out what the situation is in my stead, and inform me immediately if you find some useful information," the man instructed as a cold light flashed through his eyes. The woman's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this, but she still replied, "Yes, father." After that, she backed out of the chamber in a respectful manner, and the stone door swung shut of its own accord. Meanwhile, the crimson-robed man heaved a faint sigh before closing his eyes to meditate again. In the air above a gray forest on the outskirts of the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, a deity transformation cultivator was controlling 3 red flying sabers as he battled 2 devilish beasts that resembled black bears. Not only were these devilish beasts several tens of feet tall, they were able to unleash countless claw projections by swinging their paws through the air, and those claw projections clashed with the flying sabers amid a string of loud clangs as a fierce battle ensued. This deity transformation stage being was only barely able to ensure self-preservation in the face of these fierce attacks, but in the next instant, a peculiar cry suddenly rang out in the distant sky, following which a black cloud drifted forth. This was a pack of hundreds of horned blackbirds. One of them was around 10 feet in length, a pair of green eyes that were emitting a sinister light. The deity transformation stage being was absolutely petrified upon seeing this, but he was unable to do anything aside from manipulating his 3 flying sabers with all his might in the face of the 2 giant bears. All of a sudden, the 3 flying sabers flew back toward him before transforming into 3 streaks of light that shielded his body within. However, following a strange cry from the devilish bird leading the pack, the rest of them flew forth in a frenzy. The flying sabers were only able to slay a dozen or so of these devilish birds before they were torn to shreds. Even the giant bear-like devilish beasts weren't spared, as they were also eaten by this pack of ferocious birds. In the end, one of the birds suddenly opened its beak to expel a formation plate, and their leader's eyes lit up with elation upon seeing this as it opened its beak to blast forth a burst of light, which drew the formation plate into its stomach. After that, it led the pack of devilish birds toward another direction. In the air above a small mountain, 5 leopard-like devilish beasts were attacking a yellow light barrier that had enshrouded the mountain's summit. Gray devilish chi was erupting from the mouths of the devilish beasts, causing the light barrier to tremor incessantly, and below the light barrier, there were 2 foreign beings each wielding a flag with all their might. Despite the fact that they were doing their best to maintain the light barrier, it was clearly on the brink of collapse. Elsewhere, above a stretch of empty land, the elderly man with the Yen surname and the pale-faced young man were flying through the air as quickly as they could as 2 streaks of light. Behind them, a strange green cloud and a gust of fierce black winds were giving chase in hot pursuit. As the 2 drew closer and closer, the elderly man's heart sank, and he gritted his teeth as he suddenly flipped his hand over to produce a slightly worn-out golden talisman. He chanted something before raising the talisman, and a ball of piercing golden light that resembled a scintillating golden sun appeared amid a resounding boom. Golden light radiated in all directions, creating a marvelous spectacle that also forced back all of the devilish chi in the surrounding area. The green cloud and the gust of black winds were also forced to stop in their tracks as a result. Moments later, the golden light vanished, yet the 2 men up ahead had also disappeared without a trace. Similar scenarios were unfolding all throughout the outskirts of the Golden Devil Mountain ranges. Most of the foreign beings who had entered the mountain ranges had been killed by devilish beasts, and only a small number remained. All of the beings who had survived up to this point were naturally quite powerful, and after realizing that there seemed to be an abnormally high number of high-grade devilish beasts that were appearing in the area, all of them went into hiding and became extremely cautious. The devilish beasts that had obtained the tracking formation plates from the beings that they had slain all began to search through the outskirts of the mountain ranges. However, strangely enough, none of the remaining spirit realm beings nor the devilish beasts had even caught a single glimpse of this immortal Zhou Xian. At this point, after a few days of travel, Han Li's trio was finally close to their destination. Han Li stood atop the summit of a small mountain, looking into the distance through a pair of narrowed eyes. After a while, he withdrew his gaze and turned to Xianxia as he asked, "Is this the place that you were referring to? Why does it look so ordinary?" The wounded devilish beast chose this place precisely because it's so nondescript. "Brother Yu, your guidance won't be required for the rest of the journey," so take a rest somewhere nearby. Senior Han and I have to make a trip over there and we'll be back in 3 to 4 days at most. If we're still not back by then you can leave us behind and go back on your own, Xianxia said with a smile. In that case I'll be slacking off for a bit here. Yuzong nodded before cupping his fist in a salute, then flew over to a nearby small mountain before disappearing into the mountain peak. Let's go, Senior Han. Xianxia took a deep breath as a solemn look appeared on her face. Han Li nodded before immediately flying toward that direction as a streak of azure light. After entering the mountain ranges up ahead, the devilish smoke bird perched on Xianxia's shoulder immediately spread open its wings before flying into the air, then heading toward a certain direction. Han Li and Xianxia followed along closely behind it, flying for several thousand kilometers before the small black bird finally stopped in front of an ordinary-looking mountain. After that, it began to circle around in the air above the mountain while chirping incessantly. Xianxia's eyes lit up with elation as she said, "It's already found the entrance." Immediately thereafter, she flew on ahead and drew close to the mountain peak after just a few flashes. She then quickly flew around the mountain peak a few times before stopping halfway up the mountain, where she began to appraise something with a focused look on her face. Han Li flew over to her side and also cast his gaze toward the same directions. There he was greeted by the sight of a mundane-looking gray rock face that was over 1,000 feet tall. The rock face was quite smooth, and aside from the fact that there was some black chi hovering close to it, there was nothing else that set it apart from any of the other rock faces here. However, as blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes, his expression suddenly changed slightly as if he'd noticed something more than what met the eye. At this moment, Xianxia let loose a low cry, and the devilish smoke bird that was circling around in the air above suddenly swooped down before flying directly toward the rock face. In the instant that the devilish smoke bird came into contact with the seemingly solid rock face, ripples ran through the sheer mountain face amid a dull thump. Immediately thereafter, its surface blurred before transforming into a layer of dense black mist. The entire rock face was the entrance to a massive cave, and the devilish smoke bird had passed through the black mist without any impediment. "Please wait for a moment, Senior. I'll get the devilish smoke bird to do some scouting first," Xianxia said in a cautious manner before sitting down in midair in a cross-legged manner, then closed her eyes while making a hand seal. A wisp of her spiritual sense had already been infused into the devilish smoke bird's body, and she was going to control it to assess the situation inside the cave first. Meanwhile, Han Li stood beside her with a contemplative look on his face, seemingly in deep thought about something. After a long while, the devilish smoke bird emerged from the black mist with a clear chirp before landing on Xianxia's shoulder, and the latter also opened her eyes at this moment. "Luckily for us, the holy grade devilish beast in there is still in a deep slumber, so this is the best opportunity to strike. I'll get the devilish smoke bird to lead you directly to the devilish beast, Senior Han. However, the devilish chi in there is quite fierce, so even you won't be able to last very long in there. As such, it's best to kill the devilish beast in one fell swoop without alerting it," Xianxia said in a serious manner before pointing a finger up ahead. The small black bird flew into the black mist again at her behest, and Han Li appraised Xianxia for a while before nodding in a calm manner. He then made a hand seal and golden light shimmered all over his body as a layer of thin golden scales appeared. Thus he made his way into the black mist as a streak of golden light, and a contemplative look appeared on Xianxia's face upon seeing this. All of a sudden, a ball of azure light flew out from Xianxia's body, and it transformed into a fist-sized Kirin projection as it said, "It's about time we made our move as well." Xianxia shook her head and replied, "Let's wait for a while longer. Regardless of whether he can kill that holy-grade devilish beast or not, the best opportunity for us to enter the true spirit cave will be while he's battling the beast." "You seem to be quite wary of him," the Kirin projection chuckled. "You've been in my body this entire time, so you must have also seen his displays of power. Even a 9th-tier upper-race devilish beast is no match for him. If I were to face him in a direct battle, I have zero confidence in my ability to win. If I'm not mistaken, even though that holy-grade devilish beast is still in a deep slumber, it must have set up some defensive measures in advance, so it'll most likely be next to impossible to approach it without waking it up. We can only sneak in and open the true spirit cave during their battle," Xianxia analyzed in a calm voice. "You're right. Let's keep waiting for a bit then," the Kirin projection replied with a nod after a moment of deliberation. Meanwhile, Yuzong was meditating inside a new cave that he'd dug into a mountain peak outside of the mountain ranges. All of a sudden, his expression changed drastically as he flipped his hand over to produce the box that contained the strange insect. As soon as the lid of the box was removed, the silkworm-like insect began to screech and thrash with all its might. Yuzong drew a sharp breath upon seeing this, and he immediately flew out of the cave as a streak of white light. However, as soon as he emerged outside, his expression darkened significantly as he found himself standing directly before a silver-armored man with an extremely cold and aloof expression. It was the foreign being with the Gui surname with whom he'd been in conflict earlier. Yuzong's heart sank, but he forced a smile onto his face as he asked, "I didn't expect to see you here, Senior. I thought some other devilish beast had appeared in the area. Do you have some business with me, Senior?" The silver-armored man appraised Yuzong in a cold manner for a long while without saying anything before finally replying, "Where are the others?" "Others? There are no other people here aside from myself, Senior," Yuzong replied in a relatively calm manner. "Is that so? In that case I'll send you on your way." Crimson light flashed past the silver-armored man's face as a vicious look surfaced in his eyes. Yuzong's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, and he immediately hurled the box in his hand toward the silver-armored man. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed from within his sleeves, and several tens of talismans of different colors shot forth from within. At the same time he opened his mouth to blast forth a white jade badge. The strange insect flew out of the box and swelled to around 10 feet in size before slithering toward the silver-armored being like a white snake. Meanwhile, the talismans all exploded into balls of light of different colors, while the jade badge transformed into a cloud of white mist amid a dull thump, covering an area of around an acre and enshrouding the silver-armored man within. As for Yuzong himself, white light flashed beneath his feet as a pair of white wheels appeared, and his body swayed as he disappeared on the spot, only to reappear over 100 feet away from the cloud of white mist. After that he fled the scene as a streak of white light. The silver-armored being chuckled coldly upon seeing this before suddenly laying a hand on the top of his own head, and his body blurred before manifesting 3 identical avatars. One of the avatars raised both arms into the air, and they transformed into a pair of crimson ghostly hands with sharp fingers and black chi revolving around them. The pair of hands grabbed onto the oncoming giant insect, then clenched together tightly, and the 10 fingers tore the insect into several segments as if they were sharp blades. Another avatar abruptly opened his mouth to expel a burst of crimson light, which swept up all of the oncoming balls of light in a frenzy. After that, the avatar inhaled violently, and the crimson light flashed as all of the balls of light were sucked into his stomach, along with a small portion of the white mist nearby. As for the final avatar, silver light flashed through his eyes, and he suddenly transformed into a silver wurm that shot forth through the air. After just a single flash, the silver wurm appeared in the air above Yuzong as if by instantaneous teleportation, then whipped its tail before grabbing downward with its massive claws in a menacing manner. Yuzong's face paled significantly upon seeing this, but he naturally wasn't going to just allow himself to be killed. A resounding boom erupted from his body, following which a pair of white bone flying swords shot forth from within. The flying swords had lightning flashing along their surfaces, and they appeared to be quite powerful as they swept toward the oncoming claws in a crisscross formation. The bone swords were able to keep the massive claws at bay for a split second, but they were then immediately shattered into 2 clean halves in the face of the enormous force being exerted upon them. Yuzong took advantage of this opportunity to expel a ball of blood essence that enshrouded his 2 feet, looking as if he were planning to use some kind of movement technique to aid him in his escape. However, a cold light flashed through the silver wurm's eyes, and it opened its mouth to expel a crimson bead amid a clear ringing sound. The bead rotated on the spot before suddenly emitting a vast expanse of dark crimson light, which caught Yuzong completely off guard and instantly inundated his body. He then essentially disintegrated into a puddle of blood before being gobbled up by the silver wurm. Immediately thereafter, the silvery wurm circled around while the other 2 avatars also rose into the air to meet it. The 3 avatars then combined in one in an instant to form that silver-robed being again. However, he currently wore a contemplative look on his face, as if he were in deep thought about something. Those beings also appeared in this place. Could it be that they're after that as well? But there shouldn't be anyone else aware of that thing unless they're like me. In any case, only I have a right to obtain that thing. I'll kill anyone who dares to stand in my way. The man murmured to himself with a ferocious look in his eyes. All of a sudden he turned toward a certain direction and yelled, "Who's there? Come out right now." However, nothing emerged from that direction. The man's expression darkened as he abruptly raised a hand to hurl a silver flying saber through the air, and silver light flashed before a series of saber projections instantly descended upon that spot. However, even after all of the saber projections converged toward that spot, nothing was revealed to be there. A hint of surprise flashed through the silver-armored man's face upon seeing this, and a hint of confusion appeared on his face. After contemplating the situation for a moment, he let loose a cold harumph before making a hand seal. The silver flying dagger immediately returned to him as he behest before disappearing up his sleeve in a flash. After that, the man flew away as a streak of azure light, and complete silence returned to the area with the exception of the sound of a few gusts of gentle breeze blowing past. Some time later, faint silver light flashed in the air, and a petite humanoid figure appeared. This was a being who resembled a beautiful woman with a pair of pointy ears. It was none other than the devilish beast Zhou Yi. She looked on toward the direction that the silver-armored being had departed, and her brows furrowed as she murmured to herself, "Who was that? He's not the one who killed the young master, but he's quite powerful nonetheless. If it weren't for the fact that I used a secret technique to move my aura elsewhere in advance, I most likely wouldn't have been able to fool him. These outsiders are all far too powerful for me to deal with alone. I have to call for some reinforcements." As soon as her voice trailed off, the woman tore off a small tuft of fur from her tail before chanting something, then raising her hand up into the air. These strands of fur transformed into thin streaks of silver light that flew through the air before disappearing into the distance after just a few flashes. The woman's expression eased slightly upon seeing this, and she then cast a hesitant gaze toward the mountain ranges where Han Li and the silver-armored being had disappeared before heaving a faint sigh. She made a hand seal and her body blurred within the silver light again before vanishing into nothingness. Meanwhile, Han Li was following the devilish smoke bird as he slowly traversed through the dense black mist. The bird was chirping urgently from time to time as if it were urging him to pick up the speed, but Han Li merely ignored it and continued at his own leisurely pace. Thus, the devilish smoke bird had no choice but to slow down to accommodate his speed as it led him further on ahead. The devilish qi in the surrounding area was dense to the extreme, to the extent that one couldn't even see their 5 fingers if they were to hold their hand up in front of their face. It was as if this were the darkest pits of hell. However, with the golden light that was flashing from Han Li's body and the blue light that was shimmering in his eyes, he was able to see everything in the surrounding area with great clarity. At this moment he was currently situated in a massive square passageway. The passageway was over 100 feet in both length and width, and the 4 surfaces were all paved with a type of inky black rock material that he'd never seen before. The dense devilish qi in the passageway was pouring out incessantly from none other than those rocks, and this Han Li quite curious about just what they were. If it weren't for the fact that a restriction could have potentially been cast onto these walls, he would have chipped off a few of the black rocks for further examination. This passageway wasn't just a singular one. Instead, it was part of a system of passageways that spread throughout the entire belly of the mountain like a maze, and the further one progressed, the deeper underground they went. Thus time passed by slowly. It hadn't taken the devilish smoke bird long to make a return trip last time, but Han Li had already been walking for quite a while, and there were still no signs to suggest that he was close to reaching the end. This made Han Li develop a sense of distrust and animosity toward the black bird. The devilish smoke bird seemed to have also sensed Han Li's discontent, but it couldn't do anything aside from continuing onward. After forging ahead for a while longer, the devilish smoke bird suddenly stopped up ahead, just as Han Li was contemplating turning back. Han Li's heart stirred upon seeing this, and he focused his gaze up ahead to find that the devilish qi there seemed to have thinned out significantly. Furthermore, there was a massive exit that was shimmering with white light right before his eyes. Han Li's expression finally eased slightly, and he took a deep breath before suddenly gesturing toward the devilish smoke bird. The bird had a wisp of Xianxia's spiritual sense within its body, so it was naturally quite intelligent, and a hint of confusion appeared in its eyes upon seeing this. However, after a brief hesitation, it still flew obediently toward Han Li. As soon as the bird reached the air above Han Li's head, he suddenly swept a sleeve upward, and a swath of gray light erupted forth like lightning before sweeping up the hapless bird in a flash. The devilish smoke bird was naturally quite stunned by this development, and it opened its beak to try and cry out. However, its voice was naturally unable to escape through the divine essence-fused light around it. At this moment Han Li pointed a finger up ahead in a calm manner, and azure light flashed from his fingertip as an azure rune struck the immobilized devilish smoke bird's body. Azure light then swirled all over the entire bird before it disappeared within the gray light in a flash. After doing all that, Han Li dusted off his hands as a faint smile appeared on his face. However, in the next instant he cast his gaze toward the exit, and a grim expression surfaced in his eyes. He suddenly opened his mouth to expel a ball of silver flames, which transformed into a silver fire raven in a flash. The fire raven flew around Han Li a few times before disappearing without a trace into a nearby wall. After that, Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and 72 small golden swords also shot forth in a soundless manner. These flying swords circled around in the air at Han Li's behest, then transformed into countless azure lotus flowers that appeared all over the passageway, only to disappear like soap bubbles in the next instant. After doing all that, Han Li paused momentarily before flipping a hand to produce 2 silver talismans. The talismans shot forth toward the ground below before transforming into a pair of faint golden shadows that disappeared underground. Those were none other than his 2 armor origin talismans. What he was about to face was a body integration stage devilish beast, and even though it had sustained severe injuries, Han Li still didn't dare to grow complacent in the slightest. Prior to making this journey, he had specifically refined some beveled silver talismans to take with him. The materials required to refine these talismans were all extremely precious, but in a super city like Cloud City, it was naturally possible to gather those materials as long as he had sufficient spirit stones. After making all of those preparations, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and plastered a purple talisman onto his own body. Brilliant silver light flashed and a ball of purple mist permeated forth, following which Han Li's body disappeared amid a flash of silver runes. As a safety precaution, he decided to use a high zenith invisibility talisman as well. After that, Han Li's insubstantial body drifted toward the exit as if he really were about to try and slay the holy-grade devilish beast. Outside the mountain, Xianxia let loose a cry of surprise in the instant that Han Li cast a restriction on the devilish smoke bird. The azure Kirin projection was rather startled by this, and it hurriedly raised its head as it asked, "What happened?" Xianxia exhaled with a hesitant look on her face as she replied, "My devilish smoke bird has been restricted by that person." "What? Why would he do that? Could it be that he's already noticed something?" the Kirin projection asked with furrowed brows. "It's unlikely that he's noticed something. Perhaps he's simply very cautious in nature and doesn't wish for us to be able to conduct surveillance on him while he battles the holy-grade devilish beast," Xianxia replied in an unconvincing voice. "In that case, things are a little troublesome for us. We don't know what's going on in there, so we won't be able to go in at the ideal opportunity," the Kirin projection said in a dark voice with a frustrated swipe of its tail. "I'm naturally aware of that as well, but we have no choice. Regardless of what's happening in there, let's go in right away as well. No matter how powerful he is, he's still just an upper race being, so there's no way that he'll be able to kill a holy-grade devilish beast anytime soon. In any case, we'll have enough time to open the true spirit cave," Xianxia decided as she gritted her teeth. "Looks like that's our only choice. Let's go." The Kirin projection also quickly nodded in response. Thus, Xianxia flipped a hand over to produce a triangular badge. The badge was entirely black in color, and there was a black Kirin image on one side, while several silver runes had been inscribed onto the other side. "It's a pity that we have to use up this devilish Kirin badge. I had to go to great lengths to gather the materials, and I failed on many occasions before I finally managed to refine this one," Xianxia mused as she stroked the badge in a wistful manner. "No matter how precious that badge is, it can't compare with the things that lie in the true spirit cave. Only with that thing will you be able to avoid being rejected by the devilish chi in the cave, thereby allowing you to infiltrate with ease. With that Han brat holding off the holy-grade devilish beast for you, even if it notices that something's amiss, it won't be able to stop you from opening the true spirit cave," the Kirin projection urged. Even so, this is a disposable item, and it's a huge waste to use it solely for aura concealment. Xianxia sighed with a wry smile. The Kirin projection rolled its eyes upon hearing this, and it was just about to say something when Xianxia's expression abruptly changed as she tossed the badge in her hand into the air. The badge rotated in midair and fierce gusts of black winds were suddenly swept up. These gust winds were extremely unsettling as a disconcerting low roar could be heard emanating from them, as if there were a giant beast lurking within them. Xianxia's expression darkened as she made one hand seal after another while raising her other wrist, then opening her mouth to expel a small azure sword. The sword revolved around her wrist as a streak of azure light, then flew back into her mouth, and a large amount of blood essence immediately gushed out of the gash that had just been inflicted on her wrist. Go! Xianxia let loose a low cry. The blood essence instantly converged to form a fist-sized crimson ball before flying straight toward the gusts of fierce black winds. Strangely enough, after the ball of blood disappeared into the black winds, not only did the unsettling roaring come to an abrupt halt, even the ferocious winds themselves gradually abated. In the end, the black winds vanished in a flash, but an inky black Kirin that was around 10 feet in length had appeared in their place. The Kirin had black light flashing all over its body, and it was only an extremely blurry and indistinct projection. However, even in the face of a mere projection, Xianxia was carrying herself in an extremely careful manner. She pointed a finger into the air several times to conjure up one black rune after another, all of which disappeared into the black Kirin. The vicious light in the eyes of the menacing black Kirin instantly subsided as a result, and in the end, it transformed into a ball of black light that hurtled through the air, encapsulating both the azure Kirin projection and Xianxia within the black light. It's a good thing that I still remember where this Kirin perished, so we were able to use a hint of residual corpse chi from its remains to refine this treasure. Due to the fact that the two of us are interconnected, you also possess the aura of a Kirin within your body. Otherwise, not only would you have been unable to use this treasure, you would have suffered backlash from it as well. The azure Kirin projection chuckled. That's why I didn't want to part with this treasure. In a dire situation, this treasure could save my life. Xianxia lamented with a wry smile. However, after her voice fell, she didn't hesitate any longer as her body swayed, and she disappeared into the devilish chi while enveloped by black light. Unbeknownst to the two of them, not long after they'd entered the devilish chi, a fist-sized gray rock suddenly flew up from halfway up a nearby mountain. The rock then shattered to reveal a shimmering golden beetle, which also flew into the passageway in a soundless manner. Meanwhile, Hanli had emerged from the passageway and appeared in the entrance of a large hall. He focused his gaze up ahead to find that this was a circular hall with a diameter of over 1,000 feet. At the very center of the hall was a golden formation that was over 300 feet in size, around which stood 12 black stone pillars that were each several tens of feet tall. There were some menacing images of demons and devils carved onto stone pillars, and bursts of inky black devilish chi were pouring forth from these images, drifting toward the center of the formation in unison. At the center of the formation was a massive crimson bed, upon which was a huge black ape that was several tens of feet in size. The devilish ape's fangs were completely bared, and its limbs were remarkably long. On top of that, it had 3 shimmering yellow twisted horns on its head. There was a purple scar on his chest that was around the size of a human head, and through it several ribs and an inky black beating heart could be seen. The massive ape's eyes were tightly shut, and black light was flashing all around it, slowly absorbing the surrounding devilish chi into its body. At the same time, a layer of crimson mist was being emitted by the large bed that the ape was lying on, and that mist was also surging into its body incessantly. Hanli stood at the entrance and looked on coldly at the scenes unfolding within the hall, displaying no intentions to spring into action whatsoever. At this moment his body was in an insubstantial stage, so even if someone were standing right next to him, it would still be quite difficult for them to detect him. However, according to Xianxia's description, this giant ape was a being at somewhere around the mid-body integration stage, so Hanli couldn't be sure that his high zenith invisibility talisman would be able to fool it. As such, he was maintaining his distance from the devilish ape while standing still on the spot, surveying the situation in silence. However, after the golden beetle had flown out from the rock on the mountain, Hanli's expression changed slightly, and a cold light flashed through his eyes before they reverted back to normal. Back before he'd entered the passageway, he'd kept a gold-devouring beetle outside as a safety precaution. Of course, this beetle had been imbued with a wisp of his spiritual sense, and it was one of the beetles that had undergone mutation after devouring a portion of that mysterious stone block. After devouring the stone block, the mutated gold-devouring beetle's bodies had become extraordinarily hard and heavy. Furthermore, following the research and experiments he'd conducted during the past few years, he discovered that the beetles had also attained a new ability, a stone form ability. This mutated ability was something that he'd unwittingly discovered while cultivating his own spiritual sense. After burrowing into soil or stone, these mutated gold-devouring beetles could emit strange bursts of earth-attribute spiritual power, thereby allowing them to fuse as one with the earth around them. As such, unless someone was aware of the exact hiding spot of the beetles in advance or had cultivated a spirit eye technique that could see through their disguise, no one would be able to notice that anything was amiss as long as the beetles continued to hide within the rock or stone, regardless of how powerful their spiritual sense was. It was exactly because of this that Han Li had been willing to enter the mountain on his own. Due to the obstruction from the devilish qi, he wasn't able to glean exactly what Xianxia was doing through the gold-devouring beetle. However, even through his rather murky spiritual sense detection, he learned that she hadn't just been waiting outside as she claimed she would, and was instead doing something rather suspicious. Han Li wasn't overly surprised by this discovery. He'd already speculated that she may have been hiding something after she'd offered to repair the heavenly devilish armor in exchange for just some holy-grade devilish beast materials. It was quite clear that this woman was no ordinary crystal being, so holy-grade devilish beast materials shouldn't be worth making the effort and taking the risk for her, especially when she couldn't even have the most valuable devilish core. On top of that, she was even presenting a treasure like the heavenly devilish armor to him. After entering the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, their group had encountered several extremely perilous scenarios, but Xianxia had shown no signs of wanting to give up, and that only further fueled Han Li's suspicions. Now that he had confirmed that she harbored ulterior motives, he wasn't actually enraged at all. As long as Xianxia didn't do anything to hurt his interests and could repair the heavenly devilish armor using the holy-grade devilish core as she proclaimed, he didn't really care if she had some other objectives. Of course, if she were going after something that was sufficiently tempting even to him, he wouldn't mind stepping in to get a share for himself. Xianxia did indeed possess some special abilities and treasures, but at her lowly cultivation base, Han Li was confident that he'd be able to control her at all times. At this point he had stood at the entrance and observed for around 10 minutes. During this time he was able to ascertain that aside from the formation on the ground and the 12 pillars around it, there were no other restrictions in the room. Furthermore, this giant ape had indeed been severely wounded and was in a state of deep slumber. In that case, prior to ascertaining just what Xianxia was plotting, he didn't mind securing the holy-grade devilish core first. As long as he didn't have to face the beast in a direct confrontation, he was confident in his ability to kill it in one fell swoop with a sneak attack. With that in mind, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes and he finally decided to act. He took a deep breath before rustling both sleeves at once. An azure light flashed as a dozen or so azure beads appeared in one of his hands, while a thick stack of talismans appeared in the other. He tossed both batches of items forward, and they hovered before him in a stationary manner. After that, golden light flashed from his body, and 2 fist-sized golden beetles emerged. After doing all that, Han Li made a hand seal, and his body slowly withdrew out of its insubstantial form. During this process he appraised the giant black ape in the hall with an intense unblinking gaze, and the devilish ape remained completely still on the bed, displaying no reaction to Han Li's actions whatsoever. A solemn look appeared on Han Li's face as he pointed a finger at the stack of talismans, and they instantly drifted toward all corners of the hall, then disappeared in silence amid a flash of silver light. Meanwhile, the dozen or so beads were also slowly flying toward the black pillars. After flying to the tops of these round pillars, the azure beads all drew to a halt just before they flew into the giant formation. Thus, each of them hovered several feet above their respective pillar, and remained still on the spot. The 2 gold-devouring beetles had also flown to just over 100 feet away from the formation in a wraith-like manner at his behest, and both of them were hovering in mid-air in a menacing manner. After doing all that, Han Li glanced at the black devilish ape to find that it still hadn't displayed any reactions. After a brief hesitation, he suddenly raised a hand toward one corner of the hall, and spiritual light flashed as a silver fire raven appeared out of thin air, then spread its wings and vanished on the spot. In the next instant, the fire raven appeared in a discreet manner directly above the giant formation before hanging completely motionlessly in mid-air. Han Li wore a rather grave expression, but he acted in a quick and decisive manner as he transmitted an instruction to the silver fire raven using his spiritual sense. The fire raven immediately opened its beak at his behest to expel a thin golden and silver thread. It was none other than the revolving evil spirit light. The thin thread flew through the air at an extraordinarily fast speed, reaching the formation down below almost as soon as it flew out of the fire raven's beak. However, as expected, the giant formation was not just a useless ornamental display. A buzzing sound rang out within the hull, following which a crimson light barrier suddenly appeared above the formation, shielding the giant ape's body within. However, the thin golden and silver thread merely punctured through the light barrier as if it didn't even exist, then abruptly appeared right above the devilish ape's head. It appeared that the thin thread was about to puncture the ape's large head in the next instant, and Han Li looked on from afar with bated breath. All of a sudden, a suit of purple armor suddenly appeared, covering every single inch of its entire body. The thin thread struck the visor of the armor, which was an exact mold of the devilish ape's face, only to be repelled amid a loud metallic clang. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and he immediately relinquished all attempts to remain stealthy and discreet as golden light flashed from his body. Immediately thereafter, a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared above his head, and he chanted something internally as 2 of the 3 heads abruptly opened their eyes. A cold light flashed through the 2 pairs of eyes, following which the 6 arms of the projection came together in 3 groups of 2. Golden light flashed within the projection's shimmering golden hands, and 3 rather blurry giant swords appeared. The 3 swords were all antiquated in design with runes flashing over their surfaces, but all of them were of different colors and styles. One of them was as thin as paper and flashing with golden light, another one was narrow yet extremely long and shimmering with azure light, and the final one was an extremely thick dull sword that was completely inky black in color. Slash! Han Li commanded in a barely audible voice. The golden projection instantly made hand seals with its 3 spare hands before pointing toward the distance in unison, and 3 sword projections of different colors flew through the air before combining as one, forming a 3-colored streak of light that hurtled directly toward the giant black ape. Almost at the exact same time, the 12 azure beads hovering above the black pillars came crashing down, and azure light flashed as they exploded amid a string of earth-shattering booms. Loud thunderclaps rang out in rapid succession, and not only did the 12 black pillars fall in the face of the azure lightning, even the entire formation had been entirely inundated by arcs of lightning. The light barrier clashed with the arcs of azure lightning, and the purple light barrier was shattered amid an agonized screech almost instantaneously before countless arcs of azure lightning rained down in a torrential downpour. At the same time, the 2 golden beetles and 3 sword projections shot forth in unison, hoping to land a lethal blow amid the chaos. Setting aside the gold-devouring beetles, the 3 sword projections were an ability that Han Li had attained after combining his Provenance True Devil arts and different types of true essence. This secret technique could unleash the powers of his Provenance True Devil arts, Azure Essence Sword art, and Vajra arts all at once through the Provenance True Devil projection. The Provenance True Devil arts and Azure Essence Sword art weren't worthy of note, but the Vajra arts was a body refinement cultivation method, so it was extremely rare to be able for someone to be able to project the true essence imbued within the cultivation art in this manner. Han Li had coined the name Tri-Essence / for this ability. Due to the fact that the 3 types of true essence were all different and complemented one another, their combined power was far superior to just the sum of their constituent parts. The slash that had just been unleashed had exhausted close to half of the true essence within Han Li's body. And even though the 3-colored sword projection had been compressed to a completely ordinary-looking state, it possessed devastating power that could virtually split mountains and part oceans. With all of the other attacks that Han Li had also prepared, if the black devilish ape were to take everything head-on, Han Li was 70% confident that it would be killed on the spot. At this moment, the azure arcs of lightning struck the giant ape's suit of purple armor first, yet an unexpected turn of events suddenly unfolded within the formation. The runes all over the crimson bed lit up in unison, emitting a piercing crimson light that shielded the armored ape within. The powerful arcs of lightning struck the crimson light in a frenzy, but the light barrier only tremored slightly in the face of such an astonishingly powerful attack, yet remained completely unscathed. However, in the next instant, the three-colored sword projection and the two golden beetles also crashed into the crimson light barrier in quick succession. A resounding boom rang out as the entire hall tremored violently, and was instantly inundated by lights of different colors. What appeared to be an extremely dazzling rainbow sun then rose up from the center of the formation, yet Hanli didn't falter in the slightest as a hint of blue light flashed through his eyes. All of a sudden, he pointed toward the distance while making a hand seal with his other hand to spur the golden projection above his head into action. Before the explosions in the hall had even subsided, the spirit-engulfing fire raven let loose a clearly cry and folded its wings against its sides as it plunged headfirst into the ball of light. Silver flames immediately appeared within the scorching sun before disappearing in a flash. Meanwhile, the giant swords in the hands of the golden projection disappeared, only to be replaced by balls of golden light that were sent flying through the air. A gust of fierce golden winds was swept up amid a resounding boom, sweeping through the entire hall. A burst of enormous wind pressure proliferated toward all directions from the very center, and even though Hanli was standing quite far away near the entrance, he was still forced back a couple of steps by this immense pressure. All of a sudden, his expression changed slightly, and the golden projection above his head ceased in its attacks. At the same time, Hanli swept both sleeves through the air to summon a layer of gray light, as well as a swath of 5-colored flames that encapsulated his entire body. Furthermore, a small crystalline shield had also flown out of his sleeve before positioning itself directly in front of him. After that, Hanli stood silently on the spot and looked on with a grave expression. Even with his spirit eye ability, he wasn't able to see anything through the flurry of exploding lights, but he couldn't shake the feeling that there was something wrong. Regardless of what kind of severe injuries the devilish ape had sustained, it was very strange that it would remain completely silent in the face of these attacks. Even if he had managed to slay the devilish ape, a body integration stage being definitely wouldn't pass away in such a peaceful manner. With that in mind, Hanli released his spiritual sense to try and make sense of what was happening. However, right at this moment, a burst of cackling suddenly rang out from within the hall. Hanli's heart stirred as he instantly withdrew his spiritual sense, then cast his gaze into the golden winds. All of a sudden, an ear-splitting boom rang out, and the fierce golden winds were dispersed from the inside along with the massive ball of light amid a flash of countless thin purple lines. The two then both disappeared amid a rumbling explosion. Thus, the center of the giant formation was revealed, and Hanli focused his gaze up ahead, only for his eyelids to twitch involuntarily at the sight that he was greeted by. The entire purple formation had been completely demolished. It was riddled with countless pits and craters, and a part of it had even disappeared. A massive gulf that was around 10 feet wide had also appeared at the center of the formation, virtually splitting the ground in the hall in half. However, what was quite alarming to Hanli was that the crimson bed was situated directly in the path of the huge gulf, but it remained completely unscathed. At this moment, a massive humanoid figure had sat up on the bed, and it was none other than the purple-armored devilish ape. Aside from the 3 golden horns on its head, every single inch of its body had been covered by the suit of armor. Even its eyes were concealed beneath a pair of white crystals on the visor, making it impossible to glean emotions from the ape. Looking at it from afar, the ape appeared to be a massive metallic puppet. However, the suit of purple armor hadn't emerged without any damage. Not only had many sections of it been cracked and shattered, there were several parts that had already been melted and charred black. At this moment, the ape was holding onto a shimmering golden object in each of its armored hands, and they were none other than Hanli's 2 mature gold-devouring beetles. The 2 beetles weren't backing down either. Both of them were gnawing on a finger each, displaying no intention of letting go. Hanli didn't know what kind of material this suit of armor had been refined from, but it was quite extraordinary that it was able to withstand such astonishing attacks and even keep the gold-devouring beetles at bay for now. It was quite clear that the devilish ape was extremely wary of these 2 beetles, making sure go grab a hold of them even at the expense of a finger or two. Otherwise, if these beetles were to exploit a chink in its armor and burrow into its body, it would be in a lot of trouble. However, none of this was what Han Li's attention was focused on at the moment. Instead, his gaze had fallen upon a shimmering object that was hovering before the giant ape. This was a segment of a blade that was around half a foot in length. The top half of the blade was nowhere to be seen, and it was shimmering with purple light. The entire segment of the blade was semi-transparent, and there seemed to be something moving around incessantly within it. Han Li's eyes narrowed as he focused his gaze on the object within the purple blade, quickly discovering that it was a creature that resembled both a worm, yet also a phoenix. At first glance, this creature bore a slight resemblance to the winged Immerse of the Jiaoqi race, but upon closer inspection, one would find that they were completely different. Even though both had massive wings and bodies that were similar to Daoist, this creature's wings were covered in purple scales and were devoid of any fur. Furthermore, this creature had 2 pairs of wings as opposed to one, with one pair being bigger than the other. What was even more eye-catching was the remarkably long golden horn that was growing on its nose, which gave the creature a rather comical appearance. However, laughing was the last thing on Han Li's mind as his pupils contracted drastically. Every time the unknown creature moved, the blade would move as well, and the enormous spiritual pressure emanating from it was quite astonishing even to Han Li. This was a damaged blade, yet it still possessed such astonishing spiritual pressure. If it were fully intact, it would be an insanely powerful weapon. It appeared that even though the holy-grade devilish beast had been severely wounded, these extraordinary treasures in its possession made it quite a difficult opponent to face. Just as these thoughts were racing through Han Li's mind, the cackling coming from within the purple suit of armor drew to an abrupt halt, and black chi flashed from the suit of armor before the giant ape stood up on the bed, then strode down from it in a wobbly manner. Han Li's lips twitched as he suddenly made a grabbing motion, and countless possessed balls of silver flames appeared out of thin air around the devilish ape before raining down upon it in a torrential downpour. At the same time, spiritual light flashed from the walls of the hall, following which hundreds of talismans emerged before abruptly vanishing. A shimmering silver light formation appeared in the air above the giant ape, and a massive palatial projection surfaced within the silver light, as if the giant ape had been teleported to an ethereal realm. The entire palace was shimmering with silver light, and countless runes were dancing around it while delightful heavenly music was emanating from within. However, if one were to focus on the music and really try to listen to it, the music would suddenly fade. This was the 9 palaces' heavenly talismans, and the light formation rotated on the spot before blasting forth a pillar of silver light. In the blink of an eye, 2 attacks had reached the devilish ape, yet it made no effort to take evasive measures. A burst of cackling rang out from behind the visor yet again, and it merely clenched a fist before swiping an arm through the air. A burst of black chi immediately erupted from its body amid a resounding boom, and all of the oncoming balls of silver flames were instantly snuffed out. The pillar of silver light descending from above was also stalled and prevented from traveling downward any further by the wave of black chi. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal. The heavenly music within the light formation instantly increased in volume while the palatial projection swelled to several times its original size, then plummeted directly toward the devilish ape from the light formation. The palatial projection was extremely lifelike, and it was emanating an astonishing aura of superiority. The devilish ape raised its head to look up at the projection, following which the blade segment before it moved slightly, sending a thin and long purple streak slashing through the air. The purple light flashed past, and both the palatial projection as well as the light formation up above were both sliced in half before disappearing in a flash. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, yet before he had a chance to do anything else, the blade segment suddenly aimed itself at Han Li before moving slightly again. Another purple streak appeared before his eyes, and at the same time, the seemingly slow and sluggish devilish ape's body blurred as it abruptly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, purple light flashed, and the armored ape appeared beside Han Li before launching a massive fist directly at his head. There were 2 light barriers around Han Li's body, yet his ears were still struck by a ringing sensation even before the fist had made contact. An invisible sound wave had pierced through the light barriers before hurtling directly into his ears. Crack. Boom. Two different sounds rang out from within the hall almost in unison, and the purple streak flashed past while a powerful sound wave swept over the spot where Han Li was standing. Just as Han Li and the holy grade devilish ape were engaged in direct combat, Xianxia and the Azure Kirin projection had stopped before a black light barrier. Over 100 feet up ahead stood an inky black stone wall, and this was already the end of the passageway, so there was no way to progress any further. The Kirin projection hesitated momentarily before confirming, "This should be the place. You better make sure this is the right place. The formation flags used to open the spirit cave are disposable objects, and I've only barely managed to refine one set," Xianxia said in a cautious manner. The Kirin projection cocked its head to the side in contemplation for a short while before nodding in agreement. "You're right, it's better to be safe than sorry. Wait for me for a moment." It then opened its mouth to expel an azure bead. The bead rotated on the spot before suddenly transforming into a burst of azure light that swept toward the stone wall up ahead. A peculiar scene then ensued. After the azure light disappeared into the stone wall, a low whistling sound suddenly rang out from within the stone wall mere moments later. Immediately thereafter, black light flashed from the stone wall, and the azure light was repelled out of it by some kind of immense force. Spiritual light flashed, and the azure light converged to form a bead again. "There's no mistaking it. This is definitely the place," the Azure Kirin projection said in an excited manner as it swallowed the bead again. After receiving confirmation from the miniature Kirin, Xianxia was also ecstatic and she said, "All right, I'll set up the formation to open the spirit cave right away." Thus she flipped a hand over and a stack of azure formation flags that she'd prepared earlier appeared over her palm. These formation flags appeared to be rather mundane, but upon closer inspection, one would discover that their thin golden and silver lines embedded deep into the formation flags like layers of cobwebs. Xianxia flicked a wrist and several tens of streaks of azure light shot forth before pausing mid-flight, then abruptly converging toward the center. In the blink of an eye, an azure formation that was several tens of feet in size appeared before disappearing into the stone wall up ahead in a flash. However, the stone wall displayed no reaction, as if nothing had happened. Xianxia seemed to have known this would happen in advance, and she wasn't disheartened in the slightest as she made a grabbing motion with both hands. A small blue bell appeared in one hand while a white scepter appeared in the other. The bell was entirely translucent with a ball of blue liquid flashing with spiritual light within it, creating quite a vibrant sight to behold. In contrast, the scepter was rather antiquated with a dull surface, and there were even some parts of it that were damaged. Xianxia was clearly quite reluctant to part with these two treasures, but she still hurtled them through the air in unison. A ball of blue light and a ball of white light immediately flew forth at once before changing directions and suddenly crashing into one another. The two treasures then shattered like earthenware objects and countless fragments shot forth in all directions. After the lights faded, two balls of liquid, one blue and one red, appeared in midair. A hint of greed flashed through the miniature Kirin's eyes upon seeing this, but it immediately repressed its impulsive urges. Even so, it still couldn't help but murmur, "The spirit blood of this octopede essence beast and undying bird cost you virtually all of the spirit stones you've saved up in the past few centuries, and even then, you were quite lucky to have been able to purchase them. After that, they were nurtured within these two treasures for over a century. If you were to consume them as is, they'd definitely be able to cleanse your essence and widen your meridians, and even my soul will benefit greatly from it. Us crystal beings are rather different from beings of other races, so consuming true spirit bloods will benefit me far less than what you think it will. Besides, these true spirit bloods are indeed quite precious, but they can't compare with the rewards awaiting us in the true spirit cave," Xianxia replied in a calm manner. "You're not wrong there. You crystal beings do indeed possess rather unique constitutions, so it'll benefit you far more to secure the items in the true spirit cave. Using these true spirit bloods as a key to unlock this cave is unavoidable. After all, the two of us may be interconnected, but without true spirit bloods, we won't even be able to make the cave spirit reveal itself. For beings who aren't true spirits, it's extremely difficult to open this true spirit cave," the Kirin projection agreed with a chuckle. Xianxia merely smiled and offered no reply as she flicked her 10 fingers through the air in rapid succession. A series of incantation seals shot forth from her fingertips before disappearing into the balls of liquid in a flash. After absorbing these incantation seals, The two balls of liquid swirled before converging together to combine as one, thereby forming a ball of blue and red liquid. Xianxia pointed a finger up ahead and the ball flew slowly toward the stone wall. The same whistling sound rang out from deep within the stone wall once again, following which azure light flashed from it, and the azure formation that had disappeared into it beforehand resurfaced. The runes within the formation surged, and a burst of azure light flew out from within to sweep up the ball of blue and red liquid. Immediately thereafter, the entire formation swayed before disappearing without a trace into the stone wall again. A solemn expression appeared on Xianxia's face upon seeing this, and she began to chant something while making a series of hand seals. On this occasion the stone wall didn't fall silent as it did before. Instead, blue light suddenly began to swirl erratically over its surface, as if it had come alive. Immediately thereafter the stone wall suddenly shattered layer by layer, following which a shimmering object flew out from within. This was a large face that had no other features aside from two eyes, a nose and a large mouth, and it was impossible to tell the face's age. The face had its eyes closed as soon as it appeared, and it was completely still and silent. "Quick! Now!" the Kirin projection hurriedly urged at the sight of this face of light. Xianxia also let loose a nervous cry as she made a hand seal, and the azure light formation appeared once again, only to vanish for the third time in a flash. Thus the only thing that remained hovering in midair was the ball of blue and red liquid. All of a sudden the expression on the face changed slightly, and it slowly opened its eyes as if it had been awakened by the azure light formation, revealing a pair of pupils that were as black and bright as the night sky. It stared at the ball of blue and red true spirit blood before suddenly swallowing it whole. Blue and red light then flashed over the entire face as it put on a content and satisfied expression. After taking a glance at Xianxia, it opened its mouth, which then rapidly expanded to be around the same size as the entire face. Immediately thereafter spiritual light flashed, and the face solidified into white stone. The gaping mouth also transformed into a white passageway that led downward on a sloped descent. "We've done it! The cave spirit is asleep. Let's go in right away," the miniature Kirin exclaimed with elation. Xianxia's face was also filled with unbridled excitement as she nodded before sweeping a sleeve through the air. The Kirin projection was swept up into her sleeve, following which she flew directly into the passageway. In the instant that Xianxia and the Kirin projection had entered the passageway, they'd failed to notice a discreet flash of crimson light in a certain corner. Moments later, a ball of golden light emerged from the devilish chi, then also flew into the white passageway. At the same time, a streak of crimson light shot forth from outside the mountain, following which a humanoid figure appeared at the entrance to the devilish chi passageway in a flash. This humanoid figure wore a suit of silver armor with a dark expression on his face, and it was none other than the man with the Gui surname. The restriction I set up earlier has been triggered, so those two being really did come for True Spirit Cave. Good. I won't have to go the trouble of opening the cave on my own, then, the silver-armored man murmured with a cold expression on his face. Brilliant crimson light then erupted from his body as he flew directly into the passageway as a streak of crimson light. The crimson light that he had cultivated seemed to possess some mystical properties, as all of the surrounding devilish chi was repelled back as soon as it came into contact with the light, thereby allowing the man to enter the passageway with ease. Not long after he disappeared into the devilish chi, silver light suddenly flashed nearby, and a petite figure appeared out of thin air. It was none other than the female devilish beast, Zhou Yi, and she was staring at the devilish chi passageway with astonishment etched on her face. The devilish chi here is so dense. Only a few devilish beings are capable of conjuring up such powerful devilish chi. Could this be a secret cave abode belonging to Taimo or Shuebai? The woman speculated to herself as she stood hesitantly on the spot, then stomped a foot onto the ground. As she also flew into the passageway was a streak of azure light. As a high-grade devilish beast, the devilish chi in the area only further enhanced her powers, so she naturally didn't fear it in the slightest. Han Li stood in one corner of the hall with a shimmering golden head on each shoulder. At the same time, 4 golden arms had sprouted from below his ribs. The 4 arms were each holding a different weapon, respectively, a staff, a pestle, a wheel, and a ruler. The weapons were being held up in a crisscross formation in 2 groups of 2, and each group of 2 weapons was keeping a massive fist at bay. The 4 weapons were trembling incessantly while emitting a low anguished ringing sound, as if they were being strained to a significant degree. Meanwhile, black qi was swirling around the pair of massive fists, and bursts of qi blasts were erupting from the fists from time to time. However, as soon as those blasts of qi struck the crystalline light barrier that stood before Han Li, they were refracted off to the sides, thereby failing to inflict any damage to Han Li. Further away in the distance, 2 fist-sized golden beetles were flying along in hot pursuit behind a purple blade segment. Every time the blade segment flashed through the air, a purple streak would hurtle forth to send one of the gold-devouring beetles flying for over 100 feet. However, the other gold-devouring beetle would then take advantage of the opportunity to approach the blade segment, thereby forcing it into retreat. The blade segment was capable of unleashing extremely powerful attacks, but it seemed to be unable to unleash 2 attacks in quick succession. Furthermore, it also seemed to be rather frail, and wouldn't be able to withstand a collective attack from the 2 gold-devouring beetles. In contrast, the gold-devouring beetle that had been sent flying remained completely unscathed, and it merely set off in pursuit of the blade segment again in a fearless manner. The blade segment was more agile than the 2 gold-devouring beetles, and the purple streaks it unleashed were also extremely fast and unavoidable, but in the instant before it unleashed each slash, it would always have to pause for a split second. As such, even though the blade segment wanted to switch targets to attack Han Li, the 2 gold-devouring beetles would get in its way, taking its attacks with their bodies before chasing after it again. In the face of the devilish ape's fierce retaliation, the divine essence-fused light and 5-colored glacial flames that Han Li had set up were almost instantly destroyed. In the end, he was only barely able to withstand this round of attacks using the small crystalline shield. Not only was the devilish ape immensely powerful, the purple blade segment was also an extremely lethal weapon, and Han Li was having a very hard time coping with its attacks, even from afar. With his vast wealth of battle experience, Han Li naturally immediately decided that the best course of action available to him was to use his gold-devouring beetles to keep the blade segment at bay. Meanwhile, his body combined as one with the Provenance True Devil projection, and he conjured up a weapon for each of the 4 additional arms that he gained to oppose the giant ape's fists. At the same time, the 2 gold-devouring beetles struggled and thrashed with all their might to try and escape from the grasp of the giant ape. Following their mutation, the gold-devouring beetles had attained enormous strength, and they really were able to free themselves before immediately setting off in pursuit of the purple blade segment. Upon seeing this, the devilish ape swung its massive fists at Han Li and engaged him in melee combat. With Han Li's current immensely powerful body, he certainly wasn't going to back down from a physical brawl, and thus, the result of all that was the current situation. The devilish ape's armor and that purple blade segment were extremely powerful, but the fearsome aspect about it was its insane strength. Even though Han Li was using all 6 arms and activating his Provenance True Devil arts to its maximal extent, he was still being forced onto the back foot. However, perhaps the devilish ape didn't want to aggravate its existing injuries, or perhaps it had decided that its current attacks would be enough to take care of Han Li. In any case, it didn't unleash any additional abilities and only used its fists to attack him. As such, after growing accustomed to the giant ape's startling speed, Han Li was able to deal with its attacks in a composed manner. However, his treasures didn't do much to the devilish ape's purple armor either, only leaving a few marks here and there. This suit of strange purple armor was like an indestructible turtle shell that encapsulated the giant ape's entire body, and even Han Li was finding it to be quite difficult to deal with. It appeared that he would have to devise some other type of strategy. Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged, but countless thoughts were racing through his mind. All of a sudden, he took a deep breath before extending a hand that was as pristine white as jade out of his sleeve. 5 white skulls then emerged from his fingertip before opening their mouths in unison to send a wave of 5-colored glacial flames surging toward the devilish ape. Immediately thereafter, Han Li opened his mouth to expel a small azure cauldron, and countless azure threads shot forth from within cauldron, hurtling directly toward his opponent. Meanwhile, a loud thunderclap erupted from behind Han Li, following which a pair of wings appeared on his back. He flapped those wings gently, and his body shot forth toward the exit of the hall as an arc of azure and white lightning. He was planning to unleash these opportunities to keep this devilish ape at bay for now, then fly back to open up some distance between them. After that he was going to lure the devilish ape into the passageway, where the spring dawn sword formation had been set up earlier. Only with the power of the sword formation would he be able to trap and kill this devilish beast. However, an extremely alarming turn of events suddenly unfolded. Azure and white lightning flashed, following which Han Li appeared before the only exit, only for a burst of crimson light to flash right beside him in the same instant. Immediately thereafter, a crimson object that was several tens of feet in length appeared out of thin air, then crashed down toward him with devastating might. It was none other than the crimson bed that the devilish ape had been lying on before. Han Li was naturally quite startled by the sudden emergence of this crimson bed, and he cast his gaze toward it to find that the entire bed was radiating brilliant crimson light. At the same time, runes of different sizes were surging from the bed in a frenzy, giving it quite a menacing appearance. Han Li naturally didn't dare to take the bed lightly, and he let loose a low cry almost in a reflexive manner. His 4 golden arms all swung their weapons upward in unison to form a barricade, while his 2 hands, one black and one white, also sent countless fist projections hurtling toward the bed. The treasure had appeared far too abruptly for him to be able to unleash any other abilities, so he could only oppose it with his body alone. Even so, he was confident that the combined powers of his 6 arms would be enough to send this bed flying. Thus, golden light flashed as the 4 weapons struck the crimson bed, and golden and crimson light intertwined amid a resounding boom. However, the bed only faltered for an instant before slowly continuing on its descent. Han Li's expression darkened, and the fist projections he'd unleashed suddenly converged to form a pair of massive head-sized fists, one black and one white, both of which also flew up toward the crimson bed. However, right at this moment, Han Li was suddenly struck by a bone-chilling sensation, and goosebumps appeared all over his body without any premonition. He didn't know what kind of dangers were present, but he'd always been extremely confident his instincts. As such, he immediately withdrew his 2 hands before pointing toward the crystalline shield up ahead. The shield had already shrunk down to its original size, and he was trying to activate it against while making a hand seal to summon some other incantation seal. However, it already seemed to be too late. All of a sudden, a thin white line appeared directly behind Han Li, and a crimson arm with sharp hook-like fingers reached out from within. The shimmering golden layer of protective spiritual light and Han Li's immensely powerful body were punctured like mere papier-mâché structures before the arm emerged out the front of his chest. Han Li stared at the arm protruding out of his chest, and his facial muscles spasmed as a glazed-over look appeared in his eyes, as if he were unable to believe what had just happened to him. The giant ape's cackling reverberated throughout the entire hall again, but the voice wasn't coming from the devilish ape within the suit of purple armor. Instead, it was emanating from the spatial rift behind Han Li, so it was clearly coming from the owner of the crimson arm. "You dare to try and kill me, little brat? You're asking to be killed. I can see you have some very pure magic power in your body. You'll be perfect sustenance for me." A crimson shadow emerged from the spatial rift while chortling with glee. Immediately thereafter, the arm that had punctured through Han Li's chest drew back, and it opened its mouth bite off Han Li's head. However, right at this moment, an incredible turn of events abruptly unfolded. Han Li's body was suddenly enshrouded within a ball of green spiritual light before disappearing as specks of green light. What remained around the crimson arm was nothing more than a punctured green talisman. As such, the giant ape's mouth naturally chomped down onto thin air, and it was quite startled by this development before immediately turning toward the exit of the hall. Within the devilish chi outside the exit, green light flashed, and Han Li appeared with a slightly pale complexion. The crimson shadow turned its attention to his chest and was surprised to find that it was completely unscathed. If it weren't for the fact that a large hole had been torn into his azure robes there, the crimson shadow would have been led into thinking that it had fallen under the effects of an illusionary technique. The crimson shadow then turned toward its own arm to find that a shimmering green talisman had been punctured in Han Li's place. Its expression changed slightly as it reached out toward the talisman with its other arm, but right at this moment, Han Li harumphed coldly before uttering the word "return." The green talisman swayed before transforming into a streak of green light, which then disappeared into Han Li's body in a flash. This talisman was naturally none other than the spirit form talisman that Han Li had been nurturing day and night within his body ever since he'd arrived in the spirit realm. Taking into account Han Li's current cultivation base and the fact that the talisman had been nurtured for several hundred years, it was naturally far more potent than it was back in the human world. As such, in the instant that the Crimson Shadow's claws were about to puncture his body, he activated the spirit form talisman so it could take that lethal attack in his stead. If it weren't for his quick thinking, even if he could have escaped from that surprise attack alive due to his powerful body, he would have definitely sustained severe wounds. However, he wouldn't be able to use this spirit form talisman anytime soon. It would have to be nurtured within his body again for at least a century. At present, Han Li was more concerned about just what this Crimson Shadow was, and why it had appeared here in this place of slumber for this devilish ape. From what it had just said earlier, it was referring to itself as the same being, so could it be an avatar of the devilish apes? Han Li wore a rather bewildered expression, and he cast his gaze toward the Crimson Shadow with blue light flashing through his eyes. Even though the Crimson Shadow was enshrouded within a layer of crimson light, thereby making its body appear rather blurry and indistinct, Han Li was able to see just what it was with great clarity through the use of his spirit eye ability. The sight that he was greeted by immediately made his pupils contract drastically as he discovered that aside from the fact that the Crimson Shadow appeared to possess no substantial body, it was completely identical in appearance to the devilish ape within the suit of purple armor. It had the same 3 horns, the same mouthful of sharp fangs, and the same pair of extremely long arms that extended past its knees. Seeing as Han Li was standing rooted to the spot with a hesitant look on his face, the Crimson Shadow turned to him with a sinister smile before waving a hand toward the armored devilish ape from afar. The giant ape immediately strode toward the Crimson Shadow, which disappeared into the ape's body as a streak of crimson light. A burst of black and red devilish chi swept forth from within the purple suit of armor, following which a burst of unfathomable spiritual pressure erupted directly into the heavens. Spiritual pressure of such astonishing potency was certainly not something that should belong to a severely wounded body integration stage being, and Han Li's expression changed drastically as he took several steps backward. At the same time, a thought suddenly occurred to him and he recalled a devilish secret technique that was recorded in the heaven-bearing devil arts. You're using the body and soul division technique. How do you know the name of this secret technique? Indeed, I am using this technique to aid in my recovery. Splitting up my body and soul incurs a certain level of risk, but it speeds up my recovery by 2-fold. Come to think of it, you're a rather strange being. You're clearly a spirit realm being, yet you've mastered the top-rate devilish arts of our elder devil realm. Even though it's been heavily adjusted to suit a being like you, much of its power has still been retained, the devilish ape mused in a cold voice. Does that mean you're close to a full recovery already? Han Li's expression instantly darkened significantly. Haha. My body is recovering a little slowly, but my soul is almost fully recovered. If you know what's good for you, you'll come over here and let me suck away your blood. Perhaps if I'm pleased with the taste, I'll release a wisp of your soul so you can reincarnate yourself in the next life. The devilish ape cackled with mirth. Han Li contemplated the devilish ape's words for only a brief moment before he chuckled coldly as he said, "Your soul is almost fully recovered? Do you really think I'll believe that? You're a mid-holy race being, yet you're using your body to attack me while using your soul to unleash a sneak attack. If your soul really were almost fully recovered, why would you resort to such sneaky tactics? Your soul may be recovering at a faster rate than your body, but it's certainly nowhere near fully recovered. I may not be a match for you in your current state, but if I gather a couple of helpers to oppose you together, we'll be able to kill you with ease." The giant ape's cackling drew to an abrupt halt upon hearing this, and it suddenly made a grabbing motion as 2 balls of crimson light flashed from its suit of armor. The purple blade segment that was battling the 2 gold-devouring beetles immediately disappeared, and in the next instant, it appeared in the devilish ape's hand, following which it swelled to become a giant purple sword that was around 10 feet in length. The giant ape slashed the sword toward Han Li several times in quick succession, and 7 or 8 thick purple streaks instantly hurtled toward him. However, Han Li was already prepared in advance, so he certainly wasn't going to fall prey to this attack. The crystalline shield before him radiated bright spiritual light, and it swelled drastically in size to form a translucent light barrier before him. The purple streaks struck the crystalline light barrier amid a string of resounding booms, and most of their powers were nullified by the light barrier. However, a small portion of its power still managed to bypass the light barrier before crashing directly into Han Li's body. Han Li made no effort to ward off the residual power of the purple sword streaks, and as such his body was blasted into the devilish chi behind him like a cannonball. You sure dare to talk big. You think you can threaten me with your pathetic powers? Where do you think you're going? The devilish ape initially cackled in a derisive manner. However, after waiting for a short while for Han Li to re-emerge from the black mist to no avail, it finally realized something, and it also rushed into the devilish chi as a gust of devilish winds. However, as soon as the devilish ape entered the black chi, a small mountain that was around 10 feet tall suddenly came crashing down toward it. The devilish ape faltered slightly before merely raising a fist in a nonchalant manner to combat the oncoming small mountain. A burst of enormous power was instantly sent hurtling upward, and the devilish beast paid no further heed to the small mountain as it cast its gaze directly up ahead. To normal beings, there was zero visibility within this inky black devilish chi passageway, but for a holy grade devilish beast, it was as clear as day. As such, it immediately caught sight of Han Li, who was standing on the spot several hundred feet away. He was making a series of hand seals that was causing the surrounding devilish chi to tumble and surge violently, as if he were preparing to unleash some kind of extremely powerful ability. Despite the fact that it had caught sight of Han Li, the devilish ape didn't immediately rush toward him. Instead, it cast its gaze toward the area around him, acting in a rather cautious manner. However, in the next instant, an unexpected turn of events unfolded above its head. The immensely powerful force it had unleashed with its punch earlier had only caused the small mountain to wobble slightly, rather than knocking the mountain away as he'd expected. Immediately thereafter, the small mountain suddenly sped up in its descent. At the same time, it swelled rapidly to several times its original size, crashing down toward the devilish ape's head in a flash. The giant ape faltered slightly upon seeing this, but it then immediately let loose a cold harumph before slashing its huge purple sword through the air. Several purple streaks instantly took shape before converging to form a thick sword streak. The devilish ape was preparing to slice this small mountain in half in one fell swoop. However, it had reacted too late and gray light suddenly flashed from the small mountain before it vanished on the spot. As such, the purple sword streak naturally missed its target, and the devilish ape was left feeling rather bemused as it pondered just what Han Li's intentions were. However, in the next instant, it suddenly seemed to have sensed something as it hurriedly lowered its head to cast its gaze up ahead again. There he discovered that countless thin arcs of golden lightning had appeared and were revolving around his body. These arcs of lightning then gradually thickened before erupting from in all directions, slowly forming an astonishing spherical net of electricity. At the same time, a series of shimmering golden runes rushed out of Han Li's hands in quick succession, then disappeared into the arcs of lightning around him. In the instant that these runes disappeared into the arcs of lightning, the latter shattered soundlessly in unison to form a shimmering golden halo with a diameter of several tens of feet. Han Li's body became quite blurry and indistinct as he stood within the halo, but his chanting didn't cease for even a single moment. The golden halo began to revolve around him, and the golden runes churned erratically while releasing a faint ringing sound that was gradually becoming extremely sharp and piercing. Following an earth-shattering thunderclap, the halo abruptly vanished amid a flash of brilliant golden light, and Han Li reappeared with a ball that appeared to have been forged from pure gold hovering around a foot above one of his hands. The surface of the ball was riddled with runes, but it was completely dull and lusterless, releasing no spiritual pressure whatsoever, as if it were just an ordinary metal ball. However, the devilish ape immediately shuddered at the sight of the ball, and it exclaimed, "That's a devilbane lightning bead." Immediately thereafter, it rushed toward Han Li as a gust of black and red devilish winds, seemingly desperate to get to Han Li before he could unleash the power of the golden ball. However, even after the devilish ape had rushed over 100 feet toward Han Li, he still remained completely motionless and displayed no reaction. All of a sudden, golden light flashed from the ground below, and two swords surfaced from the ground alongside a saber. The three weapons slashed through the air, sending two sword projections and a saber projection flying directly toward the giant ape. Even before the three projections had struck their target, a bone-chilling aura emanated from them, indicating that they were extremely sharp and destructive. The devilish ape was extremely confident in the suit of armor that it was wearing, but it naturally wouldn't allow itself to be struck by these attacks for no reason. As such, it immediately paused before 3 purple streaks erupted from within the devilish winds, destroying the 3 projections with ease. However, the gust of devilish winds decelerated slightly as a result, and at this moment, a cold smile suddenly appeared on Han Li's face. In the next instant, the devilish ape suddenly felt its surroundings blur, following which countless azure lotus flowers appeared from the 4 walls of the passageway, each of which was around a foot in size. Immediately thereafter, the lotus flowers combined to form an azure light barrier that enshrouded Han Li within. The holy grade devilish ape had rushed headfirst into Han Li's spring dawn sword projection, and Han Li certainly wasn't going to squander such a brilliant opportunity to trap it. At this moment, the golden saber and swords that had emerged from the ground suddenly disappeared, and at the same time, a faint golden light flashed from Han Li's shadow, following which a pair of golden armored warriors appeared. One of them was wielding a pair of long and thin swords, while the other was holding a single saber. These were none other than the 2 puppets formed by the armor origin talismans. The devilish ape was quite surprised to have found itself in this sword formation, but it wasn't overly panicked. Instead, it merely murmured to itself, "A sword formation, eh? That's rather annoying." At this moment, a cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he activated the might of the sword formation to its maximal extent. The devilish ape was greeted by the sight of azure light flashing all around it, following which giant azure logs appeared out of thin air up above, then crashed down in a torrential downpour. The giant ape harumphed coldly upon seeing this, and crimson light flashed from its visor before it disappeared to reveal a set of sinister facial features. Within its huge eyes, there was a pair of shimmering balls purple light, and if one were to look closely, they'd discover that there were 5 colored runes flashing incessantly within the purple light. After removing its visor to reveal its eyes, the devilish ape looked up at the descending azure logs with a derisive sneer on its face. It reached up and made a grabbing motion toward one of the plummeting azure logs, paying no heed to the other descending logs around it. An incredible scene then ensued amid a resounding boom. A shimmering and translucent massive hand appeared in the air above, swatting aside the other logs before grabbing onto a completely mundane-looking azure log. Purple light then flashed from the 5 fingers of the giant hand, upon which the azure log transformed into an extremely sharp flying sword that was around a foot in size. In the instant that the illusionary technique around the flying sword was destroyed, all of the giant azure logs raining down from above vanished amid flashes of spiritual light. As for the azure flying sword, it was whizzing around incessantly within the massive translucent hand, trying to break free with all its might. A sinister look appeared on the devilish ape's face, and it slashed its giant purple sword directly toward the azure flying sword. The ape had identified that this flying sword had to be Han Li's bonded treasure, so if he could destroy it, then he'd be inflicting severe harm on Han Li by extension. Han Li was rather surprised that the illusionary technique within his sword formation was broken so easily, but his expression immediately darkened at the sight of what the giant ape was doing, and he certainly wasn't going to allow it to have its way. If this were an azure bamboo cloudsworm sword that hadn't been refined the second time, then it would indeed be in an extremely dire situation if it were to be captured by a far more powerful foe. However, having attained the void form ability, it was a simple task to convert the flying sword into an insubstantial form. Thus, Han Li merely pointed a finger at the flying sword within the sword formation, and it instantly vanished amid a flash of azure light. In the next instant, specks of azure spiritual light appeared over 100 feet away before converging to form the azure flying sword again. The sword then disappeared from within the sword formation in a flash. The devilish ape was slightly taken aback by this development, but a vicious look then flashed through its eyes as it abruptly made a hand seal. As it did so, the purple light radiating from its eyes became extremely dazzling and bright, and the 5 colored runes deep within its pupils scanned through the area relentlessly. In the end, its gaze settled on Han Li, who was standing outside the sword formation, and Han Li's heart immediately sank as he confirmed his earlier suspicions. This holy grade devilish ape possessed a spirit eye ability that was similar to Brightsight spirit eyes. As such, it was able to immediately see through the sword formation's illusionary technique, then identify his location with ease. Just as these thoughts were racing through Han Li's mind, the devilish ape let loose a low snarl as it opened its mouths. A ball of black and red essential chi was expelled from within before enveloping the giant purple sword before it. Brilliant purple light immediately began to radiate from the sword, and the unknown creature within it suddenly swelled in size. It then emerged from the surface of the giant sword, thrashing about in a menacing display. The giant sword then twisted around so that its blade aimed directly at Han Li, following which it came crashing down with devastating force. A purple sword projection that was over 100 feet in length surged forth, slicing through the azure light barrier in a soundless manner. The sword projection should have hurtled through the air at an alarming speed, yet it was extremely slow and sluggish for some reason. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and his 4 golden arms made hand seals in unison before pointing toward the sword formation. 4 pillars of dense golden light shot forth toward the purple sword projection, and a string of resounding booms rang out in quick succession. The pillars of golden light exploded with astonishing force, but they only stalled the purple light slightly before they were vanquished with ease. Thus, the purple sword projection continued to fly toward Han Li. Han Li's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, and the 2 shadow puppets behind him immediately slashed their weapons through the air at his behest. Golden sword projections and saber projections surged forth like a torrential downpour, and at the same time Han Li abruptly injected a burst of magic power into his sword formation. Large azure runes instantly appeared on the azure light barrier up ahead, and these runes swirled before forming a series of azure lotus flowers in front of the light barrier. There seemed to be no end to the sword and saber projections unleashed by the 2 golden shadow puppets, but all of them destroyed by the purple sword projection with ease, unable to pose any obstacle to it. In the end, the purple light struck the barrier of azure lotus flowers, and the sword projection took on a form that was identical to the unidentifiable creature within the purple blade segment. The projection then pounced down in a vicious manner, easily tearing through the azure lotus flowers with its claws in a seemingly unstoppable manner. Han Li's eyes narrowed upon seeing this, and the magic power within his body instantly poured forth into the sword formation like a surging waterfall. The fragments of the azure lotus flowers that had been torn apart all converged to form more lotus flowers that stood in the path of the purple projection again. The purple projection was indeed extremely powerful, but the spring dawn sword formation was certainly nothing to be scoffed at either. With the massive influx of spiritual power being provided by Han Li, countless azure lotus flowers surged forth in a frenzy from all directions. In the end, purple projection finally exhausted all of its power and vanished around 10 feet away from the azure light barrier. A hint of surprise flashed through the devilish ape's eyes upon seeing this. It was well aware of just how immensely powerful the purple blade segment was, and it was exactly because of this treasure that it had been hunted by multiple powerful beings, thereby reducing it to such a sorry state. Even though the limitation of its cultivation base meant that it wasn't able to unleash the treasure's full power, he had poured forth all of his magic power into that slash, and it was quite astonished that the sword formation had been able to withstand it. This indicated that the sword formation it had been trapped in was far more powerful than it had initially thought. In this current situation, it really wouldn't be able to break out of this formation easily. Come to think of it, one really did have to feel sympathetic toward this giant ape, which was extremely renowned even among holy-grade devilish beasts. Ever since it had crossed into this realm through the spatial rift in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, it had been forced into several fierce battles against both the holy-grade devilish beasts within these mountain ranges, as well as the holy race beings outside of it. Not only had its cultivation base been severely damaged as a result of these battles, it had almost perished on a few occasions, and several of the extraordinarily powerful treasures it had once possessed had also been destroyed. Otherwise, even in its current state, it would have still been able to force its way out of this sword formation had it still retained those powerful treasures. However, in this current situation, the devilish ape had no choice but to pause and ponder a viable course of action. The pressure on Han Li was eased significantly as a result, and he rustled his sleeve to produce a stack of talismans that were shimmering with azure light. These talismans all appeared to be completely identical. Each of them was around half a foot in length, and they were all emitting extremely pure wood attribute spiritual qi. At this moment, Han Li was finally able to confirm that this devilish ape was indeed far from its peak. Not taking into account its powerful spiritual sense and the various secret techniques it had mastered, its magic power was only comparable to a being at the pinnacle of the late spatial tempering stage. However, that suit of armor and the purple blade segment it was wielding were certainly not to be taken lightly, so it would still be an extremely difficult task to try and kill it. Thankfully, Han Li was able to restrict its movement techniques with his sword formation, but the fact that the giant ape possessed a spirit eye ability made it a troublesome opponent, nonetheless. It was most likely the case that the normal illusionary technique conjured up by the sword formation would be completely ineffective against this devilish ape. Han Li had envisioned this situation back when he first began cultivating this sword formation, and he'd conducted research into tactics against enemies with spirit eye abilities. As such, he developed some new abilities based on the Spring Dawn sword formation, and this holy grade devilish beast was the ideal lab rat for him to experiment with those abilities. With that in mind, Han Li took advantage of the devilish ape's hesitation to raise a hand into the air, and the stack of azure talismans instantly shot forth as streaks of azure light, then disappeared into the sword formation in a flash. At the same time, Han Li began to chant something, and his other hand gently raised the golden bead into the air, which then abruptly shot forth into the air above the sword formation as a pillar of golden light. Immediately thereafter, a massive golden rune shot forth from within into the air above, then vanished on the spot. The devilish ape within the sword formation instantly sensed something, and it looked up with a dark expression. A resounding boom rang out as fierce winds were swept up in the air above the sword formation. Dark clouds then began to gather, and a golden sun was barely visible through the clouds. A devastating aura that threatened to destroy heaven and earth was emanating from the golden sun, and countless arcs of lightning were flashing erratically over its surface. At the same time, a continuous string of dull thunderclaps rang out, creating quite a menacing atmosphere. "That's the lightning wield technique," the devilish ape murmured to itself as the 5-colored runes flashed within its eyes. It then harumphed coldly as it waved a hand toward the giant purple sword up ahead, which instantly returned to his grasp as a streak of purple light. The giant ape then raised the sword as it prepared to slice through the golden sun up above. Divine Devilbane lightning was already extremely potent against devilish chi, and now that it had been enhanced by the lightning wield technique, the giant ape definitely didn't want to withstand an attack from it, even with the suit of armor that it was wearing. However, before the ape even had a chance to swing its giant sword through the air, brilliant azure light suddenly flashed around it, following which its surroundings blurred, and in the next instant, it found itself in a lush azure forest. There were massive trees that were several hundreds of feet tall around, yet the devilish ape merely activated its spirit eye ability as it cackled, "Humph, that's a nice little party trick." However, before it had a chance to find a chink in the illusionary technique with its spirit eyes, all of the giant trees around it suddenly began to radiate azure light. They then twisted and warped before transforming into huge azure-armored warriors that were each around 100 feet tall. Immediately thereafter, azure light flashed in the air above, and all of the armored warriors made grabbing motions as a variety of weapons appeared in their hands, including the likes of sabers, swords, axes, and halberds. The dozen or so armored warriors that were situated closest to the devilish ape raised their weapons before bringing them down without any hesitation, sending a dozen or so massive black shadows hurtling toward it amid gusts of fierce winds. The devilish ape was given quite a fright by this sudden development, and it had no choice but to ignore the divine Devilbane lightning for now as it slashed its giant sword through the air. A purple streak instantly fanned out in a circular formation, and the dozen or so huge blades were all destroyed, along with the armored warriors in the surrounding area. Wait, these things aren't entirely projections. As opposed to being elated by how easily it was able to vanquish these armored warriors, the devilish ape was instead quite bewildered. When the purple streak had sliced through the giant weapons, he could clearly sense that they had been imbued with a lot of spiritual power. However, before the devilish ape had a chance to make sense of the situation, rumbling footsteps rang out in all directions around it, and more armored warriors rushed toward it in a frenzy, brandishing their giant weapons along the way. The devilish ape harumphed coldly, yet on this occasion he didn't use his purple sword to retaliate. Instead he stomped a foot heavily onto the ground, and an earth-shattering boom rang out as black and red shockwave proliferated outward in all directions. The armored beings that were struck by this shockwave tumbled to the ground, and they were all eradicated in the blink of an eye. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he suddenly switched to another hand seal. All of a sudden, countless specks of azure light appeared out of thin air before transforming into azure arrows, each of which was around a foot in length. The arrows whistled through the air, hurtling toward the giant ape in a torrential downpour. However, the devilish ape wasn't flustered in the slightest this time. It merely patted its suit of purple armor, and a purple light barrier emerged from it. After doing that, it narrowed its eyes as it unleashed its spirit eye ability before looking up at the oncoming azure arrows. However, it then furrowed its brows and a hint of confusion appeared on its face. His spirit eye ability told him that all of these arrows were imbued with spiritual power, and none of them were mere projections. Before the devilish ape could make sense of the situation, the oncoming barrage of arrows struck the purple light barrier before exploding like fireworks. The light barrier tremored and flashed erratically in the face of this downpour of arrows, but it remained completely stalwart and unmoved. The devilish ape was quite relieved to see that even though these arrows weren't projections, they weren't all that powerful either. However, at the same time he couldn't help but speculate about what Han Li's intentions were. Right at this moment, a resounding boom suddenly erupted from the ground beneath its feet, following which a giant azure hand emerged before crashing down toward the devilish ape with mountainous force. The giant ape naturally wasn't going to back down, and it raised its huge sword in preparation to slice the massive hand in half. However, it suddenly seemed to sense something, and it abruptly raised its head, just in time to see a golden pillar of light crash down from the golden sun formed by the divine Devilbane lightning. The pillar of golden light descended in a completely soundless manner, but it reached the devilish ape in a flash, and the ape's expression instantly changed drastically. Brilliant purple light erupted from the devilish ape's body, instantly fortifying the purple light barrier and making it around twice as thick as before. At the same time, it completely ignored the giant azure hand as it hurriedly raised its massive sword above its head to act as a shield. In the next instant, the golden pillar of light struck the giant sword amid a resounding thunderclap, and the sword shuddered as countless arcs of lightning dispersed like cobwebs. The devilish ape felt an immense weight crash down onto its hands, as if a giant mountain had crashed down onto its sword, and even it was struggling to withstand this enormous weight, despite its incredible strength. The divine Devilbane lightning enhanced by the lightning wield technique was far more powerful than it had anticipated, and there seemed to be no end to the pillar of golden lightning crashing down from above, thereby placing it in an extremely bothersome situation. The devilish beast was extremely stunned by the power of Han Li's attack, and it abruptly drew in a sharp breath. A ball of black and red qi then surged forth from its dantian before dispersing through its meridians. A string of explosive cracks and pops then rang out from all over the devilish ape's body, and it swelled drastically in size. At the same time, its arms also became noticeably thicker following a flash of black and red spiritual light. The giant purple sword that it was barely able to hold onto was immediately stabilized as a result, yet the grim expression on the devilish ape's face indicated that it was only just able to hold on. Right at this moment, the giant azure hand that had emerged from the ground came crashing down, threatening to crush half of the ape's body beneath it. However, the devilish ape paid no heed toward it. On one hand, it had its suit of purple armor to protect itself, so an attack manifested from a mere illusion certainly wasn't going to be able to harm it. On the other hand, it really had no spare capacity to do anything else as it was focusing entirely on withstanding the threat of the divine Devilbane lightning. At present, it was gnashing its fangs together as it relentlessly circulated devilish qi within its body, and all it wanted to do was withstand this divine Devilbane lightning first. The devilish ape knew that the lightning wield technique was extremely powerful, to the extent that it would have been susceptible to the technique even at the height of its powers. However, the technique was also quite troublesome to unleash, so as long as it could endure this round of attacks, there definitely wouldn't be a second round. However, in the instant that the massive azure hand came into the contact with the purple light barrier, the devilish ape didn't actually adopt no defensive measures against it. The light barrier swayed and manifested a shield of light that stood in the path of the giant hand, but after hearing a crisp crack that indicated something had shattered, the ape knew that it had still underestimated the attack. It hurriedly tried to unleash some other abilities, but it was already too late. A burst of enormous force shattered the light shield with ease, then struck the devilish ape's body, and even the suit of purple armor that it was wearing couldn't nullify much of the impact. The giant ape was focusing all of its power on resisting the pillar of lightning crashing down from above, and despite its immensely powerful body, It was unable to stand still any longer after being struck by this unexpected attack from the side. Thus, its massive body was sent flying, and only then did the azure hand reveal its true form. It was none other than the divine essence-fused mountain. The treasure had already been refined by Han Li, to the extent that it was virtually an extension of his body, and he was able to swindle the devilish ape using the sword formation's illusionary techniques as a smokescreen. The devilish ape did indeed possess a spirit eye ability, but the situation was too urgent for it to carefully inspect the giant azure hand, and it fell prey to the surprise attack as a result. After the divine essence-fused mountain had been refined for a second time, it was so extraordinarily heavy that even Han Li wouldn't dare to take a direct attack from it. As such, despite the fact that the giant ape possessed strength that was even slightly superior to Han Li's, it was still naturally unable to withstand the impact from divine essence-fused mountain, and sent flying like a giant cannonball. Han Li had clearly already anticipated this sequence of events, and he immediately pointed a finger toward the distance. The pillar of golden lightning that was being kept at bay by the giant purple sword immediately changed directions at his behest, striking the giant ape's body in a flash. Golden arcs of lightning flashed erratically amid a loud thunderclap, and a net of golden lightning enshrouded the devilish ape's entire body before exploding into balls of golden light. Immediately thereafter, golden lightning completely inundated the giant ape's body, and all of this had taken place in just the span of a few breaths. At this moment, the azure arrows in the sword formation all disappeared into the golden light as countless streaks of azure light, thereby further fueling the attack. However, from the devilish ape's perspective, the worst was still yet to come. Among the azure arrows that were hurtling through the air, several tens of them suddenly transformed into hair-thin azure threads that were many times faster than the rest of the arrows. These azure threads pierced through the golden light, then disappeared into the light barrier on the other side in a flash. The devilish ape had remained silent prior to this, but it suddenly let loose a roar of shock and fury. It appeared that the mundane-looking azure threads had truly wounded the beast. Han Li was ecstatic to hear this, and he immediately laid a hand onto the top of his own head, upon which the golden projection up above elongated before also disappearing into the azure light barrier. At the same time, the two shadow puppets standing behind Han Li disappeared into his shadow without any premonition. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air high above the sword formation, following which 6 balls of golden light emerged. The balls of light then transformed into 6 massive shimmering golden fists that crashed down from above with devastating force. Meanwhile, a pair of golden figures flashed from the ground below, and 2 golden longswords appeared alongside a golden saber. The 3 weapons slashed through the air, sending countless blade projections hurtling forth in a frenzy. Just as the second wave of attacks was also going to disappear into the ball of light, a sharp cry suddenly rang out, and the ball of light was shattered from the inside. Immediately thereafter, crimson light flashed and a streak of crimson light shot forth from within. The streak of light flew around within the sword formation in an erratic manner before stopping in mid-air, revealing itself to be a glowing projection. This was none other than the devilish ape's soul, which had almost inflicted a grievous wound on Han Li earlier. The crimson projection was wielding the blade segment, which had not only reverted back to its original form, but had also become as red as blood, creating a rather harrowing sight to behold. Loud cracks suddenly rang out above and below, and the 6 golden fists as well as the golden saber and swords, all shattered in unison. The azure arrows that were constantly appearing in the surrounding area also disappeared, and it seemed that no further arrows could be manifested. Slightly down below the location where the ball of light had exploded, the devilish ape's physical body was slowly revealed as the dust settled. Its face had turned extremely pale, and many cracked and charred sections could be seen all over its suit of purple armor. Furthermore, several tens of thumb-sized holes had been punched all over the suit of armor, and it was stained with copious amounts of blood, clearly indicating that the giant ape had been severely wounded. As such, it had been forced to unleash its devilish arts and expel its soul out of its body again. However, Han Li's expression darkened significantly upon seeing this. That last sequence of attacks had been meticulously planned out, and he had thought that it would have spelled certain doom for the devilish ape, but that was clearly not the case. The crimson projection looked down at its ruined body, and unadulterated fury burned within its eyes as it said in a frosty voice, "Well done." It took me several hundred years to recover my body to this state, but you've completely ruined it again. In fact, it's in an even worse condition than before. In that case, I no longer have any qualms. Even if I have to sacrifice this body, I'm going to kill you to assuage my wrath. Actually, no, I'll use your body as a temporary vessel for my soul. As soon as its voice fell, the devilish ape abruptly swung the blade segment in its hand through the air, sending a streak of crimson light hurtling forth with devastating might. However, what was strange was that as opposed to aiming its attack toward the sword formation around it, the streak of crimson light was sweeping toward the giant ape's physical body. The crimson light disappeared into the giant ape's body in a flash without any impediment, following which a peculiar scene ensued. The devilish ape's physical body began to shrivel up at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, and moments later, the crimson light rose up into the air again. At this point, the body within the suit of purple armor had been completely reduced to a dried dark purple corpse, and the streak of crimson light transformed into the blade segment once again. However, there was an overpowering odor of blood and gore emanating from the blade segment, and clouds of inky black devilish chi were also surging forth from it. Furthermore, more black and red runes were erupting from the blade in a frenzy, and the devilish ape suddenly tossed the blade segment into the air, then began to chant something while making a hand seal. A string of unintelligible incantations rang out, and Han Li had no idea what the devilish ape was about to do next, but he knew that it had been seriously infuriated. It had even sucked away all of the residual blood essence within its own body, so it had to be preparing some kind of extremely powerful attack. With that in mind, Han Li certainly wasn't going to just stand by idly and allow the devilish ape to have its way. He immediately made a hand seal to spur his sword formation into action, and the azure light barrier shuddered as hundreds of head-sized lotus flowers appeared upon it. The lotus flowers rotated on the spot while blasting forth pillars of azure light that hurtled directly toward the devilish ape. However, the events that unfolded next made Han Li's expression darken even further. In the face of the oncoming pillars of light, the devilish ape didn't even bother to look at them before flicking a nonchalant finger toward the blade segment. A dull thump rang out, and the space around the blade segment warped as a burst of invisible fluctuations proliferated outward. After coming into contact with these fluctuations, the azure pillars of light were all completely vanquished and disappeared on the spot. Several hundred pillars of azure light had been unleashed at once, yet not even a single one of them was able to even get close to the devilish ape. Han Li was quite astonished to see this, and he was really beginning to grow concerned now. Before he had a chance to figure out what kind of ability the devilish ape had just unleashed, it let loose a cold harumph and crimson light swirled around its body, following which a purple projection emerged soundlessly above its head. This projection was of a giant purple ape that bore a strong resemblance to the devilish ape, except it didn't have any horns on its head. Furthermore, the projection's demonic eyes were flashing with five-colored light, and there was a silver pattern that was several feet in size inscribed on its chest. Upon closer inspection, one would discover that the silver patterns constructed the character for the word, mountain. That's a giant mountain ape. This was the first time that Han Li had seen this legendary true spirit being, but he was able to immediately identify it. After all, only this true spirit being had such strange patterns on its chest. This devilish had to possess the bloodline of the giant mountain ape. Otherwise, it would definitely be unable to manifest this projection. Han Li appraised the purple projection in the sword formation, and a hint of yearning flashed through his eyes. The giant mountain ape was one of the true spirit beings in the 12 awakening transformations, so if he could secure the true spirit blood of this ape, then not only would he attain another transformation, the powers of all of his other transformations would also be enhanced significantly. With that in mind, Han Li was even more intent on killing this holy-grade devilish beast. However, normal attacks were completely ineffective against it. As such, following a brief hesitation, Han Li took a deep breath before rustling a sleeve to produce a mundane-looking bracelet. This was the Spirit Beast bracelet that contained his gold-devouring beetles. In order to kill this devilish ape, he was planning to unleash this trump card of his. Releasing too many gold-devouring beetles at once would severely exhaust his spiritual sense, but if he could end this battle in a short time, then the after-effects would still be bearable. With Han Li's current spiritual sense, he could control 100 gold-devouring beetles for around 15 minutes. However, if the number of spirit beetles released were to be doubled, the amount of time he'd be able to control them would be cut down by 3/4. If it weren't for the fact that the Spring Dawn sword formation had been set up, perhaps Han Li wouldn't dare to use this trump card. However, seeing as the devilish ape had been trapped in the sword formation, thereby significantly limiting the area it could move around in, this was the perfect battlefield for the gold-devouring beetles to shine. According to Han Li's estimations, with the powers of his current mature gold-devouring beetles, it should only take around 5 minutes for 100 of them to take care of his opponent. His only concern was that if he were to expend too much of his spiritual sense, most of his abilities would also be severely debilitated. In that case, it would be quite dangerous for him if he were to encounter any powerful foes on his way back. However, those thoughts only flashed through his mind for an instant before he refocused on the battle at hand. To him, the top priority was naturally to take care of the enemy before him first. Everything else could wait until after this battle. However, before Han Li could inject his spiritual sense into the spirit beast bracelet he'd just summoned, the devilish ape within the sword formation suddenly ceased its chanting and let loose a low roar as it expelled a ball of crimson light out of its mouth. The ball of light disappeared into the crimson blade segment in a flash, following which the blade rotated on the spot while the inky black devilish chi it had previously emitted began to tumble and surge violently. A loud ringing sound erupted, following which specks of black light suddenly appeared around the blade segment, then spread to all parts of the sword formation. Han Li faltered slightly as he sensed that there was something amiss with the world's origin chi in this nearby area, and he hurriedly cast his gaze around him. The sight that he was greeted by immediately made his heart jolt with shock. All of the devilish chi within the passageway had begun to churn violently, and swaths of black light were erupting from within, surging directly toward the sword formation. The Spring Dawn sword formation seemed to have transformed into a massive vortex that was drawing in black chi in an insatiable manner. However, after reaching the sword formation, these waves of devilish chi were kept at bay by the azure light barrier. There they formed a series of black balls of light, of which there was an innumerable amount, but none of them could actually enter the sword formation. True devilish chi. Han Li identified the nature of these black balls of light in an instant, and his eyelids twitched violently upon making this discovery. Right at this moment, an earth-shattering boom erupted within the sword formation, causing the entire passageway to quake violently, as if it were on the verge of collapse. Immediately thereafter, a burst of terrifying spiritual pressure rose up into the heavens from the center of the sword formation, causing even the azure light barrier to wobble unsteadily. Han Li was quite startled by this development, and he immediately turned his attention back to the center of the sword formation. A peculiar scene then unfolded right before Han Li's eyes. The entire sword formation was filled by countless runes of different sizes. Each and every one of these runes was flashing with faint black light, and they were expanding and shrinking erratically while also fluctuating in brightness. At the center of these runes, the crimson blade segment was hovering in a motionless manner. At this point, it was no longer accurate to call it a blade segment as the missing top half had also appeared somehow. Furthermore, there were 3 unidentifiable ancient golden characters that had appeared on the crimson blade, and the 3 characters were all shimmering with golden light. Han Li narrowed eyes and discovered, much to his surprise, that all of the black runes were flashing in perfect synchronicity with the crimson blade, as if the blade were controlling all of these runes. A burst of cackling rang out, and the devilish ape suddenly made a hand seal. The purple ape projection above its head then extended a massive hand and drew the crimson blade into its grasp. Immediately thereafter, an incredible turn of events unfolded. The golden characters on the surface of the blade seemed to have come alive as they swirled while radiating scintillating light, following which a crisp ringing sound rang out. Han Li could sense that the world's origin chi within the sword formation had been plunged into complete chaos, following which all of the black runes surged toward the blade in a frenzy like moths to a flame. At the same time, the blade began to release a series of black halos, and all of the runes disappeared without a trace after coming into contact with these halos. Meanwhile, the color of the blade darkened slightly, and after all of the runes had been absorbed, the halos also disappeared, while the crisp ringing sound cut off in an abrupt manner. At this point, the crimson blade had turned an inky black color, and the giant ape projection swung it gently through the air, upon which the 3 ancient characters on the blade instantly began to radiate shimmering golden light, creating quite a mystical sight to behold. However, Han Li's pupils contracted drastically upon seeing this as he suddenly gripped onto his arm with his other hand. At the same time he was staring intently at the black blade in the ape projection's hand, and his face had turned deathly pale. That's a profound heavenly treasure. But that's impossible. If you possess such a powerful treasure that defies the natural order, how did you sustain such severe injuries? Han Li exclaimed in a voice that was trembling slightly. How do you know this is a profound heavenly treasure? The devilish ape's expression changed drastically upon hearing Han Li's words, and a vicious purple light flashed through its eyes. However, Han Li didn't have any intention of answering the giant ape's question as his arm had been afflicted by a burst of searing pain, and the agonizing sensation was coming from none other than the location where the profound heavenly sword had been sealed. He had been struck by this pain without any premonition after the giant ape projection had swung the black blade through the air a few times, and he could sense that the profound heavenly sword was fighting to emerge from his arm, as if it had been provoked by the black blade. Only then did a thought suddenly occur to Han Li, thereby allowing him to guess what the black blade was. Seeing as the devilish ape wasn't refuting his claim, Han Li's heart sank even further. Not only was he using most of his magic power to restrict the profound heavenly sword in his arm with all his might, even if he were to use his gold-devouring beetles, he wasn't confident at all that they'd be effective in the face of another profound heavenly treasure. His other alternative was to use the profound heavenly sword in his arm, but the memories of what had happened the last time he'd used the treasure was still clear in his mind, and he definitely didn't want to suffer the same fate again. After all, this was a perilous realm that was rife with devilish beasts. Allowing himself to be completely debilitated here was no different from committing suicide. However, the memory of the astonishing might of his profound heavenly sword was also something that remained clear in his mind. The blade that the giant ape projection was clearly an incomplete profound heavenly treasure, but if it possessed even half of the power of the profound heavenly sword that was sealed in his arm, then he definitely wouldn't be able to survive an attack from it. The Spring Dawn sword formation was indeed quite powerful, but how was it supposed to oppose the power of laws? Seeing as Han Li was displaying no intention of answering its question, the devilish ape within the sword formation was infuriated even further. The giant mountain ape projection above its head immediately aimed its black blade toward Han Li at its behest. Han Li's eyelids twitched and his entire body instantly became drenched in cold sweat. With the profound heavenly treasure's ability to slice through space, even trying to escape would be completely futile. As such, he would either have to give up and allow himself to be killed or use his own profound heavenly sword to oppose the ape projection. Both of those courses of action were far from ideal. However, at this moment, the giant ape projection had already raised the black blade above its head, so he didn't have time to think of any other feasible plans. Wait. The devilish ape has already lost its physical body, and its cultivation base has also been severely damaged from its injuries. So how does it still have enough power to use a profound heavenly treasure? Could it be that it's not actually powering the treasure itself, but instead drawing on another power source? In this desperate situation, a thought suddenly occurred to Han Li and he felt like he was onto something. At this moment, a vicious look appeared on the devilish ape's face, and the black blade that was being wielded by the purple projection slowly began its descent. Han Li was greatly alarmed to see this, and he immediately gritted his teeth as he wrenched his hand away from his arm. A dull tearing sound rang out, following which a yellow wooden rod appeared in his hand. It was none other than the profound heavenly fruit. Han Li wasted no time at all as he flicked his wrist and tossed the profound heavenly fruit up into the air. Golden light flashed and his provenance true devil projection reappeared. One of the golden arms of the projection caught the profound heavenly fruit in its grasp while the other arms all made hand seals, and brilliant golden light began to erupt from the projection's body. Immediately thereafter, all of the golden light surged toward the profound heavenly fruit like flowing water, making the fruit glow with dazzling light while the dark green patterns on its surface also became more exuberant in color. Han Li was ecstatic to see this. Right at this moment, a dull thump rang out, and a burst of black ripples erupted from the black blade. The ripples appeared to be completely mundane and nondescript initially, but after surging through the air for over 100 feet, it suddenly swept up a black wave of chi that was several tens of feet tall, which hurtled directly toward Han Li. The black wave struck the azure light barrier in a flash, and the latter instantly began to tremor as countless azure lotus flowers appeared on its surface again. However, in the next instant an incredible scene ensued. The black wave swept through the azure lotus flowers and completely eradicated them with ease, then passed through the azure light barrier as if it didn't even exist. Han Li's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, and he immediately made a hand seal. All of a sudden countless specks of five-colored light appeared in the surrounding area, all of which rushed toward the profound heavenly fruit like moths to a flame. Green light flashed from one end of the profound heavenly fruit, and a shimmering blade that was around a foot in length suddenly emerged from it. The blade was of a vibrant green color and as smooth as a mirror. However, there was a line of 5 green runes inscribed onto the center of the blade, all of which were emanating a menacing light. In the face of the oncoming black wave, golden light flashed from the Provenance True Devil projection above Han Li's head, and it brought the green longsword down in an instant. Han Li immediately felt a vast amount of magic power flood out of his body at once. At the same time, golden light swirled around the projection's body, and this golden light also surged into the green blade in a frenzy. As a result, not only did the Provenance True Devil projection shrink down almost by half, its body also became very blurry and indistinct. The world's origin chi nearby suddenly churned violently, and countless 5-colored runes appeared out of thin air. At the same time, howling winds and loud thunderclaps erupted, and all of the black light that was surging toward Han Li seemed to have encountered some kind of immense resistant force, faltering initially before dispersing to all sides. After the profound heavenly sword had been brought down, it was as if all of the world's origin chi in the nearby area had been absorbed by it before being used to unleash a devastating strike. A green sword projection was materialized in a flash, and it was as bright and dazzling as heavenly lightning, immediately illuminating the entire passageway with its exceptional radiance. The inky black devil was unable to mask its scintillating light in the slightest, and the almighty black wave was also stopped cold in its tracks by this sword projection. In the next instant, the entire space was severed into 2 completely different worlds by some kind of invisible power. The upper half was shimmering with azure light with 5-colored runes surging through it, while the lower half was filled with churning black ripples that were filled with specks of black light. A sharp ringing sound rang out from the border between these 2 worlds, following which 2 bursts of invisible fluctuations erupted forth, sweeping through the entire space like a powerful hurricane. Aside from the locations where Han Li and the devilish ape were situated, the law fluctuations swept up everything in the surrounding area before destroying them into nothingness. Even the Spring Dawn Sword formation was completely destroyed after just a few flashes in the face of this clash between the 2 powers of laws. It was forced to revert back to 72 azure flying swords, which were also pulverized into specks of azure light in a flash. It was quite clear that the power of laws imbued within the green sword projection was far superior to that of the black wave, and the latter only managed to put up some token resistance before it was completely overwhelmed. The power of laws contained within the black wave was vanquished by a more powerful force. The giant mountain ape projection above the devilish ape's head had also shrunk down significantly after unleashing that attack, and it was completely eradicated by the invisible law fluctuations that swept through the area. In the face of the power of laws imbued within the green sword projection, the black blade was also shattered. That's a complete profound heavenly treasure. But that's impossible. The devilish ape exclaimed as crimson light tremored erratically around its entire body, and it looked as if it were witnessing the most incredible thing in the world. However, it didn't have any time to appreciate the scenery as the green light surging toward it was about to completely destroy it soon. As such, spiritual light flashed from its body, and it flew toward the hall that it had been residing in as a streak of crimson light. However, the streak of light only managed to fly through the air for several hundred feet before the green sword projection flashed, and the devilish ape's soul was enshrouded under a green wave of the power of heaven and earth. A peculiar scene then unfolded. The streak of crimson light faltered within the green light, and the devilish ape's crimson body was revealed again. Furthermore, it had been completely immobilized just like the space that had congealed around it. The power of heaven and earth descended upon the passageway, and a string of cracking sounds rang out incessantly in a radius of roughly 100 feet around the devilish ape's body. A series of white spatial rifts then appeared in the nearby area, giving the surrounding space the appearance of a cracked mirror. The devilish ape's soul only had a chance to let loose a blood-curdling cry before it was shattered like a wooden puppet. Thus concluded the life of this holy-grade devilish ape. A massive black hole had appeared in the wake of the shattered space, and the fragments of the devilish ape's soul were all sucked soundlessly into the black hole, along with the white spatial fragments nearby. The black hole then also disappeared amid a flash of black light, and only the blade segment remained hovering in mid-air, having reverted back to its original purple form. Han Li heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this, and he quickly made a hand seal before pointing a finger at the golden projection up above. The Provenance True Devil projection gently shook the profound heavenly sword in its hand, and the green blade of the sword instantly disintegrated into specks of five-colored light. Thus, the profound heavenly fruit reverted back to its original form before slowly descending from above. Han Li waved a sleeve through the air, sending forth a burst of azure light to try and stow the treasure away. However, green light suddenly flashed from the profound heavenly fruit, and it transformed into a ball of green light that almost instantly disappeared into Han Li's arm. A burst of searing pain speared through Han Li's arm, and he hurriedly rolled up his sleeves to inspect the arm in question. There he discovered a yellow mark that was identical in appearance to the profound heavenly fruit on a section of his arm. The mark was quickly fading at a rate that was discernible to the naked eye, and finally disappeared into an extremely faint scar in the end. Han Li's lips twitched as a wry smile appeared on his face. It appeared that the profound heavenly fruit was intent on settling in his arm, and had sealed itself in there again. Following the disappearance of the profound heavenly fruit, all of the phenomena taking place in the passageway also disintegrated into nothingness, and the power of laws in the nearby area also instantly vanished. The entire passageway was filled with devilish qi again, just as it had been in the beginning. Han Li cast his gaze into the distance, and blue light flashed through his eyes as he made a grabbing motion with one of his hands. Immediately thereafter, specks of azure light appeared within the devilish qi in the distance before converging to form several tens of fist-sized balls of azure light. These balls of light then transformed into 72 small azure swords that were each around a foot in length. They were none other than the azure bamboo cloudswarm swords that had just been destroyed as collateral damage by the power of laws that had wreaked havoc in the area. However, the flying sword's void form ability ensured that they hadn't sustained much damage at all during that ordeal. All of the flying swords whistled back toward Han Li as streaks of azure light at his behest, then reverted back to their sword forms after reaching him. Han Li carefully swept his spiritual sense over the flying swords to inspect them for damage, and he heaved a sigh of relief after ascertaining that no substantial damage had occurred. He made a hand seal and all of the flying swords disappeared up his sleeve. After that, Han Li cast his gaze toward the distance, and a hint of scorching yearning appeared in his eyes as he pointed his finger up ahead several times. Two shadowy objects, one large and one small, immediately flew toward him, and the devilish qi parted to grant them passage. One of them was the physical body of the devilish ape, which was still encapsulated in that suit of purple armor, while the other was a blade segment that was around half a foot in length. Han Li cast his gaze toward the devilish ape first, and he discovered that it had been completely reduced to a dried corpse. Furthermore, the suit of purple armor that it was wearing has also lost a lot of its luster, indicating that a lot of its power had seeped away following the devilish ape's passing. His brows furrowed slightly as he suddenly reached out and pressed his 5 fingers onto the chest piece of the suit of armor. Gray light flashed from his fingertips, and the purple armor suddenly let loose an anguished wail before separating into several parts amid a flash of gray light. The pieces of armor then detached themselves from the dried corpse, then attempted to flee the scene as several streaks of purple light. It appeared that it had still retained some of its spiritual nature. Han Li had already witnessed the astonishing might of this suit of armor, so he had naturally made preparations in advance. As such, as soon as the streaks of purple light attempted to fly away, he let loose a cold harumph before sweeping a sleeve through the air to send forth a plume of azure threads. Azure light flashed, and the streaks of purple light were all tangled up within the azure threads. Immediately thereafter, a clear ringing sound erupted from Han Li's sleeve, and the heaven void cauldron flew out from within. The lid of the cauldron flew off of its own accord, and the azure threads forcibly dragged the streaks of purple into the cauldron. After the lid sealed the opening of the cauldron again, the treasure hovered in a stationary manner before Han Li. Han Li swept a nonchalant sleeve toward the small cauldron, and it abruptly disappeared on the spot. Only then did Han Li turn his attention to the dried corpse that had been completely exposed. The dried corpse still retained all of its fur, but its skin had turned a dark purple color, as if it were an ancient corpse that had been abandoned for countless years. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he suddenly opened his mouth to blast forth a streak of azure sword chi that struck the dried corpse to try and slice it in half. However, much to his surprise, a metallic clang rang out as the sword chi struck the shriveled corpse, and the latter was left completely unscathed while the streak of sword chi was repelled. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this before slowly extending a hand out of his sleeve. Spiritual light flashed from his palm, and a small azure sword slowly emerged. The small sword was then elongated to around a foot in length, and it was shimmering with bright azure light. Han Li flicked his wrist, and the azure longsword shot forth as a streak of azure light before striking the dantian of the ape's corpse. On this occasion, a dull thump rang out as if the sword had struck a dense log. Its tip buried itself into the dried corpse, but it was repelled once again after making an incision that was only around an inch deep. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. This holy-grade devilish ape's body was so resolute that it was comparable to his own body. If it weren't for the fact that he'd managed to trap the devilish ape in his sword formation, the combination of this purple suit of armor and its immensely powerful body would have been very difficult to handle. As expected of a fearsome mid-body integration stage being, the early body integration stage Jiao Qi being that he'd faced in the past couldn't even hold a candle to this devilish ape. If neither of them used their profound heavenly treasures and the ape was at the height of its powers, he'd have no choice but to flee for his life. With that in mind, Han Li took a deep breath, but he certainly wasn't about to give up. Shimmering golden light radiated from his arm as his magic power surged forth in a frenzy, injecting itself into the azure longsword in his hand. A clear cry akin to a dragon's roar instantly erupted from the longsword, following which a cold azure light flashed from it, and it began to stab into the dried corpse inch by inch. After several inches of the blade had burrowed itself into the ape's dantian, Han Li suddenly flicked his wrist, and the tip of the sword created a circular incision that was comparable to the size of a large bowl. Immediately thereafter, the azure longsword disappeared in a flash, and Han Li extended a hand into the dantian of the corpse to pull something out from within. This was an egg-sized inky black bead that was emanating extremely pure true devilish chi, and it was none other than Han Li's target for this trip, the devilish core of a holy-grade devilish beast. With this item he'd be able to repair the suit of heavenly devilish armor. He couldn't accurately estimate the power of the suit of devilish armor after being repaired, but it shouldn't be inferior to the suit of purple armor he'd just captured. Unfortunately, the suit of purple armor had clearly been completely refined by the devilish ape, and even if he were to refine it again, its powers would most likely be severely debilitated, so it wasn't very useful to him. Han Li contemplated this issue in a rather forlorn manner as he turned a hand over to produce a black jade box. He removed the lid of the box before pointing a finger at the devilish core, and a burst of black light instantly surged forth from within the box to draw the devilish core into it. After that, Han Li placed the lid back on the box, then summoned 2 golden and silver talismans, both of which he plastered onto the box. Brilliant golden and silver light erupted, and the wisps of devilish chi emanating from within the jade box were completely cut off, thereby completely sealing the devilish core within. Han Li stowed away the jade box in an unhurried manner before inspecting the purple blade segment. Han Li stared at the treasure, and a rather peculiar look appeared on his face that was a mixture of excitement and befuddlement. Is this actually a profound heavenly treasure? Its power is far inferior to my profound heavenly sword. Could it be that it's because this is a damaged treasure? Han Li murmured to himself as he narrowed his eyes. Instead of approaching the blade segment, Han Li closed his eyes, and his spiritual sense circulated throughout his body as he carefully inspected his internal condition. In the end, he made a hand seal and brilliant golden light flashed from his body as he summoned his golden projection again before also sweeping his spiritual sense toward it. As evidenced by the dark expression that appeared on his face, the situation wasn't a very positive one. Not only had he expended close to half of the magic power within his body, his provenance true devil projection had also shrunk down considerably, and it would most likely take several decades of arduous cultivation to return it to its former glory. These were heavy losses for just a single battle. The only silver lining here was that he hadn't had to expend any blood essence on this occasion, so no direct damage had been inflicted on his body. However, this was also due to the fact that the attack he'd unleashed with the profound heavenly sword on this occasion wasn't even 10% as powerful as that of the previous occasion. This was partially due to the fact that he hadn't directly used his physical body to power the profound heavenly treasure, using the power of his projection to serve that purpose instead. The other reason for this was that the profound heavenly sword had been forced out of his body by the power of laws emanating from the blade segment. As such, the power unleashed by the profound heavenly sword was naturally severely hampered, but he still managed to kill the devilish ape without completely crippling himself. The purple blade segment before his eyes could perhaps also control some kind of power of laws, but it was clearly incomparable to his profound heavenly sword. Thus, Han Li was rather skeptical about whether this was actually a real profound heavenly treasure. However, the fact of the matter was that a slash unleashed by this blade segment had been able to destroy his Spring Dawn sword formation with ease. So if this weren't a profound heavenly treasure, it was definitely not something that normal divine spirit treasures could compare with. As such, Han Li was leaning more toward the notion that this treasure was incomplete, thereby severely hampering its power and allowing it to be used by the devilish ape. Of course, this could also be due to the fact that the power of laws imbued with this blade segment was of the lowest caliber among all profound spirit treasures. Alternatively, the power of laws imbued within his profound heavenly sword could have just so happened to be the bane of the power of laws contained within this blade segment, which would explain why the clash between the two powers of laws proved to be such a mismatch in the end. These thoughts raced rapidly through Han Li's mind, and he analyzed all of the potential factors involved within mere moments. The more he pondered these notions, the more he began to value the purple blade segment. The profound heavenly sword sealed within his arm was too powerful for him to control at present, but this incomplete and severely debilitated profound heavenly treasure should be a different story. Otherwise, how had the devilish ape been able to use the treasure even after losing its physical body and having its cultivation base drop down to around Han Li's level? With that in mind, Han Li took a deep breath to repress the excitement in his heart before raising a hand. He then flicked his 5 fingers through the air, and 5 bursts of gray light surged forth from his fingertips, sweeping directly toward the purple blade segment. However, a swath of purple light suddenly erupted from the blade segment, and the gray light sweeping toward it was repelled as a result. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly upon seeing this before reaching out with his other hand to send a wave of 5-colored glacial flames surging through the air. However, following a string of loud rumbling explosions, the 5-colored glacial flames were also kept at bay by the blade segment. A hint of surprise finally appeared on Han Li's face, and after stroking his chin in deep thought for a moment, a thought suddenly seemed to have occurred to him. He abruptly raised a hand, which instantly took on a shimmering golden hue, and a burst of golden light erupted from his palm, sweeping directly toward the blade segment. On this occasion, the purple blade segment offered no resistance, allowing the golden light approach it before drawing it closer to Han Li. A hint of elation appeared on his face as he carefully appraised this treasure. At such close quarters, he discovered that the treasure was close to completely transparent, and that it was slowly absorbing the golden light around it. As it did so, the slightly feeble strange creature within the blade suddenly became more energetic as it moved around within the blade. Wisps of golden light were also gradually emanating from the blade segment, looking as if it were being assimilated by Han Li's provenance true devil arts. Han Li was initially given quite a fright upon seeing this before being overjoyed by this development. This incomplete profound heavenly treasure was far too easy to control. He could sense that he'd immediately be able to control the treasure after injecting some more of the devilish chi from his provenance true devil arts into it. He was almost certain now that this blade segment was a profound heavenly treasure from the elder devil realm. Otherwise, it definitely wouldn't have been so sensitive toward devilish chi. After a brief hesitation, brilliant golden light began to radiate from Han Li's body, and golden scales also began to surface along his skin. He had activated his provenance true devil arts to its maximal extent, and bursts of golden light were flowing toward the blade segment in a frenzy. The blade segment devoured the golden light with relish, and after just the span of a few breaths, it had taken on a golden hue as opposed to its original purple color. However, the blade segment wasn't devouring the golden light any slower as a result. Instead, the unknown creature within it suddenly became very elated, and its body also took on a golden color. In contrast, Han Li was beginning to struggle a little. A third of what remained of his magic power had been absorbed by this blade segment in mere moments, and he immediately put an end to this process as the golden light around his body faded. After that, the golden blade segment in his hand disappeared up his sleeve. He hadn't completely assimilated this treasure yet, but he could just barely use it, and that was enough for now. He wasn't going to stand around like an idiot, wasting all his magic power to feed a treasure when he was situated in such a perilous place. With that in mind, Han Li quickly pulled out several small vials of different colors from his storage bracelet, then tipped out a few pills from each vial before swallowing them all at once. These pills were naturally all fast-acting magic power replenishment pills, and even though they couldn't immediately help him recover to his peak condition, they were certainly better than nothing. After that, green light flashed from one of Han Li's hands, and a top-grade spirit stone appeared. Green light then flashed as he began to absorb the pure spiritual power within the spirit stone. This place was fraught with peril, so he certainly wasn't going to be stingy with his spirit stones here. While absorbing spiritual power from the spirit stone, Han Li cast his gaze toward the devilish ape's dried corpse, and his expression changed slightly as if a thought had suddenly occurred to him. He carefully inspected the corpse a few times, but didn't discover any storage bracelets or anything of that nature. His brows furrowed slightly as he raised his other hand, and an inky black ring shot forth. The ring revolved around the dried corpse before emitting a vast expanse of white light, and the corpse was drawn into the ring before the latter flew back to Han Li. After that, Han Li's body swayed, and he flew into the empty hall again as a streak of azure light. Aside from the ruined formation on the ground below, the hall was almost completely empty. The reason why it was only almost completely empty was because the crimson jade bed was still lying motionlessly in a corner, flashing with faint crimson light. Han Li swept his spiritual sense throughout the area to ascertain that there were no other suspicious items in the area, then immediately waved his hand toward the crimson bed. The hefty-looking jade bed rose up into the air and flew toward Han Li, who thrust a palm toward it, and the bed hovered a certain distance away from him at his behest. Han Li inspected the bed carefully to find that nothing special could be gleaned from its surface. He then swept his spiritual sense toward it, only for it to be repelled by the bed. As opposed to being disheartened by this, Han Li was quite elated as blue light flashed through his eyes. The sight that he was greeted by after unleashing his spirit eye ability immediately made him utter a faint cry of surprise. A slightly grim expression appeared on his face as he raised an arm again to cast an incantation seal toward the crimson bed, following which an unexpected turn of events unfolded. All of a sudden, bright crimson light erupted from the bed, and a series of fist-sized silver ancient characters emerged from it. These characters revolved around in the air before forming a mysterious scripture before Han Li, beveled silver text. Han Li immediately identified what these silver characters were, and his eyes immediately lit up. How had this text appeared on the crimson bed? How had this bed ended up in the possession of the holy-grade devilish ape? Han Li's mind was filled with questions, but he ignored them for now as he quickly read through the scripture before him, upon which a peculiar look appeared on his face. Profound heavenly tool refinement technique, Han Li finally murmured hesitantly to himself after a long while, as if he didn't dare to believe what he was seeing. Even though Han Li didn't read through the scripture in detail, he could still roughly deduce that the scripture of beveled silver text was detailing a mysterious tool refinement technique that he'd never seen before. Just a quick glance through its contents struck him with a sense of absurdity. This was because the materials and refinement methods stipulated in the scripture were all things that Han Li had never even thought about before. At the conclusion of the scripture, it even proclaimed that using this secret technique to refine treasures could create products that were comparable to profound heavenly treasures, which was why this was known as the profound heavenly tool refinement technique. Miraculous feats like refining the sun and evaporating oceans were only the simplest tool refinement methods stipulated in this scripture, and these methods were most likely only feasible to true immortals of the true immortal realm. As such, they were nothing more than a pipe dream to Han Li. Even before reading the scripture in any greater detail, Han Li was left feeling quite disappointed. If it weren't for the fact that this scripture had been written in beveled silver text, Hanli would have most likely thought that the devilish ape had fabricated it on a whim. After pausing momentarily to ponder scripture, blue light flashed through Hanli's eyes as he cast his gaze toward the crimson bed again. Moments later his expression changed slightly, and he really did make another discovery. All of a sudden his body blurred, and he abruptly appeared in the air above the bed. He then spread his fingers and patted the crimson bed with a single hand. Loud rumbling booms rang out as countless thin arcs of golden lightning erupted from his fingers, forming a massive golden net that encompassed the entire bed within. The silver runes all withdrew as if they'd encountered the bane of their existence, and they instantly disappeared without a trace. In the face of the violent attacks from the golden arcs of lightning, the crimson bed was completely pulverized, and a putrid gag-inducing burst of blood qi instantly wafted through the air. Hanli raised an eyebrow as he brought his fingers together, and the net of lightning was immediately withdrawn. Golden lightning flashed and the blood qi down below was completely eradicated. Immediately thereafter, a palm-sized white jade badge was revealed, and there were silver runes flashing erratically upon it. Hanli wasn't all that surprised to see this, but his brows furrowed as he mused to himself, "It really is another one of the outer pages. Looks like this thing is definitely authentic, but pages of the Golden Jade Tome should only be found in the human and demon territories. How had it fallen into the Elder Devil realm and into the hands of this devilish ape?" This was the third page of the Golden Jade Tome that Hanli had obtained, but unfortunately, its contents were completely useless to him as he currently was. Perhaps he'd be able to make use of it after progressing to the Grand Ascension stage. Even so, he could certainly conduct further research into this profound heavenly tool refinement technique. If he could glean some unique insights from it, that would still be immensely beneficial to him. With that in mind, Hanli knew that it wasn't the right time to be researching this jade page, so he swept a sleeve through the air, and a burst of azure light swept forth to draw the page up his sleeve. However, the object flew away in the opposite direction as if it possessed sentient will. Fortunately, Hanli was already prepared for this, and his hand shot forth like lightning as he made a grabbing motion. A burst of invisible power immediately sealed the space in a radius of over 100 feet, and the jade badge was forcibly drawn into his hand. Hanli then immediately pulled out a jade box from his storage ring before carefully storing the jade badge into it, following which he plastered several restriction talismans onto the box. After stowing the jade box away, there was nothing else in this hall that caught Hanli's interest, so he immediately flew out into the devilish qi passageway as a streak of azure light. During his flight he summoned another top-grade wood attribute spirit stone, holding one in each hand as he absorbed spiritual power from both of them at once. At the same time, the pills that he'd taken earlier were also beginning to take effect, and wisps of pure spiritual qi surged throughout his body before being slowly absorbed by his meridians. He was currently flying toward the location where he could sense his gold-devouring beetle. That was where Xianxia's true objective lied. He didn't know what she was plotting, but it had to be something quite big for her to be willing to take such a big risk. Now that Hanli had completed his objective for this trip, he no longer had any qualms, and he was naturally very interested in taking a look at what Xianxia was up to. His battle with the devilish ape had been an extremely perilous once, but it hadn't actually taken all that long. Meanwhile, the gold-devouring beetle that he'd sent to track Xiao had stopped at a certain location, so it was quite clear that Xianxia still wasn't finished with what she was doing, thereby making this the perfect time to go and pay her a surprise visit. He had expended a lot of his magic power, and his projection had also shrunk down by almost half of its original size, but Xianxia's lowly cultivation base was quite reassuring to him. Otherwise, if he were facing a being of a similar power level in his current state, he most likely would have snuck away, rather potentially shoot himself in the foot. Hanli was flying through the passageway extremely quickly, yet halfway to his destination, an earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out within the belly of the entire giant mountain, following which a sudden turn of events abruptly unfolded. The devilish qi within the entire passageway suddenly began to churn and tumble violently in an uncontrollable manner, and resounding booms rang out within the black qi amid gusts of fierce winds. Countless inky black blades of wind materials before flying all throughout the entire passageway, and Hanli was quite startled by this development, but he merely rolled up a sleeve and conjured up a layer of a gray light around his body. The blades of wind seemed to be quite fierce and destructive, but they disappeared as soon as they came into contact with the barrier of divine essence-fused light around his body. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly, and he was just trying to make sense of what was happening when a strange roar suddenly erupted like a rumbling thunderclap right beside his ears. As soon as he heard this sound, all of the magic power within his body congealed and ceased to heed his command. Immediately thereafter, the gray light around his body dispersed and he plummeted straight downward. During this process, blades of winds crashed into his body from all directions within the passageway in a torrential downpour. If he were a normal human cultivator, he would have naturally been instantly diced into mincemeat. However, his body was already no less powerful than that of body integration stage devilish beasts, so he remained completely unscathed in the face of this sustained assault. Even so, Han Li was struck by a sense of shock and fury as he hurriedly activated his great development technique, sending a cool sensation circulating throughout his meridians. Thus, the spiritual power within his body returned to normal, and he rose up into the air as a streak of azure light again. Right at this moment, the ground down below in the entire passageway that he was situated in suddenly shattered, and loud thunderclaps rang out as countless arcs of inky black lightning surged forth in a frenzy. The devilish chi and the other stone walls of the passageway were all immediately destroyed upon making contact with these arcs of lightning, and Han Li's heart jolted with shock as he abruptly stowed away the spirit stones in his hands. Immediately thereafter he made a hand seal, and a set of golden and silver lightning robes appeared over his body following another rumbling thunderclap. The arcs of black lightning trapped him in a giant net, but he remained completely unscathed, safe and secure in his lightning robes. After a string of countless resounding thunderclaps erupted from below the ground, the entire devilish chi passageway collapsed amid violent flashes of black lightning. Countless massive rocks came crashing down from above, and despite Han Li's powers, he was still crushed under countless huge rocks as he'd been caught completely off guard. In the end, he was buried deep into the ground, entombed in a rocky prison. Meanwhile, the entire mountain was peak collapsing at an alarming rate, as if a gargantuan invisible hand had laid itself onto the mountain, then crushed down onto it with devastating force. Bursts of black devilish chi were also squeezed out of the cracks in the mountain faces, and all of them tried to permeate in all directions with all their might. Another loud roar erupted from within the collapsed mountain peak, following a string of deafening thunderclaps rang out once again. A dozen or so bolts of inky black lightning speared out of the collapsed mountain before elongating to over 1,000 feet in length while swinging wildly through the air. From a distance, it was as if the mountain had suddenly grown a dozen or so thick feelers that were thrashing about violently. After that, another earth-shattering boom rang out and countless shattered rocks erupted from within the collapsed mountain. It was as if the entire mountain peak had been cleaved flat, and a gargantuan being that was over 10,000 feet in length appeared in its place. This was a monstrous being that was entirely constructed from black light, and countless arcs of black lighting of different sizes were flashing violently all over its body. The dozen or so feelers that had emerged earlier were only the thickest of those bolts of lightning. At the very center of the black light was a massive white face that was around an acre in area. The eyes on the giant face were wide open, and a cold light was shimmering deep within its pupils. All of a sudden, a dragon's roar rang out from within the black light, and crimson light suddenly flashed from some part on the giant monster's body. A crimson WM then tore through its body before emerging from within and flying to over 1,000 feet away in a flash. There, the crimson light faded to reveal a man in a suit of silver armor that was riddled with sharp crimson spikes. At this moment, the cold and aloof expression had disappeared from his eyes, and not only had his face turned extremely pale, it was also filled with violent fury. At the same time, a dull thump rang out from the giant monster's body, following which another being that was several thousand feet in size erupted from within. A gust of fierce azure winds surged through the air to form a Kirin projection that was over 1,000 feet in size, and the massive face let loose a furious roar. The thickest bolt of black lightning protruding from its body then crashed down like a gigantic blade amid a loud thunderclap, but the massive Kirin projection merely flashed before disappearing like an invisible breeze. In the next instant, azure winds surged through the air over 1,000 feet away, and the Kirin projection re-emerged in a flash. Immediately thereafter, brilliant spiritual light radiated from its body, and it shrank down drastically to only several tens of feet in size, upon which it became a lot more substantial, as if it had attained an actual physical form. Only then could one see that a shimmering crystal had appeared on the azure Kirin's glabella. At the same time, its eyes were also filled with shock and fury. "Who are you? How are you able to control the cave spirit?" A female voice rang out from the azure Kirin's mouth. Even though the voice was filled with rage, it was still quite pleasant to the ears. It was none other than Xianxia's voice. Before this, she had entered the true spirit cave, yet before she had a chance to find what she wanted, the silver-armored man suddenly appeared. Immediately thereafter, the cave spirit that was supposed to be in a deep slumber abruptly transformed before swallowing her whole. If it weren't for the fact that she had made ample preparations beforehand and immediately taken a special pill she'd refined in advance, then allowed the azure Kirin to possess her and transform her into this massive projection, she most likely would have been devoured by the cave spirit. "I don't know who or what you are. All I want to know is where is the true Kirin essence within the true spirit cave," the silver-armored man said in a cold voice. "Hee, you don't know what I am? You expect me to believe that even though you came all the way here to this true spirit cave?" The giant face chuckled coldly and its voice was slightly muffled and indistinct, but was still quite harrowing to listen to. The small part of its body that had exploded instantly healed amid a flash of black light, as if the damage it had sustained earlier was completely inconsequential. Both the silver-armored man and the azure Kirin's expressions changed upon hearing this. The Kirin projection turned to the silver-armored man and drew a sharp breath. "What? So that means you're also..." "Indeed, aside from beings like us, no one else knows of this true spirit cave." "Don't compare me to trash like you. You failed to possess even a weak little crystal being, whereas I possessed this silver doubloon to perfection," the silver-armored man scoffed with a derisive roll of his eyes. A hint of fury flashed through the Kirin projection's eyes upon hearing this, but its voice remained calm as it countered. "Successful possession or not hinges entirely on luck. Back then we were each 100,000ths of the Kirin's spiritual sense, so there's no difference between us. I don't think it's a bad thing that I'm coexisting along with my host. As long as this crystal woman can ascend to a higher realm, I'll also be able to recover my true Kirin body and all of my powers." "You think she can ascend? What a joke. A mere crystal being is dreaming of ascension?" The silver-armored man scoffed in a derisive manner. "How is that not possible? As long as one can obtain the true Kirin essence within the true spirit cave, there's always a chance that they'll be able to ascend to the true immortal realm, even if they're just a plank of wood," the azure Kirin countered in a calm manner. The silver-armored man didn't refute the Kirin's words, but his eyes were still filled with disdain. "Giving a crystal being true spirit essence of this caliber is a massive waste. In contrast, I possess the body of a silver doubloon. If I were to consume the essence, I'll be sure to evolve and attain a true dragon body in the future." "Are you saying this so I can hand over the true Kirin essence to you? We were once both part of the same being, but after so many years we've already grown apart. Besides, even if I'm willing to back down, that thing's not going to just let you have your way. Back when we were inside the true spirit cave, it fully intended to devour both of us." The Kirin's expression darkened slightly before it cast its gaze toward the massive monster down below with a cold smile on its face. The silver-armored man could tell that the azure Kirin was merely trying to provoke both himself and the massive face being down below, but he still turned to the giant monster as he said in a cold voice, "I don't care how you managed to possess the cave spirit or what intentions you may have. Hand over the true spirit essence and I'll leave right away. Otherwise you're going to regret it. If you want to obtain the true Kirin essence, that's quite easy. All you have to do is enter my stomach and become one with me, and you'll be able to obtain it then," the giant face cackled in response. "What? You've already devoured it? Wait, no, only actual beings with physical bodies can absorb the true spirit essence. How were you able to accomplish this with the cave spirit's body?" The silver-armored man was unconvinced. The massive face was silent for a moment before replying in a dark voice. "Who told you that I possess the cave spirit's body? Do you two really think that you're the first beings to have come to this place?" "What do you mean by that?" The azure light around the Kirin projection's body flashed with bewilderment. "I've already devoured 3 or 4 beings like you, and if I were to devour the 2 of you along with so much true spirit blood, I'll be able to attain a true spirit body soon. As for the true Kirin essence, it's naturally inside my body. That's enough chit-chat. If you want to know more, then allow yourselves to be consumed by me, and you'll know everything when you become a part of me." The giant monster seemed to be unwilling to speak any further on the matter, and black light flashed around its body as two arcs of black lightning shot forth amid a loud thunderclap. From a distance, it appeared as if two huge black spears were about to puncture the Kirin projection and the silver-armored man's bodies. After hearing the monstrous face's words, the silver-armored man's expression had darkened significantly, and his fury was even further exacerbated now that the monster was attacking him. As such, he also did away with his words as his body swayed, and he suddenly transformed into three identical beings. One of them raised a hand, and a silver flying sword shot forth, transforming into a streak of silver sword chi that was over 100 feet in length before vanquishing the oncoming arc of lightning in a flash. Meanwhile, the azure Kirin projection opened its cavernous mouth, and its head suddenly expanded several times in size. After that, it simply swallowed the bolt of black lightning that was hurtling toward it. The silver-armored man's eyes flashed upon seeing this, and he suddenly said, "So you've mastered the great engulfment technique already. With your powers, you're worthy of joining forces with me on this occasion. Let's kill this thing together and split the true Kirin essence evenly among ourselves." True spirit essence is not something that can be completely refined by a being like this, even if it has devoured the essence. The azure Kirin pondered this proposal for a moment before immediately agreeing, "All right, you have yourself a deal." At present it was a combination between Xianxia and a wisp of the true spirit Kirin's spiritual sense, but it was still filled with yearning toward the true Kirin essence. Even though it was quite wary of the silver-armored man, it had no choice but to team up with him to vanquish their common enemy. Thus, azure light flashed from the Kirin projection's body, and it swelled to over 1,000 feet in size again as an astonishing aura erupted into the heavens. The silver-armored man's three avatars swayed in unison upon seeing this, and silver light flashed above one of them as a massive sword projection that was over 100 feet in length appeared again. Another one of the avatars made a hand seal, and balls of crimson flames suddenly appeared out of thin air around its body. Meanwhile, the final avatar's body blurred before it transformed into a silver WM. In the face of such a strange opponent, both Xianxia and the silver-armored being were taking the situation very seriously. At this moment, the monstrous face down below suddenly cackled. "You dare to try and oppose me? Good. I won't have to chase after you if you don't run away. However, before taking care of you too, I should address the other unwelcome guests present." As soon as its voice fell, a loud thunderclap suddenly erupted from the dozen or so thickest bolts of black lighting sprouting from its body, and they abruptly sprang forth without any premonition. Before the arcs of lightning had even struck their target, an enormous burst of spiritual pressure swept downward in the form of fierce winds. A silver shadow suddenly flashed from that direction, following which a slender humanoid figure appeared out of thin air, then immediately tried to flee the scene as a streak of silver light. However, right at this moment, a resounding thunderclap rang out, causing the entire space nearby to vibrate audibly. The dozen or so thick arcs of lightning then converged to form a massive black sword that was over 1,000 feet in length. The silver streak of light had been slowed as a result of booming thunderclap that had just erupted, and it was destroyed by the giant sword before the humanoid figure within the silver light even had a chance to cry out. This humanoid figure was naturally none other than the high-grade devilish beast Zhou Yi, who had followed Han Li all the way here using her profound concealment abilities. This woman possessed a mid-spatial tempering stage cultivation base, but she was unable to offer up any resistance in the face of this massive black sword. Both the silver-armored man and the azure Kirin were quite stunned by the power of the gigantic sword, and grim expressions appeared on both of their faces. However, after slaying that silver humanoid figure, the sword didn't immediately return or switch targets to the two of them. Instead, it hurtled toward the ground nearby as a massive streak of black light. Both the silver-armored man and the azure Kirin naturally faltered upon seeing this. The black streak of light descended with devastating might, as if it were threatening to part the entire earth. All of a sudden, a crisp ringing sound erupted from underground, following which azure light flashed as 72 small azure swords suddenly emerged from down below. These flying swords were only several inches in length each, but they suddenly converged to form a massive azure sword that was several tens of feet long. At the same time, a rumbling thunderclap rang out and dazzling golden lightning erupted to strike the giant black sword in a violent manner. Black and golden arcs of lighting intertwined with one another amid an earth-shattering boom, following which the two giant swords became stuck in an impasse. The giant black sword was astonishingly massive, but the azure sword below it seemed to be extremely destructive, and the golden lightning erupting from it was also immensely powerful, thereby allowing it to hold its own during this clash. A hint of surprise flashed past the giant white face, but it then harumphed coldly as black light flashed from its body. Several tens of arcs of black lightning then rose up all around it, as if they were also going to be launched through the air at any moment. However, right in this instant, a streak of azure light erupted from the ground beneath the azure flying sword. Almost at the exact same moment, the gigantic black sword suddenly lit up, and another streak of black sword chi appeared as if it were a shadow of the black sword. The sword chi then appeared above the streak of azure light in a flash before crashing down with ferocious might. A crisp clang rang out, and the azure light faded to reveal a strange crystalline light barrier. The streak of sword chi struck the light barrier, only to be refracted off to the side. Meanwhile, a humanoid figure stood within the light barrier with his hands clasped behind his back. It was none other than Han Li, who'd been buried under a tomb of giant rocks. He cast his gaze toward the giant face, then at the silver-armored man and the Kirin projection, before waving a hand through the air. A fist-sized golden flower instantly flew out of the ground nearby before flying toward him in a flash. It was none other than the gold-devouring beetle that Han Li had deployed for tracking purposes. The beetle swayed before disappearing up Han Li's sleeve, and the wisp of spiritual sense he'd imbued within it also returned to him. Thus he instantly received all of the visual and auditory information that the golden devour beetle had gleaned, and his expression abruptly changed slightly. After Han Li had withstood the giant face's attack with ease, the latter didn't immediately unleash another attack. Instead, it was appraising Han Li with a dark expression, seemingly rather wary of him. After a short while, the massive face asked in a dark voice, "The aura of that devilish ape has vanished. Could it be that you killed it? Your sensory abilities sure are quite potent." "Indeed, the devilish ape was wiped off the face of this realm not long ago," Han Li replied in a slow voice. You're a lucky little brat. I lured the devilish ape to this place so it would stay here to recover from its injuries, and after attaining a true spirit body, I was going to devour it as medicine." The idiot thought that the pure and abundant devilish chi here was a naturally occurring phenomenon. The monstrous face harumphed coldly. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but it then quickly reverted back to normal as he said, "I see. No wonder the devilish chi here is so abundant. I was thinking that it would be quite difficult for the devilish ape to gather so much devilish chi with its severe injuries. So you're the one behind this all along. Now I'm really curious about just what kind of being you are. Could it be that you're a spirit of heaven and earth?" "What spirit of heaven and earth? This thing is supposed to be an idiotic being with no spiritual nature at all that was only born from the true spirit essence within it, and it's only attained this level of intelligence after being possessed by something else. Take care not to be fooled by this thing, Brother Han," the Azure Kirin suddenly said. Upon hearing the pleasant female voice that the Kirin projection had just spoken with, Han Li's expression changed slightly and asked, "You're still Fairy Xian right now, right?" "Of course, Senior. My current state is rather strange as there are two different spiritual senses within my body, but my consciousness is the one controlling this Kirin projection," the Azure Kirin sighed in a truthful manner. "So that means you lured me all the way just so you could get your hands on this so-called true Kirin essence, right? Could it be that you were lying all along when you said you could use a holy grade devilish core to repair the suit of devilish armor?" Han Li turned to the Azure Kirin in a completely emotionless manner. "Of course not. A holy grade devilish core is very much necessary to repair the heavenly devilish armor. As for the matter surrounding the true Kirin essence, I'll admit that I did indeed use you to achieve my objective, but this isn't directly detrimental to you in any way. On top of that, you were able to slay the holy grade devilish ape, so it had to be true that it really was severely wounded," Xianxia countered in a pitiable voice. "You're right, your plan wasn't really detrimental to me in any way, but it looks like things aren't progressing all that smoothly here for you." A peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face as he looked at the silver-armored man's three avatars, then down at the monstrous face. "Indeed. I didn't think that things would become like this. However, if we can kill the cave spirit down below, we can still obtain the true Kirin essence. The essence is a manifestation of a wisp of the true spirit Kiran's essential power back when it was first born. Any being who obtains it can transform their bodies and attain incredible benefits from it. Not taking into account other matters, if you were to obtain even just a wisp of this essence, you'll definitely be able to progress to the body integration stage in the future, Brother Han. Xianxia wasn't beating around the bush at all as she immediately revealed her objective for this trip. In this current situation, it was unrealistic for her to think that she'd be able to take the true Kiran essence for herself. She was the weakest among all of the beings present, so it was a good idea for her to recruit Han Li to her side as a powerful ally. What are you trying to say? Do you intend to split the true Kiran essence with that man as well? If so, you have to split your half with him. I'm not splitting my half with anyone, the silver-armored man said in a cold voice. That's no problem at all. Brother Han, I want to make another deal with you. Help me kill this cave spirit and I'll give you a wisp of the true Kiran essence. You don't possess the spiritual sense of a true Kiran within your body, so just a wisp of the essence is enough. Absorbing too much will be of detriment to you instead. Furthermore, there's a special method required to refine this essence, and I'll be disclosing that to you as well, Xianxia tempted. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. The prospect of being able to progress to the body integration stage was naturally quite an alluring one, but this was the first time that he had heard of this true Kiran essence, so he was naturally rather skeptical of it. However, before Han Li had a chance to make a decision, the giant face down below suddenly cackled. Do you really think you still have a chance to split the true Kiran essence among you? Time's up for the two of you. Do you feel something wrong with your bodies? Xianxia and the silver-armored man were both quite startled to hear this, and they naturally withdrew their spiritual sense to assess their internal conditions. Almost at the exact same moment, the silver-armored man's two humanoid avatars let loose cries of agony, and countless hair-like black threads erupted from their skin. The black threads then tore their bodies into countless pieces, and two giant surgeon-like objects remained in their place. The two balls of green flames that were the souls of the avatars were also punctured by black threads, and they were absorbed amid flashed of black light before they could get away. The silver doubloon that was the silver-armored man's true body didn't suffer the same fate. However, the same black threads had also surfaced all over its shimmering silver scales, and it let loose a low roar before plummeting heavily down onto the ground below. As for the azure Kiran projection, it had also been punctured by countless black threads, and had shrunk down to around 10 feet in size. Following a final flash of azure light, it reverted back to Xianxia's original form. At this moment, her entire body was enshrouded within a ball of bright azure light that was engaged in an arduous struggle for supremacy against the countless black threads emerging from her body. She didn't plummet from the sky, but her body was trembling uncontrollably, and her face was twisted with extreme agony that appeared to have also completely immobilized her. Han Li's expression faltered slightly upon seeing this. Impossible. When did you do this to us? Xianxia let loose a cry of shock and fury as she struggled to hold her own body together. When? Of course it's when the two of you entered my body. Otherwise, how else do you think I killed all of the other beings that came for the true Kiran essence? As long as you enter my body, it's a simple task to plant spirit seeds within your bodies. Even though the two of you haven't died yet, you're no different from wooden puppets at this point. Now then, all I have to do is get rid of that meddling brat and this will be a resounding success for me. As soon as its voice trailed off, a sinister look appeared on the giant face. All of a sudden, thunderclaps erupted all over its body as arcs of black lightning transformed into countless black swords that hurtled toward Han Li with devastating might. As the black swords flew through the air, they suddenly dispersed before rotating like windmills. At the same time, arcs of black lightning erupted from the swords amid resounding thunderclaps, connecting with one another to form a massive black net that was around an acre in area in the blink of an eye. The giant net immediately descended upon Han Li from all sides, leaving him with no avenue for escape. This is a sword formation. Han Li murmured to himself as a peculiar look appeared on his face. The monstrous face began to chant a string of strange incantations, and rumbling thunderclaps immediately rang out as arcs of black lightning flashed violently. The entire net of lightning began to converge toward the center, spurred on by the hundreds of black lightning swords. The peculiar expression on Han Li's face faded in a flash as he made a grabbing motion toward a certain direction. Immediately thereafter, the giant azure sword swayed before disappearing on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted before Han Li, and the massive azure sword reappeared. He pointed a finger at the sword, and it reverted back into 72 small azure swords amid a clear ringing sound before revolving all around its body. Han Li made a hand seal and the flying swords shuddered before quickly multiplying in numbers. All of a sudden hundreds of identical streaks of sword chi appeared, and brilliant azure light erupted from them, which transformed into a giant azure lotus flower that enveloped Han Li's entire body. The petals of the lotus flower rotated, and streaks of azure sword chi shot forth upward in all directions like a reverse torrential downpour. A string of muffled thumps rang out as the black net of lightning was shattered by the streaks of azure sword chi as if it were a papier-mâché structure. However, before a smile had even appeared on Han Li's face, a loud thunderclap rang out, and the shattered arcs of black lightning converged again to form an identical black net, which continued to close in on Han Li. Han Li's expression changed drastically upon seeing this. At the same time, the monstrous face let loose a sinister cackle, and its massive body twisted and warped before it grew four thick limbs amid a flash of brilliant black light. At the same time, its portly and bloated body also became strong and muscle-bound as it transformed into a shimmering black Kirin. The Kirin was several thousand feet tall, and from afar, it was as if it were a massive black mountain that was even larger than its original form. The massive monstrous face was situated right on the Kirin's forehead, creating quite an eye-catching and unsettling sight to behold. After completing its transformation, the black Kirin raised one of its front limbs before stomping down toward Han Li from afar. All of a sudden violent spatial fluctuations erupted over 100 feet above Han Li, and black light flashed as a gargantuan inky black paw appeared out of thin air. Before it had even crashed down onto Han Li, a burst of enormous invisible power descended upon him first. Han Li felt the surrounding space tighten around him, as if a massive steel casket had closed around his body, trying to completely immobilize him. The massive black paw descended from above, and at the same time, the net of black lightning was also upon him. In this dire situation, Han Li remained completely unflustered. He merely took a deep breath, and scintillating golden light erupted from his body along with countless golden scales, as well as pairs of shimmering golden arms. A string of resounding booms rang out as Han Li used his immense strength to shatter the invisible shackles around him. Immediately thereafter, one of Han Li's hands took on an inky black color, and he suddenly made a grabbing motion. A massive gray hand that was around 10 feet in size appeared out of thin air, and the 5 fingers spread open with gray light shimmering around them before meeting the oncoming black paw. Despite the vast disparity in their sizes, the large gray hand was able to keep the black paw at bay after a thunderous collision. Black and gray light intertwined with one another as explosions rang out incessantly, and a strange shockwave also erupted into the heavens around them. At the same time, the giant azure lotus flower revolved around Han Li, and loud thunderclaps erupted as countless golden arcs of lightning surfaced. In the blink of an eye, a golden lightning lotus flower took shape outside the azure lotus flower. The petals of the golden flower flashed, and a layer of shimmering golden arcs of lightning proliferated in all directions, crashing into the converging black arcs of lightning amid a string of deafening thunderclaps. As soon as the two types of lightning came into contact with one another, they intertwined and clashed as if they'd each encountered their mortal enemy. Countless sparks of electricity flashed amid black and golden light before exploding one after the other, and both of the monstrous faces' devastating attacks were kept at bay by Han Li. The giant face faltered upon seeing this, but it then immediately let loose a cold harumph as a frosty light flashed through its eyes. Immediately thereafter, it opened its cavernous mouth, and gusts of black winds surged forth from within as a black hole that was around an acre in area appeared before the black Kirin. Black light was swirling rapidly within the hole, and it seemed as if it were threatening to suck in everything in this entire world. Xianxia was still completely immobilized, but a panicked look appeared on her face upon seeing this and she hurriedly yelled, "Look out! That's the great engulfment technique." Back when she was in her azure Kirin form, she had also fallen prey to the same ability, but the version being unleashed by this black Kirin now was far more powerful than what she'd experienced. Han Li was also quite startled by this attack, and after hearing Xianxian's words of warning, he immediately flipped a hand over to produce a miniature black mountain that was several inches in size, then hurled it into the air. Immediately after leaving his hand, the mountain swayed before swelling drastically in size, reaching over 10,000 feet tall in just the span of a few breaths. At this point it was comparable in size to the black Kirin up ahead, and most of the entire sky was obscured by the giant black mountain peak. He was planning to use this devastatingly powerful mountain to crush the black hole along with the black Kirin's entire body. However, the scenes that unfolded next had Han Li's expression changing drastically. A vast expanse of black light suddenly erupted from the massive black hole, and after striking the divine essence-fused mountain, the black light transformed into several black runes that were each around 10 feet in size, all of which disappeared into the mountain in a flash. Immediately thereafter, the mountain shrank rapidly down to its original miniature size, then disappeared amid a flash of black light. In the next instant, the treasure appeared at the edge of the black hole before being forcibly drawn into it. Han Li was astonished to find that in that instant, his connection with the divine essence-fused mountain had become extremely feeble, as if it were on the verge of being severed entirely. He had already refined this mountain to the extent that it was virtually an extension of his own body, so it was quite incredible that his opponent was still able to forcibly take it from him. Thus, a grim expression appeared on Han Li's face, and he began to chant something, upon which silver light flashed from the back of his inky black hand. A miniature mountain projection immediately appeared, and following a flash of gray light, the projection took on a substantial form as the black mountain surfaced over his palm again, as if it had never been hurled through the air in the first place. A faint cry of surprise escaped the monstrous face's mouth upon seeing this. It was naturally unaware that the divine essence-fused mountain had been refined using the 100 Meridian Refinement mantra, so unless Han Li's entire hand were to be chopped off, he'd be able to summon the mountain back to him even from vast distances away. However, just as Han Li was about to unleash another ability, the true might of the Great Engulfment technique was finally unveiled. Following a burst of unsettling cackling, the light in the surrounding area dimmed, and a gust of putrid winds swept toward Han Li, following which he found himself in an entirely inky black space. The black lightning and the giant paw had abruptly disappeared, and Han Li's heart jolted as he discovered that he was unable to release his spiritual sense of his body at all. Blue light immediately flashed through his eyes as he hurriedly inspected his surroundings, and he discovered that even after unleashing his spirit eye ability, he was only able to just barely catch a blurry glimpse of the area within a radius of 1,000 feet. However, everything around him was a vast expanse of murky darkness, and it was as if he'd been drawn into an unknown space. Despite this, Han Li was confident that he hadn't moved a single inch from his original spot, which meant that he'd most likely been swallowed into the monster's stomach. This great engulfment technique really was extremely profound. He didn't even get a chance to take evasive measures before he fell prey to it. With that in mind, the azure and golden lotus flowers beneath his feet blossomed in a flash, forming two light barriers around him. Furthermore, there was also a crystalline light barrier that had appeared around his body as the innermost layer of protection. He had witnessed what had just happened to Xianxia and the silver-armored man, so he was naturally proceeding with extreme caution. Even so, Han Li certainly wasn't going to just be content with being trapped in here. As such, he flicked his 10 fingers through the air in quick succession, and streaks of sharp sword chi shot forth all around him in a torrential downpour. However, all of these streaks of sword chi simply disappeared amid dull thumps after flying for over 1,000 feet, as if they'd all fallen into an inescapable swamp. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and he made a hand seal that gathered all of the golden arcs of lightning around him toward his body. Immediately thereafter, a loud thunderclap rang out as a golden lightning doubloon that was over 100 feet in length took shape, then pounced forward in a flash. A resounding boom rang out as the golden doubloon crashed into some kind of restriction over 1,000 feet away, and a golden halo exploded like a supernova, sending waves of golden lightning radiating in all directions. The entire space tremored violently as if it were about to completely collapse in the next instant, but a sharp cry suddenly rang out as another black hole that was over 100 feet in size appeared before the waves of golden light. Black light swirled within the black hole, and all of the golden light disappeared into it along with the shockwaves resulting from the explosion. Immediately thereafter, the black hole twisted and warped before transforming into a black-robed man wearing a white mask on his face. Han Li raised an eyebrow as he narrowed his eyes upon seeing this man. "There's no way you're going to be able to escape from here. The other two were able to escape as I intended for them to do so, but you're not going anywhere," the black-robed man said in a muffled voice that was identical to that of the monstrous face. "Really? I don't think so." A peculiar look flashed through Han Li's eyes before he let loose a cold harumph. The harumph seemed to be quite ordinary, but the black-robed figure abruptly shuddered over 1,000 feet away before plummeting from the sky like a dead log. Han Li had unleashed his Spirit-Stun Thorn ability, and the black-robed man had been caught completely off guard. Immediately thereafter, a loud thunderclap erupted from behind Han Li, following which a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back. He flapped the wings gently and abruptly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, an arc of azure and white lightning flashed beside the plummeting black-robed man, following which Han Li reappeared out of thin air. An azure longsword then appeared soundlessly in his hand, and he slashed it through the air to slice both the black-robed man and his mask in half. After that, Han Li immediately rubbed his hands together before raising them in unison, sending arcs of golden lightning hurtling through the air. The two halves of the black-robed man's body were reduced to balls of black chi amid rumbling thunderclaps, and it appeared that he was going to be completely destroyed in the next instant. Han Li was quite relieved to see this, and a hint of a smile finally appeared on his face. However, his smile stiffened in the next instant as he discovered that the black chi within the golden lightning had suddenly fled the scene as a series of black snakes. His divine Devilbane lightning was indeed extremely powerful, but it still only managed to cut off most of those black snakes, thereby allowing a small portion of them to escape. After that, these black snakes all transformed into short humanoid figures. These humanoid figures were all identical in appearance to the black-robed man except they were only around a foot tall each, but there were over 100 of them. These black-robed figures blurred in a wraith-like manner, and in the next instant Han Li found himself surrounded by these black-robed midgets. Cold light flashed through these black-robed figures' eyes in unison, and all of them raised their hands at once to send pillars of black light hurtling directly toward Han Li. However, the pillar of black light all disappeared like sandcastles in the rising tide after coming into contact with the barrier of gray light around Han Li's body. The black-robed midgets were all rather taken aback by this development while a cold smile appeared on Han Li's face. His divine essence-fused light was the bane of all 5 elemental powers, and those pillars of black light were imbued with extremely pure water attribute spiritual power, thereby making the divine essence-fused light the bane of their existence. At this moment Han Li suddenly stomped a foot down onto his azure lotus flower, and countless streaks of azure light shot forth in a torrential downpour. All of the black-robed midgets in the surrounding area were punctured countless times by these streaks of light, thereby reducing them to clouds of black chi again. "Kukuku, just give up, little brat. Here in my body my soul is immortal. You'll only be making more enemies for yourself by destroying our bodies." A burst of unpleasant cackling rang out from the darkness. Sure enough, the clouds of black chi flashed again to form several hundred more black-robed beings. Except on this occasion, they were only around several inches tall each. Han Li's eyelids twitched upon seeing this, following which a cold light flashed through his eyes. He then flipped his hand over to produce a golden blade segment. It was none other than the incomplete profound heavenly treasure he'd just obtained earlier. He didn't know what the monstrous face intended by trapping him in here, but he certainly wasn't going to allow it to get its way. Using this blade segment would most likely expend a vast amount of his magic power, as well as the power of his projection, but there was no way that his opponent would be able to withstand the power of laws. He was going to kill this monster in a single strike to put an end to this battle. However, just as golden light was beginning to flash from the blade segment, a loud cry that was filled with excitement and impatience suddenly rang out from within his sleeve. Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this, and a peculiar look appeared on his face before he immediately swept a sleeve through the air. A strange cry rang out as a black bracelet flew out of his sleeve, and a streak of black light erupted from within it. The black light then faded to reveal a small black monkey that appeared before Han Li. It was none other than the Weeping Soul Beast. However, the Weeping Soul Beast was clearly far different from how it normally was at the moment. Before Han Li had even issued any instructions to it using his spiritual sense, it let loose a thunderous roar, and black light swirled around its body as it swelled drastically to become a massive black ape that was over 300 feet tall. The weeping soul beast's eyes took on a crimson color, and it thumped its massive fists into its chest as it bared its sharp fangs. At the same time, a strange horn had sprouted from its head, and it had transformed into a massive three-eyed ghostly being. There were also 3 black bone spikes on its back that were extremely terrifying to behold. Xing Beast. A sharp cry of horror suddenly rang out within the darkness, and all of the miniature black-robed figures instantly disappeared as clouds of black chi. Han Li's eyes widened with surprise upon witnessing this unexpected development, and he was also rather confused. At this point, the giant ghostly being that was the weeping soul beast seemed to have lost all semblance of sanity. After letting loose a thunderous roar of fury, spiritual light suddenly flashed from its third demonic eye, following which a crimson pillar of light pierced into the darkness up ahead in a flash. A strange sound rang out, and Han Li was given quite a fright by what happened next. Several hundred feet away, something appeared directly in the path of the pillar of crimson light, and the latter instantly transformed into a crimson chain. The chain wound itself tightly around the object that had just appeared. Following, a loud thunderclap rang out as arcs of crimson lightning erupted from the chain. A howl of anguish immediately rang out from the end of the chain, and a ball of black chi with a radius of several tens of feet was forced to reveal itself amid flashes of crimson lightning. The crimson chain immediately became very excited and instantly wound itself in a few more loops around the cloud of black chi, as if it had captured a rare delicacy. Rumbling thunderclaps erupted, and the black chi howled incessantly, seemingly extremely fearful toward the arcs of crimson lightning. In just the span of a few breaths, it adopted a dozen or so different forms to try and escape with all its might. The black-robed man and the black Kirin were among the forms that it adopted. However, all of its efforts were completely in vain, as every form it adopted was shattered by the arcs of crimson lightning, thereby reducing it to a cloud of black chi over and over again. Furthermore, the crimson chains adhered tightly to the ball of black chi, refusing to allow it to escape. Thus, the black chi could only thrash violently while howling in agony and fury. Right at this moment, the weeping soul beast sprang into action again. It suddenly made a grabbing motion behind it with one of its huge furry hands, and one of the 3 black bone spikes on its back suddenly disappeared without any premonition. In the next instant, black light flashed from the weeping soul beast's hand, and the bone spike appeared in its grasp. It then began to chant an incantation that Han Li had never heard before, and rows of shimmering golden text suddenly appeared over the bone spike, creating quite a mystical sight to behold. The bone spike then began to tremor gently while emitting a buzzing sound, and it was also expanding at a gradual rate. At the same time, golden waves surged backward from the tip of the spike, and a burst of scintillating golden light erupted. Some of the golden runes on the bone spike also appeared in the air nearby, hovering around in an unsteady manner. Right in the instant when those runes had appeared, a burst of bone-chilling baleful chi erupted from the bone spike. Golden seal text. Han Li exclaimed in astonishment. At the same time, a stunned voice also rang out from within the cloud of black chi. Heavenly punishment, divine spear. The difference was that Han Li was only purely shocked, yet the voice within the black chi was filled with both shock and horror. Countless thoughts raced through Han Li's mind, yet before he could make sense of what was happening, a sudden turn of events abruptly. Golden light suddenly began to swirl unsteadily around the cloud of black chi, following which it rapidly shrank before quickly swelling again. A dull thump then rang out as the cloud of black chi self-detonated, and an inky black halo emerged, forcing the crimson chains away. Countless streaks of black light then took advantage of this opportunity to escape from those chains. In this dire situation, the monstrous face had self-detonated most of its soul so that a small portion of it could escape. However, an incredible scene then immediately ensued. The crimson chains suddenly blurred after being forced back, then transformed into several tens of crimson threads that shot forth in a flash. Each and every crimson thread pierced through a streak of black light with unerring accuracy and incredible speed. All of these streaks of black light were forced to revert back to balls of black chi amid anguished wails, and at the same time, they were immobilized in midair. The crimson threads then converged and forcibly gathered all of the black chi in one place, following which they transformed into a thick crimson chain that bound the cloud of black qi again. Immediately thereafter, the bone spike in the weeping soul beast's hand was hurled through the air as a streak of golden light. It wasn't traveling all that quickly, but the cloud of black qi was completely immobilized, so it was unable to take any evasive measures. All of a sudden, an unfamiliar face suddenly appeared out of the black qi. In contrast with the white monstrous face from before, this face was of 5 different colors and had a pair of horns growing on its forehead. The entire face had been enshrouded within a ball of scorching crimson flames, and there were 2 balls of rapidly revolving silver light within the black eye socket, as striking the beholder with a dizzying sensation. The monstrous face from before bore a slight resemblance to a human face, but this was a devilish face the likes of which Han Li had never seen before. "Please spare me and stop that Xing beast, esteemed immortal. I am a soul fragment of a heavenly devilish sovereign, and I'm willing to submit to you and become your devilish servant." The devilish face was completely desperate at this point, and was grasping at the final straw that could perhaps save its life. Heavenly devilish sovereign? Han Li was quite startled to hear this, and he was rather tempted by this offer. However, he then cast his gaze toward the weeping soul beast, and he could only heave a resigned sigh. The weeping soul beast had completely cut off its spiritual connection with him, and it seemed that it had been acting on pure instinct this entire time, so how was he supposed to control it? Thus, the devilish face could only look on in despair as the bone spike pierced through its glabella, and scintillating golden light erupted from the puncture wound in a frenzy. In the next instant, the golden light enveloped the devilish face, which instantly completely stiffened as if it had been turned into stone. Following a crisp crack, the devilish face shattered with the golden hole at the center, disintegrating into countless 5-colored fragments that hovered in a stationary manner within the black qi. The weeping soul beast's eyes lit up, and it let loose a cold harumph to expel a burst of yellow light out of its large nostrils. The yellow light swept forth to collect the black qi and the fragments of the devilish face, then drew it all back into the weeping soul beast's waiting mouth. The crimson chains disappeared thereafter, and the bone spike that had just been hurled suddenly reappeared on the weeping soul beast's back. However, the golden seal text on its head disappeared, and the black light emanating from it had also dimmed to the point that it was almost non-existent. Much to Han Li's surprise, right after devouring the devilish face, the crimson light faded from the weeping soul beast's eyes, and it blinked as if it were confused about how it had gotten here, then slumped to the ground, completely unconscious. A layer of black light surged over its massive body, and it reverted back to its small black monkey form, which was only around a foot in size. At the same time, the spiritual connection Han Li had with the beast was restored. Han Li faltered momentarily before sweeping his spiritual sense toward the little monkey, and he was quite shocked to discover that the weeping soul beast's energy and spiritual sense had been completely drained, as if it had just endured a fierce battle for 3 days and 3 nights. Han Li was rather bewildered by this situation, and he simply couldn't make sense of what had just happened. The weeping soul beast's strange transformation and the devilish faces claimed that it was the soul fragment of a heavenly devilish sovereign all had him feeling quite confused. Furthermore, the fact that the devilish face seemed to have recognized the weeping soul beast and referred to it as a Xing beast only further exacerbated his befuddlement. However, he was also aware that this was not the time to be searching for answers, as all of a sudden, the black space around him began to shatter amid violent tremors. A ray of white light shone into this space, and Han Li's brows furrowed as he inspected his surroundings, only to find that there was no true Kirin essence to be seen. He abruptly swept a sleeve through the air to stow the weeping soul beast away ups his sleeve, then swayed and disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, spatial fluctuations erupted in the air several thousand feet above the ground, and Han Li appeared amid a flash of azure light. Down below was a gray face that was several thousand feet in size. The face was missing large chunks and it was quickly collapsing in the wind. Han Li quickly inspected his surroundings through narrowed eyes to find that Xianxia was hovering in midair some distance below him. She had been completely immobilized before, but she seemed to be fine now. There were several shimmering white flying sabers hovering around her, and she was looking on at the scenes unfolding before her eyes with astonishment etched on her face. Not far away from her stood the silver-armored man with his hands clasped behind his back. There was a silver WRM projection above his head, and the two of them seemed to be engaged in a tense confrontation. Xianxia took a deep breath before asking, "Brother Han, did you manage to kill the cave spirit?" The silver-armored man was also appraising him with a hint of bewilderment in his eyes. "Why do you ask? Is it so incredible to the two of you that I managed to kill that thing?" Han Li asked in an indifferent voice. Xianxia quickly recomposed herself before replying with a smile. "Of course not. I'm simply overawed that you were able to kill it so quickly, Brother Han." Han Li merely smiled and didn't offer any explanation. At this moment the silver-armored man suddenly asked in a cold voice, "Seeing as you've killed the cave spirit, where's the true Kirin essence? Have you obtained it already?" Han Li wore a calm expression on his face, and as opposed to answering the man's question he asked, "I did indeed manage to kill the cave spirit, but do you know what it was that had possessed the cave spirit?" Both Xianxia and the silver-armored man's expressions changed slightly as they exchanged a quick glance upon hearing this. After a brief silence, Xianxia asked, "Would you care to enlighten us, Brother Han?" Before the cave spirit died, it proclaimed itself to be a soul fragment of a heavenly devilish sovereign. "Do you two know anything about this?" Han Li asked in a nonchalant manner. "A heavenly devilish sovereign? That's impossible." Both Xianxia and the silver-armored man exclaimed in unison with astonishment and horror etched on their faces. "This is the first time I've heard of this heavenly devilish sovereign, but both of you seem to be quite familiar with it. Would you be able to fill me in on this topic?" Han Li raised an eyebrow as he cast his gaze directly toward the two of them. The silver-armored man's expression darkened, and he merely harumphed coldly, seemingly not intending to answer Han Li's question. Following a brief hesitation, Xianxia explained, "I trust that you already know what a heavenly devilish monarch is, Brother Han. A heavenly devilish sovereign is a top-grade being among heavenly devilish monarchs. They possess countless different forms, and even true spirit beings are susceptible to them during their tribulation transcendences. If they were to fall prey to a heavenly devilish sovereign, they'd undergo devilification and be reduced to puppets." "Even true spirits are susceptible to them?" Han Li was quite astonished to hear this. "Not just true spirits. It's said that even the immortals of the true immortal realm could be forced to undergo devilification by a heavenly devilish sovereign. Of course, this is only a rumor. No one has been able to confirm it to be true or false. Speaking of which, is it really true that this cave spirit was possessed by a heavenly devilish sovereign?" Xianxia explained with a wry smile, and at the end she couldn't help but ask for confirmation. Han Li was naturally stunned upon hearing this information about these heavenly devilish sovereigns, but his expression remained unchanged as he countered, "Do you think I'm lying to you, Fairy Xian?" "Of course not. It's just that this is quite an important matter and I simply wanted to confirm this just to make sure I hadn't misheard." Before Xianxia had a chance to say anything else, the silver-armored being interjected in an expressionless manner, "I think he's most likely telling the truth." Not only was Han Li rather surprised to hear this, Xianxia was also quite taken aback as she asked, "What do you mean by that, fellow Daoist Gue? If you won't fool me by playing dumb. Don't tell me that you didn't notice anything strange about the cave spirit. You should be well aware that spirits of heaven and earth like this true spirit can't be possessed by normal beings, not even true spirit Kirins themselves. On top of that, that thing was most likely telling the truth when claiming that it had killed many beings like us already." The silver-armored man harumphed coldly. "Even so, how did it find out about the true spirit cave and true Kirin essence?" Xianxia rebuked with a shake of her head. "That's rather difficult to speculate. Perhaps when this soul fragment of the heavenly devilish sovereign came to our realm, it unintentionally devoured one of the other 100,000 true spirit Kirin soul fragments, thereby giving it knowledge of this place. Alternatively, perhaps it really was a coincidence and it stumbled upon this cave spirit first, then learned about the secret of this true spirit cave after devouring other beings," the silver-armored man mused in a dark voice. "Those scenarios do indeed seem plausible, but we can find out the truth, can't we? If I recall correctly, all living beings that have been possessed by heavenly devilish sovereigns will disintegrate into devilish dust. The cave spirit is quite a special being, but it wouldn't have been able to escape that fate either." Xianxia cast her gaze downward as she spoke. Han Li also looked down with a curious expression, and he was shocked to find that a massive pile of black dust had appeared on the ground where the monstrous face had been before. Only after expending extensive effort did Han Li manage to glean a slight semblance of the monstrous face from the pile of black dust, and his lips twitch involuntarily in response. The other two had naturally also witnessed this. Xianxia merely heaved a faint sigh before falling silent, while the silver-armored man raised a hand and made a grabbing motion downward. A clump of black dust instantly flew toward him as a stream of black smoke, and carefully inspected it for a long while before finally concluding in a calm manner, "There's no mistaking it. This is indeed devilish dust." It appears that Brother Han was telling the truth then. No wonder this cave spirit was so difficult to deal with. The two of us unwittingly fell into the heavenly devilish sovereign's trap, and we almost perished as a result. Come to think of it, I really must thank you for saving me, Brother Han. Xianxia turned to Han Li with a grateful smile. There's no need to thank me. I was only able to slay this devil through sheer luck. Otherwise, this devilish sovereign's abilities would have been very difficult to combat. Han Li's lips twitched involuntarily as he recalled back to the ordeal he'd suffered within the monstrous face's body, and there was still a hint of fear lingering in his heart. Of course. Thankfully, this cave spirit isn't an actual being with a substantial body, so the soul fragment of the devilish sovereign was only able to unleash a small portion of its power through it. Otherwise, heavenly devilish sovereigns are virtually just as powerful as true immortals. Even beings that have only been possessed by one of its soul fragments would definitely be far too fearsome for us to oppose. However, you've most likely made yourself a powerful enemy here, fellow Daoist Han. The heavenly devilish sovereign to which this soul fragment belongs will be seeking its revenge, so if you ever make it to a point where you can ascend to the true immortal realm, it will most likely return to try and interfere with your tribulation, the silver-armored man said as a cold light flashed through his eyes. Hee, I'm not going to think about something so far away, Han Li chuckled in a nonchalant manner. Alright, seeing fellow Daoist Xian and I have answered your questions, it's time we talked about the true Kirin essence, isn't it? The silver-armored man chuckled coldly as he changed the subject. I don't know what this true Kirin essence looks like, but I definitely didn't see it within the cave spirit's body, Han Li replied in a concise manner. The silver-armored man's expression immediately darkened upon hearing this, and Xianxia's brows also furrowed in contemplation. Strangely enough, neither of them were enraged by skeptical of his claim. Han Li's eyes narrowed in befuddlement upon seeing this. What do you think, fellow Daoist Gue? Xianxia suddenly asked with a smile. I am indeed unable to detect any true Kirin essence fluctuations from fellow Daoist Han's body. The essence comes from the true spirit Kirin itself, so there's no way to fool us using any treasures or restrictions, which means he's telling the truth. However, back when we were battling the cave spirit, we both sensed the essence within its body, the silver-armored man replied. That means you've arrived at the same conclusion as I have, fellow Daoist Gray. Xianxia's expression immediately paled upon hearing this. Indeed. Seeing as fellow Daoist Han hasn't obtained the true Kirin essence, it must have dissipated and returned to the earth following the cave spirit's death or returned to the original true spirit cave, and the only way to obtain it would be to wait for the next cave spirit to be born, the silver-armored man confirmed with a dark expression. If it's the first scenario, then we won't have any more chances, but if the second scenario was what actually happened, then we'll just have to wait for a few hundred years, Xianxia said with a hint of forced optimism in her voice. Oh. In that case, is there a way to find out which of the two scenarios actually took place? Han Li asked as he crossed his arms and stroked his chin. Of course not. There's no way to track the true Kirin essence regardless of what happened, Xianxia replied in a dejected manner. Han Li was also quite disappointed to hear this. After all, that essential power could assist him in reaching the body integration stage, but now, even if the true Kirin essence still existed, he'd have to wait several hundred years for a chance to obtain it. However, even though neither Xianxia nor the silver-armored man seemed to be lying, he naturally wasn't just going to take their word for it. Thus, blue light flashed through his eyes, and he also released his spiritual sense as he rose up into the air to search through the nearby area. However, after scouring carefully through the area in a radius of several kilometers, his search still proved to be completely fruitless, so he could only descend before Xianxia and the silver-armored man again in a gloomy manner. At the sight of Han Li's dejected display, Xianxia and silver-armored man were even more convinced that he had been telling the truth. Thus, all three of them fell silent as they became absorbed in their own thoughts. For Xianxia, her trip had ended in complete failure, and she'd wasted several precious treasures in the process, so she was understandably quite depressed. The silver-armored man remained relatively calm, but he was also pondering something. After a while, the silver-armored man seemed to have seen the silver lining on the situation, and he suddenly chuckled. He looks like this trip made in vain. Thankfully, I possessed a silver WM, so waiting several hundred years is nothing to me. You're a silver WM, so even after waiting for so long, you still have a chance to reach the holy race and even beyond. If I were to wait for several centuries, even if I could obtain the true Kirin essence, I may not have enough time to completely refine it and use it in my cultivation. Xianxia sighed with a complex expression on her face. In that case, why don't you give up or become one with me? The silver-armored man suddenly suggested upon hearing this. I can certain fuse my spiritual sense with yours. As long as you'll allow me to take over as the dominant consciousness, I'll take you up on your offer right away. Xianxia countered with a dark expression. I tried to throw you a lifeline, but you seem intent on bringing punishment upon yourself. A vicious light suddenly flashed through the silver-armored man's eyes, and he clenched his fists together as a faint odor of blood and gore began to emanate from his body. Xianxia's heart stirred slightly upon seeing this, but she didn't back down in the slightest as she said, Do you think you can take on myself and Brother Han at once, fellow Daoist Gui? A cold light flashed through the silver-armored man's eyes and he turned to Han Li as he asked, Fellow Daoist Han, are you going to intervene? If you leave right now, I'll be sure to give you a handsome reward. A handsome reward? Han Li merely chuckled upon hearing this. Do you not believe me, fellow Daoist Han? In that case, I'm willing to issue part of the reward in advance. The silver-armored man insisted with a cold expression on his face. Brother Han, only I've conducted enough research into the heavenly devilish armor to be able to repair it. If you help me here, not only will I repair the armor for you, I'll take you here to search for the true Kirin essence again in a few hundred years, and I'm willing to split it with you. Xianxia remained completely calm and unflustered, seemingly very confident that Han Li would help her. Just as she'd expected, Han Li only hesitated momentarily before shaking his head as he said, I'm afraid I won't be able to just stand by idly here. If you know what's good for you, I suggest you leave, fellow Daoist Gui. The silver-armored man was furious upon hearing this, and a ferocious look appeared on his face as the odor of blood and gore in the air intensified. Han Li's eyes narrowed, and a rumbling thunderclap erupted within his as arcs of golden lightning appeared all around him. At the same time, a golden projection with 3 heads and 6 arms emerged behind his back. Simultaneously, several tens of azure flying swords flew out of his sleeves, then transformed into blossoming azure lotus flowers. Meanwhile, Han Li merely stood with his hands clasped behind his back as he appraised the silver-armored man. A wide smile appeared on Xianxia's face upon seeing this, but she wasn't just going to stand by idly either. She flipped over both of her hands, and an azure talisman with the image of a Kirin inscribed upon it suddenly appeared in one hand, while a small black flag appeared in her other hand amid a flash of spiritual light. Both of the objects were covered in countless runes, and it was quite apparent that they were no ordinary treasures. She waved the 2 objects through the air, and a gust of black winds emerged alongside an azure Kirin projection. Both of them then instantly combined as one, and the Kirin projection was inflated to several times its original size by the gust of black winds. It opened its cavernous mouth and let loose a string of low roars as it appraised the silver-armored man in a menacing manner. The silver-armored man was normally quite a brutal and vicious character, but even he had to hesitate in the face of both Han Li and Xianxia. The latter wasn't enough for him to be concerned about, but the fact that Han Li had taken care of the cave spirit on his own had shaken him quite a bit. He knew that if he were to face the cave spirit on his own, he'd only have a 50% chance of securing victory at most, and that probability was deflated even further by the fact that the cave spirit had been possessed by the soul fragment of a heavenly devilish sovereign. Alright, then this is where we'll part ways. I hope that you two will both be alive and well the next time I see you, the silver-armored man said in a cold voice as a vicious light flashed through his eyes. Immediately after his voice trailed off, he waved a sleeve through the air to expel a ball of grey chi, which then transformed into a crimson conical flying carriage with ghostly shadows flashing within it. The silver-armored man's body swayed, and he disappeared into the carriage before it sped away as a streak of crimson light, leaving a burst of ghostly howls in its wake. After just a few flashes, The carriage disappeared into the distance without a trace. The silver-armored man had been quite decisive, choosing to immediately back down after deciding that his chances of securing victory were quite slim. Xianxia's expression eased slightly, and she made a hand seal to dispel the Kirin projection up above, which reverted back into a talisman and a small flag before descending into her grasp. She then turned to Han Li and extended a respectful curtsy as she said, "Thank you for stepping in, Brother Han. Otherwise I would have been in grave danger. You seem to trust me a lot. Aren't you afraid that I'll turn on you, then use a soul search technique to obtain the method for repairing the suit of devilish armor?" Han Li harumphed coldly as he shot a glance toward her. Xianxia remained unfazed by Han Li's cold threats as she smiled and replied, "I haven't known you for very long, but I've interacted with you enough to be able to tell that you're not that heartless of a person. Besides, my cultivation base may be quite lackluster, but I do know a few soul-locking secret techniques. Even if my soul were to be completely destroyed, no one will be able to get any information from me." Han Li was a little speechless upon hearing this. His main objective for making this trip was to repair the suit of heavenly devilish armor, so he didn't want to draw any unnecessary trouble to himself. As for this true Kirin essence, it was the first that he'd heard of such an extraordinary item. In any case, there was no way to obtain it for now, so it would naturally be best to go back and do some research on it for himself. Furthermore, the matters surrounding the heavenly devilish sovereign and the weeping soul beast had him feeling rather bemused, so he had to ponder those issues carefully as well. After a brief silence, Han Li said in an implacable voice, "I'm taking all of the materials from the holy grade devilish ape's body." "No problem. After we go back, not only will I repair the suit of devilish armor for you as I promised, I'll offer you another present as thanks for saving my life," Xianxia replied in an extremely obedient manner. Han Li's expression eased slightly upon hearing her response, and he nodded in reply. Xianxia glanced at the vast expanse of black dust down below, and a hint of dejection flashed through her eyes as she said, "Brother Han, that battle from earlier must have disturbed many devilish beasts in the area, so we should get away from here right away." Han Li quickly assessed their surroundings before nodding as he replied, "We did indeed cause quite a commotion. Let's go then." Thus the two of them flew through the air as two streaks of light, one white and one azure, heading out of the mountain ranges. Moments later, peace and quiet returned to the area. Around half a day later, Han Li and Xianxia emerged from the mountain ranges and reappeared before the mountain where they'd parted with Yu Zhong. Xianxia abruptly raised a hand, and a streak of silver light shot forth, whizzing around in the nearby area before flying up her sleeve. Her expression changed slightly, and a wry smile appeared on her face as she turned to Han Li and said, "As expected, fellow Daoist, you has most likely already perished. He must have been killed by either that man with the Gui surname or high-grade devilish beast that was killed by the cave spirit earlier. If we'd known that this would happen, we should have taken him into the mountain ranges with us. As things are now, our return journey may be rather perilous. It's indeed quite unfortunate that fellow Daoist you passed away, but even if he'd followed us into the mountain ranges, he wouldn't have been able to enter the devilish chi passageway, so his death would have been unavoidable anyway. As for our return journey, let's go back the same way we came. After all, we've already taken that route once and it seems to be relatively safe," Han Li replied after a brief pause. "Looks like we'll have to do that. Let's set off right away," Xianxia sighed. Han Li nodded in response and the two continued on their journey. Unbeknownst to the two of them, there were hundreds of metamorphosis stage devilish beasts gathered at a certain location countless kilometers away, and all of them were pursuing Han Li along the same route. They were being led by the subordinate of the holy grade myriad-eye devil, the humanoid devilish beast known as Wuxia. This devilish beast had a pair of black horns on his head, and wore a suit of black metal armor. There was a heavy expression on his sinister face, and he was taking occasional glances at a crimson bead that was being held tightly in his hand. The bead was supposed to be quite glittering and translucent, but a deep crack had marred its smooth surface, and it had become completely dull and lusterless. After receiving a request for assistance from Zhou Yi, the holy grade myriad-eye devil was afraid that Han Li would be able to get away, so he'd immediately sent Wuxia after him. Thus, Wuxia gathered all of the high-grade devilish beasts in the area to head directly toward the location that had been marked by Zhou Yi. However, not long after he'd set off, the treasure that he'd been using to track her suddenly cracked in half. This came as quite a shock to him, and it meant that Jiu Yi had most likely already perished. In that case, he really wasn't confident that he'd be able to hunt down his target. However, at the recollection of the menacing light that had flashed through his master's eyes prior to his deployment, Wuxia immediately shuddered involuntarily. He knew with absolute certainty that if he were to return to his master with such an excuse, he'd immediately be torn in half. With that in mind, the devilish beast let loose a low snarl of frustration and urged all of the other devilish beasts behind them to pick up their speed. Thus, devilish winds surged through the air as all of the devilish beasts sped up even further. In the air above an ordinary-looking small valley on the outskirts of the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, there were 4 people locked in a tense confrontation. On one side was an elderly man with gray hair and a woman in a palatial dress, while on the other side was a green-haired being with a square head and a thin yet lethal-looking man. Both sides were glowering at the opposing duo with enmity in their eyes. The elderly man was none other than the native cultivator with the Yen surname, and his expression remained calm as he said, "Don't you think you're being too unreasonable by trying to kick us out when you two arrived after us?" The green-haired being was the foreign being at the pinnacle of the spatial tempering stage that had been crushed by Han Li earlier, and he let loose a cold harumph as he countered, "Humph, this place has caught my fancy and I want to be able to explore it without anyone lurking outside." "You're going too far. We were the ones who found this place first, so why do we have to leave?" The woman retorted in a furious manner. "Why? Among cultivators like us, the most powerful one gets to make all the rules. If you don't want to leave, then defeat us and we'll leave the valley to you. Otherwise, piss off." The green-haired being scoffed as a baleful aura emanated from his body, as if he were preparing for a battle already. "There's no need to be so short-tempered, fellow Daoist. Let's be honest here. You two want us to leave naturally because your formation plates have also displayed a reaction toward this valley. However, that doesn't necessarily mean that the immortal Zhou Xian is in here. We've encountered similar red herrings on many occasions in the past few days, and I'm sure you have as well. As such, why don't we go in together and ascertain whether the immortal Zhou Xian is actually in there before making a decision? Otherwise, there's no way we're going to leave," the elderly man proposed in a calm manner. A vicious light flashed through the green-haired being's eyes, and he abruptly stepped forward as if he were about to attack. However, right at this moment, his companion suddenly flashed over to his side and transmitted his voice to the green-haired being, as if to remind him of something. A hesitant look appeared on the green-haired being's face, and moments later, the animosity radiating from his body eased as he said in a cold voice, "All right, let's see what's in this valley first. If it's not the immortal Zhou Xian, then we'll go our separate ways, but if it's in there, hee." The green-haired being chuckled coldly before paying no further heed to the opposing dup and entering the valley that was enshrouded under devilish qi with his companion. The woman took a deep breath upon seeing this, then turned to the elderly man as she asked, "What do we do, Uncle Yen? Are we really going to enter the valley with them?" "Of course. The formation plate has displayed a reaction, so we can't ignore it," the elderly man replied without any hesitation. "But those two..." The woman was rather hesitant. "Those two won't do anything if the immortal Zhou Xian's not in there, but if it really is in there, then that's even more reason for us to enter this valley. Otherwise, why did we take the risk to enter these mountain ranges in the first place?" The elderly man said in a dark voice with a decisive shake of his head. "You're right, Uncle Yen, forgive me for not thinking things through properly. It looks like we really will need to venture into this valley," the woman said as she gritted her teeth after a brief hesitation. "Don't be too concerned. My past injuries haven't completely healed, but I've prepared a special treasure especially for this trip. If we obtain the immortal Zhou Xian, then we'll definitely be able to get away as long as we don't fight fire with fire," the elderly man said in a confident manner. With the close bond the two of them shared, the woman naturally wasn't going to doubt his words. As such, the hint of uneasiness in her heart was erased as she nodded in response. Thus, the two of them also flew down into the valley as streaks of light. However, as soon as they entered the valley, the elderly man was surprised to discover that this ordinary-looking valley was immeasurably deep. The upper half of the valley was enshrouded under faint black devilish qi, yet the lower half was like a bottomless abyss. Even after descending for over 10,000 feet, the bottom was still nowhere in sight. This made the elderly man both excited, but also slightly concerned. He was excited that this valley was so unique, which made it quite possible that the immortal Zhou Xian was actually lurking here, but he was also concerned that with the depth of the valley and the high density of the devilish qi here, it would be quite difficult to search through it. With that in mind, the elderly man and the woman each produced a formation plate-like treasure before heading deeper into the valley. If it weren't for the fact that the green-haired being and his companion were also present, they'd have most likely split up for greater efficiency. However, as things currently were, they certainly weren't going to do something so risky that could result in them being divided and conquered. Thus, the two of them descended one after another, disappearing into the black qi within the valley after just a few flashes. Meanwhile, deep within a lake at the bottom of the valley, there was a black creature with its body half buried in the mud of the lake bed. The creature stirred, and a pair of green eyes sprang open on its body, revealing a pair of completely emotionless pupils. Tens of thousands of kilometers away from the valley, a giant toad that was several tens of feet tall was traveling quickly with a formation plate held in its mouth, and 7 or 8 strange-looking devilish beasts alongside it. The giant toad cast its gaze toward the formation plate in its mouth from time to time, and it wasn't moving very quickly, but it was also heading directly toward the valley. A massive dragonfly-like crimson devilish beast was also holding a formation plate as it flew along directly behind the giant toad, and it suddenly said, "Master, I can sense irregular fluctuations coming from that valley, but that's the lair of that devilish crocodile. That thing is extremely fierce and powerful. We may not be able to defeat it if a battle were to break out. We'll have to notify Master Taimo and get him to take care of that thing in person." It's not a case of we may not be able to defeat it in battle. If we barge into its lair, we'll get eaten by it for sure. That devilish crocodile is one step away from becoming a holy grade devilish beast, and even the 3 holy grade masters wouldn't want to mess with it for no good reason. Are you sure you're sensing things correctly? Is the formation plate really leading us toward the valley? If you get it wrong, don't blame me for turning on you, Juchu replied in an indifferent voice. Rest assured, Master, I've checked more than 10 times already, and I'm 100% sure that the formation plate is reacting to that valley, the devilish beast replied as a confident light flashed through its compound eyes. Alright, if we really do end up finding that immortal Zhou Xian in that valley, you'll be rewarded handsomely for your efforts. The giant toad wasn't speaking in a very enthusiastic manner, thereby indicating that it wasn't actually getting its hopes. It was no wonder that this was the case. It had led a bunch of high-grade devilish beasts into the outskirts of the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, and they'd killed many spirit realm beings before taking their formation plates, but they found no useful leads surrounding the immortal Zhou Xian. The formation plates had reacted over 10 times thus far, yet all of those instances had been false alarms. As such, it was a similar story to the boy who cried wolf. After a while, the giant toad simply couldn't be bothered to get its hopes up anymore. It was even beginning to consider what direction they were going to continue their search in if there proved to be nothing in the valley. As for the high-grade devilish beasts behind it, all of them were also in rather low spirits from what appeared to be a wild goose chase that they'd been led on. Thus, the group of devilish beasts continued onward in a distracted manner, and they failed to notice that there was a cloud of thin crimson mist that was following them from behind close to 10 kilometers away. Within the crimson mist, a barely visible slender figure could be seen. After Han Li and Xianxia had departed from the mountain ranges where the devilish ape had been situated, their journey proved to be a very smooth one. They didn't encounter any obstacles along the way, and most of their journey was completed within just 5 days as they arrived back at the Sea of Thin Mist where the human-faced vultures had been slain. Both of them were quite eager to finish the journey, but they still decelerated at the sight of this Sea of Thin Mist, and after holding a brief discussion, they flew into the Sea of Mist in a cautious manner. Han Li was flying within a streak of azure light in an expressionless manner with faint blue light flashing through his eyes. At the same time, he was holding a spirit stone in each hand, constantly absorbing the pure spiritual qi within during his flight. Due to the fact that they'd been constantly traveling, he didn't get a chance to meditate in order to replenish his magic power. However, after consuming a large number of precious pills and using top-grade spirit stones to facilitate recovery, Han Li had regained most of his lost magic power. However, the Provenance True Devil projection had barely recovered at all. Even so, Han Li was still quite relieved that he'd returned to somewhere near the peak of his powers. If they were to encounter some powerful devilish beasts now, he had confidence in his ability to defeat them. However, as he swept his spiritual sense toward an inky black spirit beast bracelet up his sleeve, his mood soured slightly. The weeping soul beast was still completely unconscious. As he swept his spiritual sense toward the spirit beast, he discovered that it had recovered half of its magic power and energy already, which was an extraordinarily fast recovery considering how severely depleted it had been. However, it displayed no reaction whatsoever when he tried to communicate with the beast and awaken it using his spiritual sense. If it weren't for the fact that he could still sense his spiritual connection with the weeping soul beast, he'd almost be led to believe that it was dead. Of course, this wasn't to say that Han Li couldn't force the beast to wake up if he wanted to. However, after contemplating the matter a few times, he decided against it in the end. From his past experience, the spirit beast would only fall into this type of deep slumber as a way to protect itself or to facilitate evolution, and in both situations, it would be extremely unwise to forcibly awaken it. Han Li had always held the weeping soul beast in extremely high regard, and its importance in his heart only grew after that extraordinary display of power it had put on a few days ago. As such, he wasn't going to take any chances with it, and was going to allow it to wake up of its own accord. With that in mind, Han Li rid himself of that train of thought and withdrew his spiritual sense before inspecting his own internal condition. At this moment, within his dantian, the azure nascent soul that was emanating shimmering golden spiritual light had its hands joined together in front of its chest, cradling a silver fireball in a completely motionless manner. However, the silver fireball was in a rather strange state. It had been a pure silver ball of flames in the past, but there was now a small wisp of white flames intermingled into it, and there were silver runes flashing incessantly within the entire fireball. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. The white flames were naturally none other than the wisp of golden crow true flames that the silver fireball had devoured from the human-faced vulture. The spirit engulfing heavenly flames' ability to absorb and fuse with other spirit flames, as well as strange types of energy, was quite an incredible ability. If things were to continue like this, Han Li was very much looking forward to seeing just what it could evolve into in the end. The spirit engulfing heavenly flames were refining the golden crow true flames without any issues. So Han Li withdrew his spiritual sense and began to focus more on his surroundings. This sea of mist covered quite a large area, but Han Li and Xianxia flew through it without encountering any devilish beasts. It appeared that those human-faced vultures were the only high-grade devilish beasts in the area, and they'd only been recently killed, so no other high-grade devilish beast had had a chance to move into this area yet. As such, this leg of the journey also proved to be quite a smooth one. Due to how uneventful the return journey was, Han Li and Xianxia were naturally covering ground a lot faster than when they'd come. Half a day later, they passed through the entire sea of mist and arrived at its border. However, after emerging from the sea of mist, the streak of azure light instantly came to an abrupt halt, and Han Li was revealed as the azure light faded. At this moment, he was looking up ahead in a slightly pale-faced manner. Around 2,000 to 3,000 feet ahead of them, black winds were sweeping violently through the area as hundreds of mid-grade and high-grade devilish beasts hovered in the air. The leader of these devilish beasts was a burly humanoid creature with a pair of massive black horns. It was clad in a suit of black metal armor, and its upper body was identical to that of a human, but its lower body was covered in black beastly fur. As soon as Han Li appeared in the area, it also cast a surprised gaze toward him. Around 500 to 600 feet before the humanoid devilish beast was a silver-armored man in a crimson flying carriage, and they were locked in a tense confrontation. This silver-armored being was naturally none other than the man with the Gui surname. Perhaps it was simply a coincidence, but the route it had taken just so happened to intersect at this point with the one that Han Li was taking. Upon seeing the bewildered look on the horned devilish beast's face, the silver-armored man's brows furrowed slightly, and he hurriedly turned back, just in time to see Han Li and Xianxia emerge from the sea of mist behind him. The silver-armored being faltered slightly before an elated look appeared on his face. He had seemed to be quite calm and collected earlier, but he was actually feeling quite anxious internally. After parting with Han Li and Xianxia, he had traveled without pause toward the exit of the Golden Devil Mountain ranges, yet he had still been intercepted by so many devilish beasts, so he was naturally quite stunned and enraged. Most of these beasts were mid-grade devilish beasts, but there were over 30 high-grade devilish beasts among them, and the humanoid horned devilish possessed a similar cultivation base to his. He was rather conceited, but even he knew that a battle here would spell certain death for him. His only hope was to delay these devilish beasts somehow, then escape as quickly as he could. However, he then caught sight of the 7 or 8 high-grade winged devilish beasts among the beast pack up ahead, and he was growing quite hesitant again. It was quite clear that those devilish beasts had to be extremely fast. If there were only 2 or 3 of them, he could try and throw them off his trail somehow, but if that many of them were to mob him at once, then he was still dead for sure. However, Han Li's arrival instantly alleviated the pressure on his shoulders significantly, increasing his chances of survival, which were objectively less than 10%, by several tens of percentage points. As such, the silver-armored being was naturally ecstatic. Xianxia's face had paled considerably upon witnessing this situation, while Han Li was slightly more composed, but he was also contemplating something with a grave expression on his face. There were many devilish beasts up ahead, but all of them had already attained intelligence. As such, even though they were appraising the 3 beings before them with animosity in their eyes, they weren't screeching and howling like a pack of mindless beasts. Thus, a peculiar silence ensued. However, in the next instant, the silence was suddenly shattered by a burst of hearty laughter. "Haha, it's you. You're the one who killed the young master. If I can kill you or capture you alive, master will reward me handsomely. Kill them. Kill the other 2 and try to capture that one alive." Wuxia suddenly threw his head back and chortled with glee at the sight of Han Li before issuing an order in a menacing manner. The devilish beasts behind him were all itching for action, and upon hearing this command, all of them roared in unison before charging toward Han Li's trio with gusts of black winds howling in their wake. A dozen or so streaks of light surged on ahead, overtaking the rest of the pack as they hurtled toward Han Li's trio. These were all either 3-headed devilish birds or a type of massive winged insect. As for Wuxia, green light swirled around his body, and a mundane-looking green disc appeared beneath his feet. The disc was carrying him through the air at an astonishing speed that was comparable to the flying devilish beasts, and it was about to reach Han Li in a flash. Split up. Han Li forcibly repressed his shock at being recognized by this horned demon as he issued a quick instruction, then flew into the distance as a streak of azure light. After just a few flashes, he had covered a distance of over 400 feet and he showed no signs of slowing down. As opposed to flying directly toward the devilish beasts or retreating back into the mist, he was flying directly off to the side. Xianxia and the silver-armored man also reacted quite quickly. Almost as soon as Han Li sprang into action, the silver-armored man opened his mouth to expel a cloud of crimson qi that disappeared into the flying carriage beneath his feet. A burst of loud ghostly wails rang out from the crimson carriage, and it abruptly disappeared on the spot. However, the carriage then reappeared out of thin air over 1,000 feet away, and it transformed into a cloud of black qi amid a sharp shriek before hurtling into the distance. As for Xianxia, she also gritted her teeth upon hearing Han Li's instruction, and she rustled a sleeve to summon a small translucent flag. White light then flashed from her body before instantly forming a gigantic ball of white light, and several tens of identical white balls shot forth from it in all directions in unison. Each and every ball of light was astonishingly fast, and all of them left trails of afterimages in their wake as they sped away into the distance. The dozen or so white balls of light that flew toward the pack of beasts all vanished upon being attacked by the devilish beasts, but most of them managed to escape to over 1,000 feet away. Despite the fact that there were so many high-grade devilish beasts present, none of them were able to identify in which ball of light Xianxia's true body could be found. All 3 spirit realm beings were proving to be very difficult to capture, regardless of what their cultivation bases were, and Wuxia was quite infuriated by this development. He let loose a thunderous roar as he swung his massive hands through the air, instantly destroying 2 of the balls of light that were passing him by. Immediately thereafter, the green disk beneath his feet transformed into a vibrant green canoe in a flash, then hurtled directly toward Han Li. There was also an inky black devilish falcon that was around 10 feet in length, as well as a giant azure wasp with lightning flashing all over its body, chasing Han Li in hot pursuit. All 3 of them were determined to capture him, and their speed was not inferior to Han Li's. Meanwhile, there were also several fast high-grade devilish beasts chasing after the silver-armored man, and as for all of the other devilish beasts that were proficient in flight, they hesitated momentarily before charging toward the white balls of light. The devilish beasts that were slower and lagging behind also split up into 3 groups to pursue their 3 targets. Han Li had naturally witnessed everything that was taking place behind him, and after ascertaining that Xianxia did indeed still have some trump cards up her sleeve, he heaved an internal sigh of relief before focusing on his own escape. At Han Li's current speed, he was able to cover hundreds of kilometers in the blink of an eye, and before the devilish beasts knew it, they'd been pursuing him for tens of thousands of kilometers. Han Li cast his gaze behind him to find that the 3 devilish beasts were still only trailing by just over 1,000 feet, so he hadn't opened up much distance between them at all. Further away in the distance, there was an indistinct cloud of black chi that was also surging along in hot pursuit. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this. The 3 high-grade devilish beasts weren't fearsome opponents to him, but if they were to stall him and allow all of the other devilish beasts to catch up, he'd be in deep trouble as he still hadn't recovered to his peak condition. With that in mind, Han Li no longer hesitated as he immediately made a hand seal. All of a sudden, a loud thunderclap rang out behind him, and a pair of translucent wings appeared on his back. He flapped the wings gently, and another thunderclap erupted as he shot forth as an arc of azure and white lightning, disappearing into the distance in a flash. In the next instant, azure and white lightning flashed over 1,000 feet away, and Han Li reappeared before abruptly vanishing on the spot once again. Thus, Han Li flapped his thunderstorm wings with all his might, unleashing his lightning movement technique to its maximal extent. Azure and white lightning flashed, and within the span of just a few breaths, he'd widened the gap between himself and the 3 devilish beasts by over 1,000 feet. Wuxia was quite startled to see this, and he immediately became quite flustered and anxious. If he were to allow Han Li to escape right under his nose, only one possible fate could await him at the hands of his master. With that in mind, it abruptly opened its mouth to expel a strange triangular copper mirror. The mirror was yellow in color and its surface was quite blurry and indistinct. Wuxia turned around to the other 2 high-grade devilish beasts before letting loose a low snarl. The devilish falcon and azure wasp exchanged a glance upon hearing this snarl, and both of them seemed rather hesitant. A cold light flashed through Wuqi's eyes as he let loose a louder menacing roar. Both the high-grade devilish beasts shuddered before reluctantly opening their mouths to expel 2 fist-sized beads, one black and one azure, both of which disappeared into the mirror in a flash. The triangular mirror immediately began to emit a low buzzing sound, and at the same time, its surface turned into a black and azure color. Wuxia was ecstatic to see this, and he tossed the mirror into the air before also opening his mouth to expel a gray bead. The bead revolved around the mirror before also vanishing into its surface, and the mirror began to tremor violently as it emanated gray, black, and azure 3-colored light. Wuxia then thrust a finger toward the copper mirror, and brilliant spiritual light radiated from it as it suddenly emitted a streak of 3-colored light. The streak of light was like a dragon rising out of the ocean, encompassing all 3 devilish beasts in the flash. As for the copper mirror itself, it swayed slightly before also disappearing into the light. Immediately thereafter, the light flashed and covered a distance of 700 to 800 feet in the blink of an eye, hurtling directly toward the arc of azure and white lightning in a wraith-like manner. The 3 devilish beasts had used this treasure to combine their powers, thereby drastically enhancing their speeds. They were still slightly slower than Han Li, but Wuxia heaved a long sigh of relief. At Han Li's lowly cultivation base, there was no way that he'd be able to outlast a treasure that was being fueled by magic power from all 3 of them. As such, it was only a matter of time before they caught up to him. The azure and white arc of lightning flashed through the air amid dull thunderclaps up ahead, while the 3-colored light followed along in a wraith-like manner from behind. The 2 disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye, and after giving chase for tens of thousands more kilometers, the massive cloud of devilish chi could only stop as the devilish beasts within it had lost sight of their target. Thus, the devilish chi dissipated, and over 30 devilish beasts were left staring at one another as they stood on the spot. A wolf-like devilish beast with the head of a snake suddenly said, "Hiss hiss, what do we do? That spirit realm being is way too fast for us to keep up with. Even Master Wuxia is only barely able to remain on his tail. Do you even need to ask? Of course we keep giving chase. Master Wuxia gave all of us a tracking plate that shows us everyone's locations, didn't he? We'll be able to track down Master Wuqi even from millions of kilometers away. A boar-like devilish beast with a pair of extraordinarily long ears replied. Humph, at your speed, you might not even be able to catch up to Master Wuqi within the next century. The snake-headed wolf scoffed as it rolled its eyes with disdain. What are you trying to say? You're making it sound like you're the only one who can catch up to Master Wuqi, and all of us are just weighing you down. The boar-like devilish beast appeared to be quite simple and honest, but it was actually quite a cunning being, and it was turning everything on the wolf-like devilish beast with its words. However, this wolf-like devilish beast was one of the most powerful beings in the group to begin with, so it merely chuckled coldly and offered no reply to this. Its attitude naturally drew discontent and animosity from all of the other devilish beasts present. A glittering and translucent little beast with a glazed five-colored body suddenly interjected. That's enough. Yuan Mang's right. All of us are capable of flying at different speeds, so it would be implausible to expect all of us to be able to catch up to Master Wuqi. However, it wouldn't be right to leave those three to pursue that spirit race being on their own. How about this? We'll pick the fastest 5 beings among us to continue giving chase, and the rest of us will go back for now and await further orders. There was a hint of a commanding tone in its voice, and surprisingly enough, none of the rowdy and uncouth devilish beasts present offered any objections in response to its proposal. As such, after a further round of arguments, 5 of the fastest devilish beasts in the group were selected to continue giving chase, while everyone else returned the way they'd come. The snake-headed wolf beast and the glazed five-colored beast were naturally among the 5 devilish beasts that continued to give chase, and after shedding the rest of the group, they really were able to travel far faster than they did before. Thus, a collective streak of black light that was over 100 feet in length hurtled through the air in a flash. Azure and white lightning flashed around Han Li's body as he disappeared amid another loud thunderclap. In the next instant he appeared several thousand feet away before vanishing again. From afar one could just catch a glimpse of him on one side of the sky before he appeared on the side, then completely disappeared from view after another flash. Not only after the arc of azure and white lightning disappeared from the area, a streak of 3-colored light would speed past in a soundless manner before also vanishing after just a few flashes. Han Li didn't even have to turn around to know that the 3 devilish beasts were still several tens of kilometers away, pursuing him with all their might. His brows furrowed slightly as a dark expression appeared on his face. He'd already been flying for half a day with the 3 devilish beasts trailing behind him, and even though the gap between them was slowly widening, he was still far from being able to throw them off his trail. The devilish qi in the Golden Devil Mountain ranges severely restricted the spiritual sense of outsiders, yet it only worked to enhance the spiritual sense of devilish beasts, allowing them to detect everything up ahead for hundreds of kilometers with ease. At this rate, he most likely wouldn't be able to shake off these 3 devilish beasts even if he were to lead them on a chase for half a month. However, there were only less than 10 days before the Golden Devil Mountain ranges were due to be closed, so he didn't have that much time to waste. Furthermore, there were holy-grade devilish beings in these mountain ranges, and the longer he kept this up, the greater the chance that one of them would be drawn to the scene. Han Li naturally wasn't going to continue to stack the odds against himself. On top of that, after such an extended period of flight, he'd expended a lot of the divine Devilbane lightning in his body already, and he wouldn't be able to maintain his thunderstorm wings for too much longer. In contrast, the 3 devilish beasts were able to draw upon the power of that strange mirror to keep up this speed for an indefinite amount of time. Thankfully, the pack of devilish beasts that he was most wary of had already been completely thrown off his trail. As such, as time gradually passed by, the killing intent in Han Li's heart grew more and more pronounced. However, he merely continued to fly through the air at the same speed, and it was impossible to tell what he was thinking. After flying for a while longer, a vast expanse of gray mist suddenly appeared up ahead. It wasn't exactly very dense, but it appeared from afar that it covered quite a massive area. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes upon seeing this, and lightning flashed around his body as he plunged headfirst into this mist without any hesitation. Following a loud thunderclap, Han Li appeared at a certain point within the mist, and he immediately surveyed his surroundings as blue light flashed through his eyes. After ascertaining that there weren't any devilish beasts lurking nearby, he flipped his hand over to produce a purple talisman. He plastered the talisman to his own body, and it transformed into a ball of a spiritual light that enshrouded his entire body. At the same time, silver runes were churning incessantly within the ball of light. The silver light then disappeared in a flash and Han Li vanished along with it. He had just used the high zenith invisibility talisman to conceal himself. After using the talisman, he could even fool early body integration stage beings, let alone the 3 spatial tempering stage devilish beasts behind him. If it weren't for the fact that using the talisman would severely hamper his speed, thereby making him unable to escape from the 3 devilish beasts' sensory range in a short time, he would have already used it to assist in his escape. Thus, he hid himself within a cloud of relatively denser mist, and remained completely stationary as he cast his gaze toward the direction that he'd just come from with an expression of rapt focus on his face. A distance of several tens of kilometers was nothing to the 3 devilish beasts, and they covered it virtually in the blink of an eye. As such, the 3-colored streak of light arrived at the border of the sea of gray mist almost as soon as Han Li hid himself within it. A ball of spiritual light flew through the air before revealing itself to be a triangular copper mirror. Right at this moment, the 3-colored light faded, leaving Wu Qi's trio standing in its wake. What happened? How did that man's aura suddenly disappear in this area? The massive devilish falcon asked with a hint of bewilderment flashed through its green eyes. Did he manage to escape? The azure wasp chimed in a confused manner. There's no way that he could have escaped. Even the holy grade masters wouldn't have been able to cover such a vast distance in such a short time, Wu Qi concluded as he cast his gaze toward the sea of mist up ahead with a dark expression on his face. Oh. So that must mean that he's using some kind of concealment ability, or he has some other treasure that can conceal his aura, the devilish falcon analyzed upon hearing this. That's most likely the case. It looks like he knows that he won't be able to escape from us, so he's just going to stop here and make a final stand. A sinister smile appeared on Wu Qi's face as he spoke. Hee, that man's cultivation base is even lower than mine. He's just going to bring certain death to himself. Both the azure wasp and the devilish falcon chuckled coldly upon hearing Wu Qi's words. Don't get complacent. He must have some tricks up his sleeve for him to dare to do this. I've refrained from telling you this, but the young master died a few days ago and this man is most likely the killer. Otherwise, master wouldn't have been infuriated to the point that he'd deploy us at such an important juncture. Wu Qi harumphed coldly as the sinister smile vanished from his face. What? This man killed the young master? Is that true? The azure wasp exclaimed. The young master possesses a similar cultivation base to this man, but master had given him several special treasures, so there's no way that man could have killed him unless he's far more powerful than his cultivation base suggests. In that case, he really will be a rather troublesome opponent that we have to exercise caution against, the devilish falcon said in a rather grave voice. Even if there's some risk involved, it's a risk that we must take. If we can't kill or capture this man, I'm sure you two are well aware of the consequences that await us when we have to face Master's wrath, Wu Qi said in a grim manner as he suddenly grabbed onto his 2 massive horns and detached them from his own head. He then swung them through the air and they transformed into a pair of shimmering black war hammers. In conjunction with his burly frame and his suit of black metal armor, the pair of war hammers gave him an extremely menacing appearance. After hearing Wu Qi's words of warning, a hint of fear flashed through both the black falcon and the azure wasp's eyes. The devilish falcon then immediately let loose a sharp cry and flapped its wings as it hovered on the spot. Yellow light radiated in all directions, and its body transformed into that of a tall and thin yellow-robed man in the blink of an eye. The man was holding a white bone spear in one hand and a shimmering golden buckler in the other. The bone spear had a layer of black flames surging all over it, and the sound of indistinct ghostly howls could be heard emanating from it. As for the buckler, there was a giant devilish image of a creature with 3 heads and 6 arms emblazoned on its surface, and its round edge seemed to be very sharp. Meanwhile, a low buzzing sound rang out from within the azure wasp's mouth, and at the same time, its transparent wings began to tremble and blur. An incredible scene then ensued in the next instant. Azure light swirled all over the giant wasp's body, following which countless balls of light surged forth in a frenzy from its wings, covering the entire area in a radius of over 100 feet. Wu Qi and the yellow-robed man's expression changed slightly in unison as they hurried back away, seemingly quite wary of these balls of light. The balls of light then flashed and transformed into egg-sized azure wasps that were the spitting image of their creator, expect shrunk down significantly, of course. Qingzhen, your thousand wasp avatar technique seems to have become far more potent. Last time I saw you use this ability, you were still unable to manifest so many devilish wasps, the yellow-robed man said in a slow voice as he appraised these smaller azure wasps. Hehe, that's because I reached a higher level of this cultivation art not long ago. Not only can I summon more avatars now, each of them is far more powerful than the individual wasp avatars I could summon in the past, the giant wasp replied in a smug manner. That's very good. In that case, we'll have a better chance of hunting down our target. Qingzhen, you get these avatars to lead the way and we'll search through this sea of mist. That man is most likely hiding in here. Wuxia chortled with glee as he slammed his war hammers together before him. The giant wasp nodded upon hearing this, and despite the fact that it didn't seem to have issued any verbal instructions, the hundreds of wasp avatars around it converged into an azure cloud before disappearing into the sea of mist. Wuxia's trio then conversed with one another through voice transmission for a short while before finally following the swarm of wasps into the mist. After flying for a certain distance, the wasps up ahead transformed into azure flowers that shot forth in all directions. Meanwhile, the giant wasp itself wasn't moving very quickly, to the extent that it was even lagging behind Wuxia and the yellow-robed man. However, these two devilish beasts seemed to have already grown accustomed to this, and they weren't fazed at all. This thousand wasp avatar technique was a very powerful and versatile technique, but after unleashing it, the giant wasp's cultivation base would be reduced by half, so it was naturally proceeding with extra caution. The devilish wasps searched through the entire nearby area before slowly continuing onward. The entire sea of mist only extended for under 100 kilometers, so it really wasn't very large. After just 15 minutes, the three devilish beasts had almost reached the halfway mark, yet they still didn't discover their target. As time passed, Wuqi's expression gradually darkened, as did the expressions on the faces of the other two devilish beasts. After a while longer, just as the swarm of wasps was flying toward a patch of relatively denser mist, a streak of golden light suddenly flashed within the mist from several hundred feet away, slicing one of the nearby devilish wasps in half in a flash. Immediately thereafter, a golden shadow emerged from that patch of mist, then fled in another direction at an astonishing speed. The giant azure wasp was elated to see this, and it immediately yelled to its avatars, "There he is! Get him!" A loud buzzing sound rang out from the nearby area as all of the wasp avatars transformed into countless azure flowers that hurtled through the air. Meanwhile, Wuxia and the devilish falcon exchanged a rather peculiar glance with one another, but they also quickly flew through the air. A gust of black devilish winds erupted into the heavens amid a resounding boom, and it also set off in pursuit of the golden shadow in the distance. As for the giant wasp, it was still flying on ahead at its normal speed. Thus, both the golden shadow and the gust of black winds disappeared mere moments later. The giant wasp blinked its compound eyes upon seeing this, and it suddenly stopped on the spot, looking as if no longer wanted to continue onward. Right at this moment, a streak of golden light suddenly erupted from the gray mist above it before piercing through the air rapidly toward its head. The golden light was extremely bright, and even before it reached the giant wasp, a burst of astonishing spiritual pressure came crashing down upon it. The azure wasp was the weakest among the trio in terms of cultivation base, and this disadvantage had been significantly exacerbated after it had unleashed its thousand wasp avatar technique. Thus, a hint of fear flashed through its eyes at the sight of the oncoming streak of golden light. However, strangely enough, the devilish wasp remained completely still, displaying no intention to take evasive measures. Just as the golden light was about to puncture the azure wasp's head, spatial fluctuations suddenly erupted, and a white bone spear abruptly appeared before it. A layer of black flames surfaced over the entire length of the bone spear, and it repelled the streak of golden light amid a crisp clang. The golden circled around and revealed itself to be a shimmering golden spear. Immediately thereafter, a ball of yellow light appeared before the azure wasp, within which a humanoid figure could be seen. It was none other than the yellow-robed man who'd clearly already gone on ahead. He raised a hand and waved it through the air, drawing the bone spear into his grasp in a flash. Meanwhile, a golden buckler appeared in his other hand and he held it before his body. At this moment he was staring at the cloud of gray mist where the golden light had shot forth from with a peculiar look on his face. All of a sudden, black light flashed in the air above the cloud of gray mist, and two round table-like black shadows abruptly appeared before crashing down with ferocious might. Gale-force winds swept through the air as a loud boom rang out. The black shadows flashed past, and the space in its wake twisted and warped as if it were about to be torn open. A burst of invisible had also instantly dispersed the mist down below, revealing a humanoid figure that was emanating faint golden light. The humanoid figure seemed to be panicked by the fact that its location had been exposed, and it launched a pair of golden fist projections through the air toward the black shadow up above, then immediately fled the scene as a streak of golden light. "Where do you think you're going?" A deafening roar suddenly erupted, following which the two black shadows abruptly crashed down from above. They pulverized the oncoming golden fist projections, then swayed and revealed themselves to be a pair of massive black war hammers. The two war hammers rotated in the air, and two enormous bursts of suction force appeared out of thin air, encompassing an area in a radius of over 200 feet down below. Thus, the golden humanoid figure only managed to fly through the air for just over 100 feet before it became extremely slow and sluggish. At this moment, the yellow-robed man abruptly swept an arm through the air, and the bone spear in his hand shot forth as a streak of black light, hurtling through the air like lightning. At the same time, the giant wasp's abdomen suddenly twitched, and an azure thread shot forth from its tail end. The streak of black light and the azure thread reached the golden humanoid figure in a flash, and the azure thread appeared to be quite mundane, but it outsped the bone spear before reaching its target first. The thread then disappeared into the golden humanoid figure's body in a flash, and the latter shuddered as the golden light emanating from it dimmed, following which a foul odor began to waft through the air. In the next instant, the streak of black light also punctured through the golden humanoid figure's dantian in a flash. A layer of black flames instantly erupted over the golden humanoid figure's body, completely inundating it in the blink of an eye. At this moment, one of the giant black war hammers also crashed down from above and struck the black flames amid an earth-shattering boom. The golden humanoid figure was instantly pulverized into nothingness, while the black flames were also snuffed out by the immense force of the impact. Spatial fluctuations erupted in the air several hundred feet overhead, and Wuxia emerged out of thin air with a sinister smile on his face as he cast his gaze downward. The yellow-robed man and the azure wasp also wore smiles on their faces upon seeing this. This was a plan they'd established before venturing into the Sea of Mist. They were going to expose the enemy using the swarm of wasp avatars, then use the giant wasp itself as bait to lure out their target. As expected, the plan worked splendidly, and they'd managed to slay this enemy with minimal effort. However, just as the three of them were heaving a sigh of relief, an azure longsword suddenly shot forth out of thin air from several tens of feet behind the azure wasp without any premonition. As a spatial tempering stage high-grade devilish beast, the azure wasp almost immediately sensed what was happening behind it, and its heart jolted with shock as a poisonous stinger abruptly emerged out of its conical tail end. The stinger was around a foot in length, and it tremored as layers of stinger projections whistled through the air to shield its body within. However, the azure longsword merely flashed past without any difficulty, and the giant wasp shuddered as it was sliced cleanly in half. The two halves of its body plummeted from the sky, and as of the poisonous stinger it had just summoned, that had also been sliced in half without being able to offer any resistance. A ball of green flames suddenly flew out of one half of the giant wasp's body, and a miniature azure wasp could be seen within it. As it flew desperately toward the yellow-robed man who was the closest ally to it, it yelled in a panicked manner, "Save me, fellow Daoist Ing Tang." At this point, both the yellow-robed man with the name of Ing Tang had naturally also discovered what had happened behind him, and his expression changed drastically as he immediately swept a sleeve through the air. A burst of black chi swept forth from within, attempting to envelop the soul of the giant wasp. However, a cold harumph suddenly rang out from a certain location, and upon hearing this harumph, the yellow-robed man was struck by a sense of intense agony, as if a sharp spike had been driven into his head. He let loose an involuntary howl of agony, and his body plummeted like a bird with broken wings. All of a sudden, a loud thunderclap rang out, following which an azure and white arcs of lightning appeared, and a hand that was as pristine as white jade emerged. The hand flicked its 5 fingers through the air, and a burst of 5 colored flames instantly swept up the yellow-robed man, causing him to decelerate significantly in his descent. During this split-second delay, the 5 fingers on the hand spread open and took on a shimmering golden hue as golden lightning erupted forth, surging directly toward the yellow-robed man's chest. The yellow-robed man immediately turned deathly pale upon seeing this. Even though his spiritual sense was still throbbing with pain, this was an extremely dire situation, so he repressed the agony and forcibly drew upon a wisp of spiritual sense. The golden buckler in his hand immediately flashed before swelling drastically to several times its original size, and a dozen or so strange runes of different sizes appeared on its surface. Having had its powers activated, the buckler completely shielded the yellow-robed man's body behind it. Meanwhile, the splitting headache that the yellow-robed man had been afflicted by was quickly receding, so if he could withstand this attack and save himself, he'd be able to retaliate with a vengeance. Just as these thoughts were racing through his mind, golden light flashed, and the golden palm thrust itself toward the buckler without displaying any intention of taking evasive measures. An ear-splitting boom erupted as golden flashed, and the golden palm screeched through the buckler, then punctured the yellow-robed man's chest in a flash before pulling its devilish core out of its body. Silver light then flashed along the entire arm, and a layer of silver flames swept forth to instantly envelop the yellow-robed man's body. The devilish falcon's soul only had a chance to let loose a wail of anguish before it was incinerated into nothingness. At this moment the azure and white arc of lightning faded, and a winged young man appeared in an expressionless manner before slowly withdrawing his arm. In the hand attached to that arm was a shimmering black devilish core. This young man was naturally none other than Han Li, and the soul of Azure Wasp was petrified upon witnessing this harrowing development. As such, green light flashed from its body, and it immediately tried to escape in another direction. However, it was already too late. A derisive sneer appeared on Han Li's face as he swept the sleeve of his other arm through the air. A burst of gray light immediately surged forth from within to capture the soul of the Azure Wasp. The miniature Azure Wasp let loose a muffled groan before it was crushed into specks of green light by the divine essence-fused light, then disappeared into nothingness as well.